Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Hello and welcome everybody. My name is Kismet. We're going to get into it today. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to get into it. Holy moly, did I crash out, everybody? Did we have some fun or what? Wow, we've been playing a lot of Satisfactory, everybody. We got it up here running right now. Man, so fun. I've set the ultimate challenge, everybody. That's 100 times the space elevator resources. That means that instead of 50, I need 5,000. That's a lot, everybody, especially for a single player. Then, of course, 2 times the resource in each and every machine and 5 times the power it requires to run. So, again, if you're going to go in, everybody, it's like love. Go all in. I don't go halfway, everybody. I go and do the toughest of challenges. So we're working on it, though, and again, it's going to take a while. Definitely because of the very high amount it takes just to get past the fuel stage to get to that perpetual power stage. In theory, it's perpetual power. We'll see. We haven't gotten there yet, have we? But we're going to get there, everybody. So again, you can see my base is coming along here. It's always funny when you're looking at your base, you're thinking, oh, wait, I can take that out. That's obsolete. Oh, wait, I can do that. Oh, I can move that over there. You just start, building the base in your head when you start to look at it there. And again, everybody, like a 17.5-hour stream, a 12-hour stream yesterday. Just overriding Fallout for this week, everybody, because we're just having so much fun in 1.2. Really have to do a very different play style because of the way that you have to progress. You can't just jump to perpetual power and then boom, you're basically easy mode to the end of the game. It just takes time. But this is hard. This you have to go explore. When you go find resources, they're so precious and so like, oh man, I found a little bit of rotors. Oh, awesome. Because it does take a lot to keep that going with the biofuel because you have to go and collect it and collect the biofuel over and over again. But we're going to get out there today. And again, we're cutting down entire forests, everybody. We're clear cutting these forests. We're clear cutting all the trees just to keep my little factory churning away a little bit. I have been letting it run when I've been taking breaks. I was going to let it run off stream, but I was too tired. I just shut it all down, went to sleep, woke up. Here I am again. Just like that, everybody. Just like that. Again, to me, it feels like just a minute ago when I was on stream. That's relativity for you, everybody. For sure. Let's go ahead and see if I can find my cursor. There we go. Say hello to everybody in the chat. And I saw some peeps in there while I was trying to get all my stuff working. Paul in there since about 10 o'clock. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that love. I see you there. A little tub coming in. Yeah, I had a technical problem. I tried to start it. It said, nope. And I said, okay, reset. Do it again. Okay, now it works. Sometimes, again, this stream is nothing short of a miracle, everybody, every time it starts up. So thanks for coming in, hanging out. I see Tab was in there as well, showing some love. Rotisserie G. Let's see. Oh, there's Rotisserie G right there in my little highlighter thing. There you are. See, I try to see you guys in the little highlighter thing so I can bring you guys up on stream, which I appreciate. So thanks for being here, everybody. And we got Paul coming in as well, breaking some legs. Yeah, maybe today. We'll see. And then Tab bringing that hype. Dragon Wolf saying hi with a tip of the hat. Thank you for coming in, hanging out, everybody. I appreciate y'all chilling out in the channel. We got some ones in there as well. Whisk coming in. We got H2O. We got Paul. We got Tab. We got Dragon Wolf. We got Caveman Mox. We got Rotisserie G. All let me know we're good to go. I love to see it. All right, let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiz Caps in there for that epic 7 times combo. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I want to dive right in because we have a tremendous amount of things to do. And again, since we're running a little bit behind because of all those technical problems I had to solve, I say we dive right in. Let's go. All right, here we are, everybody. Oh, my thing turned. There we go. Here's my base, and again, it's just a basic base so far. Now, we randomized all the nodes, and we randomized the quality of those nodes, so we don't really know where they are or what their quality is. And so as we've been going around, collecting resources, doing all that kind of stuff, I have been marking where all the coal is for the future. Now, again, this is quite the undertaking, everybody. This is 100 times... Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go, Tab, making it rain, everybody. Giving you a bunch of Kiz Caps to help you with future giveaways. We're going to do a giveaway tonight, everybody, so stick around. Again, it's my birthday month, so my entire birthday month, I give you guys all the way up to my birthday, June 23rd, I give away stuff to all of you. That's right, for my birthday. I know, how cool is that? Because I love doing it, that's why. You can also see that we've got some concrete going over here. Here's where the center of our base is. We're actually producing our biofuel here. And then, of course, we're now running all of our resources nearby the base, so I don't have to run and go and get concrete and run and get all that stuff. It's bringing it all to me. And again, this is the type of thing you set up, tear it down, set it up, tear it down about 15, 20 times, everybody. You really do. Then over here we have, of course, our space elevator going on over there. We've got one assembler because that's all we can afford with power and a awesome sink there that we've yet to use yet. And this has got its own separate power over here just to run the one assembler, everybody. I know, pretty crazy, right? To run that one assembler. And then right down below us here, we do have power. And again, this is our biofuel. We have progressed actually pretty far for the beginning of the game. I think this is the most I've ever done this early in the game because, again, we've done stage 1 and 2, but we have to use the space elevator to get to stage 3, and that's 5,000 smart plates. That's a lot, everybody. That's hundreds of thousands of this and 200,000 of that. You get the idea. We did unlock some hand slots. We got our blade runners, so we're looking pretty good. Notice we haven't put any in there yet. And that's because what we want to do is get all this other stuff going first, which is going to help us toward that goal. Now, remember, it's just me. I'm playing a local solo game. So this is the hardest way that you could actually play this game in the vanilla version without mods. And we're actually doing pretty well. As long as you feel like you're progressing, look at how much more stuff we have and stacks of reinforced plates. Some of those we made. Some of those we went and found. Massive amount of this... that stuff, concrete, there we go, brain. And then iron rods and, of course, our things. The basics, everybody. These are the basics you want to get going. Your rods, your concrete, or your plates, your concrete, and then your rods, then your wire. And then, again, we ran around, and most of this stuff we just found. We can't even make iron yet. And, again, I think this is the most useful that those drop things have ever been. I don't think I've ever... worried about them as much as I worry about them in this particular playthrough, which I think is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And we've been progressing our MAM along as much as we can, but some of these things are a pretty tall order, and we can't even make these things. Like if I get 500, I get another hand slot there. I could go in and make this medical inhaler, which would be from mycelia, but really don't want to do that. What I really want is this. 100 pipes so I could get some SAM fluctuators going, and then I could get the dimensional depot. That would be amazing. And then over here, we have some quick wire. So we can actually make some choices here on doing this. And I say we do this first. I say we go right to it, everybody. Let's go ahead and do our quick wire. Now I can slide jump. One of the old school ways of traversing around really quickly, everybody. Whee! Whee! There we go. You see we got oil here. And you're like, Ken, the oil's not supposed to be there. I know. That's because we randomized all the nodes, because that makes it tough, everybody. Because I can tell you in the base game where all the nodes are, even with my bad memory. There's we got one of our things marked way out there in the distance. See it there, that little green line? Way out there. Where we were trying to find something back. Oh, the SAM ore. That's what we had marked there. That's right. See, I can remember some things. It's not 100%, but I'm good at least at some things. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and disconnect our stuff here. We're going to connect this over here, so we remember to do that. So we're going to go ahead and put this over here, and then do this. Now what we want to do, of course, is some quick wire. Now we don't have any power right now, so it's not really going to help us unless we go get some power. And that's what we're going to need to do. And again, we were all based on biofuel. We can't really do anything else yet. And we're 5,000 smart platings away from getting that done. Plus we have to process all of our smart platings, which are going to take a tremendous amount of time. But I feel like once I get over this first hurdle, everybody, it's going to be, of course, a lot of work, but it will then give us that perpetual power. And that's what we're testing to see if we're going to have perpetual power. If not, because it's 5 times the power, would it exceed the amount of power that you're getting from the coal? And so the coal just kind of net cancels itself out. Don't tell me part of the fun is going on the journey. I think that's fun. So we're going to do a criteria, and we can't do any of this. No, not until we unlock our other stuff. So yeah, this. Oh, I think we got some of that, and we could maybe do that. We need one of those little purple guys first. And yeah, this too, and the quartz. All right. Now we got a little spreadsheet over here that's for my reminders. So we're going to do quartz, MAM. Quartz line, and we're going to do Caterium MAM line. We need quick wire for that. Quick wire. Okay, so now what we want to do is, again, really try to push through some of these lines. And again, some things are just going to block us. See that 100 steel? Well, I can't make steel, so I have to go find that steel if I want to progress. I have to go find that plastic. These I can actually make, and I feel like I absolutely want to go down that line. I really want to be able to use my summer sloops. I think the summer sloops are going to have to be the way that makes it happen. And the reason why you want to use your summer sloops here, it's going to double the output of my biofuel. So it's going to make it last longer. And then I would double the output of my smart platings. Because otherwise, oh my gosh, it's going to take months and months and months. And if it does, we're going to make it happen. Because again, it's like love, everybody. You either go all the way in the hardest mode, or don't even bother. Go all in, everybody, both in love and in life and in game. Let's go. Let's do it. All right, so we got that going. Oh, we got some wood. Okay, so we got some wood here that we collected, and that's why it's in my inventory. I can tell you right now. We'll put some of that there. I'll put some of this over here. And that will go ahead and be able to start some of that up eventually. Let's see. Anything else we can do? I think that's about it. Now what we need to do is prep a journey, everybody. We're going to go on a bit of a journey. And we're going to just go to one of these boxes. Not that one. This one. I don't want to go to any of those boxes. They're too full of stuff. I guess I'll just put it here in the inbox. Okay, we're going to take this, this, and this. We're going to take a stack of stuff there. I actually think it's better Let's take this concrete out of here. It's better to take a half stack. And the reason why sometimes it's better to take a half stack, just in case you pick some of that up, it'll stack its way in there. Oh, look, my power ran out. My power ran out. What a surprise. But that's okay. It made some, and now it's running that out into the backlog over there. We'll let that run for now. Again, what we need is a chainsaw right here, and we have all 4 slots unlocked. Again, I think I've never in the whole time I've played, been able to do all this stuff this early, because normally I'm just building my way to the next thing. There's absolutely none in here, all right? I was hoping there would be some extra laying around, just a couple or so, but I can always make it, no big deal. Aha, there we go. There's usually a couple laying around that you can use for your actual chainsaw. This one I think is empty. Yep, okay. So now we got this. And again, look at the rain, everybody. I really like the rain. I haven't seen any other weather systems other than a little bit of fog. I've seen that. But we got some trees to cut down, and we are going to go ham today. And I think the first thing to do, everybody, is do the hardest thing. When you get up in the morning, always put one of the hardest things first, because you know what it does? It builds momentum in everything that you do. So if the hardest thing we got to do is get some fuel, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and cut down every tree that we can find. And we're really going to go to town on our fuel today. Let's go in it. In it to win it, chat. And again, we'll start that giveaway up in a bit. Every single tree I see, I'm going to get. Now, obviously, it'd be better if I went to a denser area, but we're just going to work our way there. We're going to get every single leaf that we see on the ground. Again, you can just hold down E on one, and it just grabs it. And again, when you're rolling up on stuff, it'll automatically grab it like that, and then you get to the tree, you get the tree here. And of course, it will AoE as well. But we are going to be crazy thorough in this game. We go that way, we go this way. I see a bunch of trees here. Again, where is it most efficient to do it? And in this case, I'm just doing it just to kind of clear the area, which is different than if you're trying to be super efficient. If you're trying to be super efficient, can't see a thing. Then what you would do is you would go to the trees that are clustered together, right? And I'm interested to see if the trees actually... Whoa, look out. The hardest thing is just getting your weapon. Didn't even see him there. Sneaky, sneaky. There we go. Now, we did find some sand ore. It was awesome. See, I love those moments, everybody. If you missed it yesterday, I love those moments when you're looking for something. And then you're running around and you're going, man, I can't find it, can't find it, can't find it. And we literally, the whole stream yesterday for almost 12 hours, we were looking for this bunch of resources, and we're looking for sand ore, and we couldn't find it. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, there it is. I love those moments. I love those moments. What's up, Frosted Chill? Is this a survival game? It's more of a factory game, but it's also with a little bit of survival elements. There are mobs that do try to come after you, really, but they're more of an inconvenience after a while than an actual survival. I'm building like a base, and I'm making a campfire, and I'm doing all of that. You're not really doing that. What you're doing is you're trying to rebuild that space station, or build that space station up there in the sky. So you got to build yourself a factory. So you go ahead and start with some simple stuff like making some metal rods. You go ahead and make those rods, and then you take those rods and you use them to upgrade your base. And then allows you to open up more stuff that you can use. And then you can make plates and more items that will allow you to make equipment like a chainsaw, as you see. And of course, then with the chainsaw, I can collect more fuel, which in this case is a form of wood and leaves. And then I can go ahead and power my base. That's what I'm trying to do right now. See, all of this cutting of trees is all about fuel. And so we're going in and we're doing this. Now, of course, later on, there are other means of doing fuel, including coal and oil and beyond that. And then you can, of course, use it then. Now, once in the normal game, everybody, I'm playing in the most extreme way right now, where it takes 100 times basically to progress than it would in the normal game. So don't be discouraged if you see, Kismet, you're stuck at the front. No, I've played the game many, many times for thousands of hours, but I went all the way through. In fact, my last playthrough, I showed how to do it with just 20,000 power. Which I think is more impressive than any mega build you could possibly see. I proved it was possible. I actually thought it is also possible, and believe so. You can do it with 10,000 power if you really wanted to, because power really equals the currency of this game. The more power you have, the bigger factory you can make, the more stuff that you can produce gives you closer to making that space station. And then you make the space station, and then you're GG's. That's pretty much how the game goes. But there's actually another element of this game. And if you like factory games like Factorio and stuff like that, you're going to love this game. This game is a 12 out of 10. One of the greatest games of all time. And I've been gaming for 50 years, so that's the highest praise you could possibly get. Right over there. Absolutely. Incredibly, incredibly great game. And see, we're going to go around and cut all this down. We might find some hidden walls or something. Look at all this ivy up here. Up there. Very nice. And again, we're going to be nice and thorough in clearing everything nearby our base. Oh, look down there. We got some quartz. Nice. Look at this. And to see if it regrows. That's really what I'd like to see. If these things actually regrow. And if we never see any plants again by our base, then we're probably locked in I took it all out and it won't come back kind of thing. And I've never bothered to try because usually within like the second day of playing it, so I play for like 8 hours, I'll get to coal, and then that coal will perpetuate itself, meaning that I don't have to go around and collect stuff. And that's really what you want to do at the beginning of the game. You want to progress from manually collecting it to having it automatically run on its own. The nodes do not run out of resources, so once you have that going, you're extracting your coal, you're extracting your water, it'll continuously go forever. And that gives you a power in the fact that you can basically just set stuff up and let it run, or as I like to say, set it and forget it, right? That's what we like to do. Now we're going to go in here. We just collected a bunch of stuff here. We got to get our biomass up, and we're going to convert some of these leaves so that we can make solid biofuel. That solid biofuel is what we're going to need. Now, of course, if we could get to the next level of fuel, we could also do our stuff a little bit more. But right now, solid biofuel is our main thing. Now, solid biofuel is going to run our biomass generators, which generate power, as well as they run my chainsaw that I have. So that's why I bring enough resources around to put a little workbench down. Allows me to go ahead and convert it. I might as well just convert all the leaves. And then I'm going to convert a bunch of biofuel. Now, I try not to go beyond a single stack, which is 200, whenever you're converting your biofuel. Now, I'm going to need the biofuel not only for this, but also for starting up my ability to make biofuel, meaning that I could do it manually, and manually is actually the faster way at the beginning of the game. But as you get further and further along and you get that perpetual power going, you can actually amplify how many things you're doing. So you could be doing iron and coal and all of that stuff simultaneously, and it will get to a level where it's making it faster than you can make it. But in the beginning, you'll pretty much be making a lot of stuff yourself. And I like that. And again, not to the level that I'm doing it, but I'm doing it to the level at 100 times you normally would. So again, this is insane. This is insane mode. But again, if you're going to go in, go all in. I see. Well, there you go, Franzil. Yes, it's absolutely a fantastic game if you love factory builders. And there's a lot of side storyline as well. Really well thought out. Every single update, and I played it since it first came out way back when. And every single update has been an absolute home run. So big love to them for all the massive amount of work. And again, they just made some great decisions. They're like, okay, we're going to add fluids. We're going to add trains. We're going to add this. We're going to add that. We're going to add chainsaws. I think the chainsaw was in there in the beginning, but you get the idea. They just kept adding more and more cool stuff to the game until the game became awesome. And again, another high praise for them. The game was already super fun in early access. When it first came out, day one, it was already fun. And that's a hard thing to do, everybody, in early access, to already have the fun in there. I was playing a bunch of other early access games earlier in the week. They're already fun. You want to put the fun in first. That's what I always say in gaming. If you're doing game dev, figure out why it's fun first. Don't worry about the graphics and this, that, the other thing. I mean, hey, put it on your schedule, but don't worry about all of that. If your game is not fun, don't bother. Don't bother. If it's just a carbon copy of something else, I mean, if it does it better and it's super fun, then fine. But if it's just a copy of somebody else's game, then they could just go play that game. Great example. I was playing. Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones was the name of it. I'm trying to remember the name of the game. And I was playing that game, and people kept coming in and saying, hey, no, Sea of Thieves is better. Sea of Thieves is better. And I'm like, absolutely right. What? Go play that. Why do you want this game to be Sea of Thieves? You already have Sea of Thieves. You don't need another Sea of Thieves. You already got it. Go play that. Or play this, or play both. Because, hey, guess what? In life, you don't actually have to choose one thing or another all the time. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you got to say, hey, one or the other, especially on that girlfriend out there, everybody, or boyfriend. Hey, don't be having multiple of those. You get in trouble. You're going to cause some trouble right there. Find the one. Go with the one. Focus on the one. That's what I think. But then again, you do you. You do what you got to do. But again, you want to focus on that fun always first. And I feel like that's where devs go wrong, is they're so worried about, shoehorning some technique or some technology in there that they're not thinking of the actual fun itself. And then the game comes out, and then it's like, what is this? Or it's like some corporate peeps, and they're like, hey, how can we make money? That's always the worst way to start with a game, is how can we make money with this game? Well, of course you want to make money. You're a business, and you want to keep your business going. That's perfectly fine. But I think the best way to do something is to build something really well, and then that will carry you in, especially when it comes to gaming. In fact, I think that's gaming's biggest thing. If you have a game that's awesome, people are going to shout your game from the mountaintops. Even if it's just you, just by yourself, and whatnot. If it's really fun, and people will catch on to that fun, everybody, they really will. Storage space is running low over here. Hold on, I gotta wipe out some stuff over here because I've been doing some long streams. Gotta do it quick before it runs out of space. Oh boy. Hold on. Back in my trash can. I don't know, but let's just throw one of these big boys away here. You don't know, everybody, I record like 200 gigs every night. It's pretty insane, as a matter of fact. Pretty insane. It starts to build up fast if I'm not paying attention. All right. Good, that's good. Looks good. All right, there we go. So I got to take a minute. There, because again, dang. Got to back up these streams. They're getting filled on my hard drive. Again, just from this week. Why does Windows 10 not just make it gigs? I don't know. Why they don't just make it gigs. Yeah, this one. I gotta see if these are working. Oh, that one's not working. That one ran out of space. Okay. That one actually did not fully convert, which means that the recording it's doing right now, it's lying on that recording. Hold on, we're having recording problems. Let's see if this actually did record. It's always some sort of technical thing I have to fix, everybody. Always. Let's see, did it actually record the beginning of the stream? That's what's so great about MKV files, everybody, is that even if it does run out of space, it'll still keep your thing. As a streamer, everybody, I highly recommend, again, I highly recommend that you use MKV because if you lost your recording, you can get it back, which is awesome. I'm going to tag this one to be done later. And then we know this one works. And that gives us about 400 gigs. All right, that might be enough for the stream. See, it actually doubles up. And the reason why it doubles up is because I'm recording MKV in case that happens. And then I'm also... it will convert it into an MP4 at the end of the stream. So if say it's 300 gigs, because if I have like a 12 to 16 hour stream, it'll then convert it into another 300 gig file. So it's actually 600 gigs. So I was removing those original files out of there. All right, that'll take care of that. Again, I also record to all various platforms in case that does happen. All right, let's get back to chopping down some trees. Over here, we're grabbing all the bushes, grabbing all the trees. Let's go. Again, in the beginning, I suggest you just hold down E when you're running along to get all these bushes. And just on the first one, instead of pressing it every single time, you're going to get carpal tunnel doing that. I've done it that way. And usually it takes like, the first 10, 15 minutes for me to remember if I haven't played recently. But I have played recently, so I do remember. Magically. Again, we're going to be crazy thorough today. We're going to cut down every tree we can find. Especially right here. This is actually a really good place to cut down trees because this is one of the few bits of water in the forest area, everybody. So actually makes the forest area a little tougher when it comes to making coal power. And again, we're going to need a lot of biofuel. A lot. And again, I just like being thorough. Grabbing all this random stuff out here. Getting all these trees and see if they come back. Now again, when I do the tree though, it will AoE most of this like that. If the bush is in between both trees, you want to try to hit the bush like this in the center. And then maybe it'll get both trees at the same time like that. Really, really useful. Again, you might miss a few of these bushes, but we'll just grab those. And at the beginning of the game, again, when I'm running, I'm holding down E. Just so that when I run by, it'll automatically do that. See, I'm not pressing it. I'm just holding it. Or I'm pressing and holding it, I guess is the best way to say it. And there we go. Look, we clear cut everything from our base all the way out to here. And again, wonder if that stuff regrows. We got that one tree. I guess we'll leave the one tree, the one lone pine, everybody. Lone Pine Mall from Back to the Future. Right over there. Now, of course, going up into the forest is the place to go, but we already been there, and there ain't no forest there no more. So we're just going to run around. Now, I'm also looking for areas where stuff has dropped, where, you have the crashes. And it's funny because I see those all the time normally, but I haven't seen that many now because I'm looking for them. That's how gaming goes. When you're looking for stuff, can't find it, and of course, Kismet's law of gaming. But when you're not looking for it, tripping over it, it's all right there in your face. You're like, get this stuff out of my face. It's too much. That's how it goes. Another thing this does, too, is reveal the world, too. If there's like a cave or something nearby or something like that, we're going to see that. This is a real thorough way of exploring the world, for sure. What we're going to be doing is a lot of tree cutting. But the cool thing is we're getting a larger inventory, and that's what we've been working on, because I feel like that's one of the most valuable things if you're going to play it at this level, is to have a higher inventory so that when I'm out and about collecting resources, I can collect more, and thus kind of perpetually keep this power going, hopefully. Where normally I would have a very small inventory, thus I could only collect so much each round. And I suggest before you even bother to start it up over there, everybody, is that you collect a whole bunch. This way it's processing all of that while you're out getting more. And again, I could make it myself probably faster, but that requires me just standing there letting it run. And this is much more fun to run around and, again, find every node, find every little extra little thing like this, and then grab that out of there so I don't constantly go, hey, look at that over there. What's that? Same problem happens in games like Subnautica where you're running around and you're like, oh, have I looted that? Have I looted that? Have I looted that? That sucks. Anything else will slide jump. That works great. Come on, what you got? Yeah, this guy does not want to die. There we go. Oh, dipped right past him on that one. Letting him hit me at this point, so I have to chase him. There we go. Letting him hit me. All right, where's the thing? So sometimes it's hard to find the thing. Either they're on top of it or it was back there that they died. And they respawned over here because I know I've come over here to get some loot earlier. But I do see some bushes coming back. So again, I wonder if these bushes respawn. Again, don't tell me. Part of the fun is playing and finding out on the journey as well. Again, we know we totally cleared the area now. So if we see anything there in the future, we know that, that it does regrow. There we go. Again, never ever bothered to do this because normally I'm already on my way to finishing the entire game, but this is going to be tough. This one. I like playing in the hardest modes. I think that's where you really unlock some challenge, and then also you play a totally different way. I'm playing totally different now than I would if I was playing the base game. In the base game, I know how to progress very quickly, but here you can't progress very quickly because of the overhead of the amount of resources that you need. So you can't just jump to the more advanced stuff. You have to actually take your time to go and explore. So it really unlocks the explore part of the game when you're playing it like this. And obviously the collection part of this game too is me collecting lots and lots of stuff, but really it's kind of like you're doing two things at once. You're collecting all this stuff, but also you're looking around saying, hey, what is this node? What is that node? Because the nodes are all randomized, so that makes it a little tougher. But I do know where some of the nodes are, so that gives me a bit of advantage, meaning that I know there's a node there, I just don't know what the node is, right? And that's what makes it difficult, is the fact the unknowing what it is. Because when you get to coal power, you're going to need to know where the coal is. So that's why we've been marking all of the coal nodes. Yeah, I just love the fact that it kind of opens up the world, and then if there's any hidden areas, we'll be able to find those hidden areas. Let's kind of walk down here. Speaking of hidden areas. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't make me some ammo. Oh, that's not the thing that makes my ammo. It's this thing, Equipment Workshop. Now this is the edge of the world. You fall down there, you're dead. Simple as that. Don't fall down there. I know, crazy thought, huh? coal hiding over here. Now, sometimes behind this stuff or underneath this stuff, there is other stuff. So I typically will take these out just so I feel like I've cleared that entire area. But sometimes I come back and it's like, oh, wait, I missed that cave. Or, oh, wait, I missed that thing. Which I think is pretty cool. Coal takes a while to take out, man. Coal is a pretty substantial node here. All right, nothing behind it. Okay. Up we go. Risking life and limb for our little bit of resources here. Now you can also listen for the sound of special things that drops, like things called Mercer spheres or summer sloops. You can listen for those and those little slugs that are generating power. And those slugs are very useful as you go through. We'll get to that eventually. Again, just checking these lower spots here. I feel like that is definitely going to die. We go on that. More nodes down here, though. The question is, how do we get out of here? That's the question. I feel like we might have to climb our way out of here. This is bauxite, aka aluminum. This is what we'll use that for later. And exploring places I never bothered to go. Just for the fun of it. Great place to get, like, if you just started and you came over here, great place to get those base resources. I think it's kind of leading me this way because I'm definitely not getting back up that way. So here we go. Oh, and I bumped the edge, and that's a game over. Bye-bye. Sayonara. Down to the bottom of the game. Here you go.
It is not compatible with this environment. Turn back.
Dead. All right, so I bumped when I tried to jump across there, the edge of the thing bumped me, and then down I went. Now, if you do die, no big deal. You can always run back, try to grab your stuff. I highly recommend that you do bring some concrete and some iron plates, so that you can use those to get yourself back up from where you are. So I could have just climbed my way up by building stuff. But I thought I'd give it a try, and you never know until you try, everybody. That's okay. Part of the fun. Again, I'll show you where the death crate is. Oh, wait. Did these respawn? Or did I just miss them? Good question. Again, while we're running back out, we'll go ahead and grab some more stuff. Go over this way a little bit. Grab some of these. These are little barrel nuts. If you watch the beginning of Satisfactory, everybody, 99% of all the people playing are running around holding that little barrel nut all the time. It's kind of funny. And that's because you couldn't hide it from your inventory. So you would have it in your hand, but you couldn't hide it. So basically, your gameplay is holding on to that while running around. And those do respawn, those things there, but we want to go ahead and just see if we can clear this out real nice. Again, you see I'm in no hurry to run back there and grab it. Don't worry, we'll grab it. It doesn't despawn. It'll stay there. Again, see how much faster this is than to use your chainsaw? It's so much faster to do it this way. And a great way to get your base started as well. Just holding down E there. All right, we're going this way. Try to get the bushes there while we're running. Definitely cut all this down. Now, when you fall off an edge, everybody, it will put your stuff up on that edge where you fell off. So it'll most likely put it directly on the edge of that cliff that we were on. Oh my gosh, there's some coal right there. Oh, see, it was like fate trying to lend us a hand. Oh, we already marked it. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we look down here, and our stuff should be down here, or is it up there? Oh, good question. It is actually above us. Okay. let's go up there and see if we can find it. Oh, hello. Hello. There we go. Clear that out. So it might have put it up here where we started, where we jumped down. And no. Huh. Maybe over this side. Interesting. It's supposed to be right here. I don't see it though. Maybe up on a ledge. Oh man, we might have lost our stuff there. I gotta remember where I was. I was there, and then I was going this way. I remember where. I forget where I jumped down. That's the hard part. Where was I at? It's not displaying where my death crate was in the exact spot. I jumped down here, cleared that, cleared this. We saw some resources down here, and we jumped down here. And we were running across here, and we were going to jump across. Yeah, see? Kismet knows what's up, everybody. There we go. We're not trying to jump that again, everybody. We know what happens. There it is. All right, so I just showed you how to get that going on. So you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to get out of here? Well, the smart thing I did, and I brought some more when I came back, but I already had some on me, is that I brought some plates and I brought some concrete. Now what I can do is set this to zoop mode and just climb my way right back out like that. So again, if you do fall down in there, you're like, well, Kismet, I'm down there. I don't know how to get out. Now you know, just like that. Now the cool thing is you can also go ahead and deconstruct that all down there and get your resources back from really far away, which I really like about this game. And so it just has you go back there. Now we're going to have to get up out of here. And I believe we can just run this away. And we got that. And let's just see if we can run around over here and run our way back up. Yeah, there we go. No problem. Hey, there we go. Showing you how to get back to it. My inventory getting there, though. Getting there, getting full of loot. All right. And again, we're just working the plains here. Lizard Doggo's like, go for it. Get all that loot. And you're like, Kismet, what's the lizard doggo? Right over here. This is a lizard doggo right here. What's up, little buddy? What's up? What's up, my little buddy? You're a good buddy. Yes, you are. He's a good boy, that little lizard doggo. Again, just like, might as well explore all these little areas. Got some iron right there. Again, as long as you have enough resources for making items like your crafting bench, then you're styling. That's what you really want to do. Make sure you can make a crafting bench when you're running around. And that's basically allows you to build more fuel. It allows you to even build more concrete if you needed to. You could get a limestone node, collect from that limestone node, and then make yourself some concrete. Yeah, this is awesome. This is very awesome. You're going to see some next level gameplay here, everybody, where I don't think I've ever seen anybody take the effort to cut down this much. You're going to definitely need to, though, in this really super hard mode. You need a massive amount of biofuel. Again, we're going to try to do everything we can in this stage first before even bothering to make any of those smart platings. because it's going to take a really long time. So we're going to be doing a lot of exploration while we're waiting for it to process. And hopefully we find some stuff to help us progress before we can even make it ourselves. Another pure node. Holy moly. Tell me I marked that one too. Oh yeah, no, that's the one I marked. Awesome. Explore every little nook and cranny of the whole world in this one. These guys respawn. As you can see, I have a nail gun that we use there for all these mobs. Another great use of taking out all of this stuff is the fact that the mobs are easier to see, because most of their advantage is sneaking up on you and hiding in the brush. When they're hiding in the brush and they're up in your business, that's when it gets real tricky. But me, what I do is actually when I'm fighting the mobs, I'll hold down E to remove some of the brush so that I can see where they're at easier. If you're having trouble and you get into like a situation, just hold down E, start pulling the brush out. I wouldn't bother using a chainsaw though, that takes way too long. I would just hold down E, remove all the brush, and GG's. And again, you'll see it AoE this whole area, by the way. Again, only grab the kind of ones that are by themselves. And again, way easier to just hold down E while you're doing it. Also makes it easier to see those things too, which are your food sources. We're going to have like 99% deforestation of the entire game. What's up there? Inquiring minds want to know, right? What is up there? Well, we're going to go check it out here in a second. I'm going to get this side done. Like so. There we go. Get these trees. A big old tree right here. These are a bit spread out, but very thorough. Look at me go. Look at me go. Oh, forgot to note things. I'll leave them on there for now. Let's go see what's up there. We're going to go ahead and put number 7 as our little 4-meter ramp. Bingo. And that's a function called zooping, everybody. They added that way after I started playing. So we used to do it 1 block at a time back in the day, old school. Oh, nothing up here except for a little tree. Well, a little tree. Oh, and some wood just sitting on the ground. Oh, that's nice. There could have been something up here. I might have already came up here before as well. Here's a great trick, everybody. When you go to take out your blocks, leave the top one there or leave yourself some sort of marker. That's what I do in Subnautica, where I'll leave a little spot there and it will say, hey, I already been there, right? Like I could use that, but something more substantial that'll just like let you know that you were doing something there. I could put a lookout tower up there. See how close I am to the edge here. See if I can put a lookout tower. It's a little too far. A little too far, a little too hard for me to get there. But I can also use a power pole. And just put a power pole over here somewhere. Oh, I don't have enough wire. Do I have any cable? No, I don't. What else can we use? Let's see. I can just put it on the edge. Like this. There we go. So I'll just put it right there to make it obvious that, hey, I've already been there before, right? Because I'm the only one that can build those. So that tells you, hey, you've already been up to the top. You don't need to go up there again. There is actually a way to take out these boulders, by the way. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's something down there. So if you see that stuff down there, everybody, most likely there's a cave opening down there or something down there for you to explore. So very cool. We already got all of that. Oh, there's some bushes in the rock. I saw it highlight there. There we go, got it. Tell you, we're going to be thorough. All right, here we go. Back here, we've got some stuff. Turn our light on. Again, you never know. It might be a cave entrance or something back here. I'm not really strong enough right now in my character to do too much cave splunking. But you can see over here I've done a bunch of these portable miners, which is basically doing a bunch of coal there. If I need those, I know where they are. Right now I don't need any coal. I've got a bunch. But one day we'll get that going. Notice that these don't get taken out. It doesn't AoE those, because those you want to leave so you can come back and collect those later. See a baddie up there? Oh, missed. Yeah, notice I just jump over him. If you're on a low side and he's on a high side, he's going to hit you. Unless you have the blade runner, so you're going to jump higher than you normally would. Look at this, everybody. Oh, nice. A pure oil node there. We're going to be styling when we get to oil. The thing to do is to take out the trees and then see what's left over and then hold down E and get the rest of it. We're just going to go zone by zone, doing our thing here. Again, we need this biofuel to let all our stuff run. Again, we'll be doing some giveaways later tonight, everybody, as we work our way through some serious satisfactory how. Yeah, look how much more open it is now, too, without the trees. Pretty wild. Able to see those nodes really good, too. Again, we're going to explore all the little areas, especially the areas that are off to the sides, where we need to get some stuff going. Oh, I think we're getting full. Yep. You can tell when we're getting full because it basically says, hey, I can't AoE stuff anymore. I need to do the thing. So we'll go ahead and do this. And sometimes what will happen, everybody, is you'll be so full that you can't convert the leaves into biomass because you already have a little bit of biomass. But in this case, you can see we're just able to do it in our inventory. And you can always drop something and pick it back up or just disregard some of the leaves or something that you don't really need. But in this case, you can see I'm manually converting all of the leaves into the biofuel. And what that does is it allows me to have more space so I can get a little bit more of the trees or whatever it is I'm trying to get. We go until our inventory is full. And we're just going zone by zone, just cutting stuff down. We've got a lot of zones with a lot of trees, and we're going to be doing a lot of ramping up and getting up on top of stuff and all of that stuff today as we try to get a little bit closer to getting our 5,000 smart platings going. Again, I'm playing it in the absolute extreme, everybody. You do not have to play it this extreme. It usually, again, this first phase, you're usually already to the next phase by now. But again, I'm playing it in the most extreme way. So I like a really good challenger, but I like an extreme challenge. Some people will be like, oh, well, I'm just going to turn it up halfway. I'm just going to turn it up a notch or two. I turn it up all the notches. I turn it to 11 because that is what's I like to do. I like to play survival modes and stuff like that. I don't like playing permadeath modes. That's not really my thing. But I do love playing the hardest mode in a game. I absolutely do. I play the normal mode. I'm like, okay, I get the gist of it now. Okay, right to the hardest mode. That's what I typically like to do. Because that's when you're really going to learn the game. You're going to really have to learn a lot of techniques that you typically would maybe learn just a little bit, or you would just kind of skip past because of because it's just, you know, easier. Oop, went in single mode. Just because it's easier in that mode, which means you don't have to go and explore as much like I'm doing, and so on. So now I have to explore way more. I have to collect way more biofuel than I would. This is the most biofuel I've ever collected in thousands of hours of playing the game. Absolutely. It's not even close, by the way. Not even close to the amount of biofuel in previous playthroughs. This is like so beyond. I've basically clear-cut all the area around my base back there. And now I'm clear-cutting all of this. And you got to get in here and have some sort of fuel to make your base go. Especially all this wood. This is really what you're after. But now I can collect more than I could just a minute ago, because I did go and take the time to do that. And again, see, I could use my chainsaw there, but look how much faster it is. So you just hold down E on a bush and then just keep it down on all the rest. See, way faster than using the chainsaw. Chainsaw has this animation that you have to wait for every single time. I ran into the rock. That's funny. Anybody else? Let's keep your gun loaded. Like this one's a good one. So it's right in the middle. It's going to AoE all of this. You get all of that at the same time. Sometimes they're like too far away from each other. And it's difficult to AoE it all. Again, it only takes a second to hold down E and get all the rest of it. Whoa, okay, almost went off the side there. Whoa, that was close. A little touch of lag there. Looks like iron over there. And we got ourselves one of those little guys. And then stuff like this, everybody, where you have this gap like this. I just like to build a bridge there and then just leave it there. So if I ever do need to go across here, boom, instant bridge right there. What I really want to do is build up from here to where I am. All right, so again, look at that. Pretty sweet. And then middle mouse button, you can pick up the foundation from over there. I don't even have to use my bar down here to get that one. All right, big boy, let's go. Me versus you. Wow, you didn't even get a shot in, man. Didn't even get a shot in. See, this is why you don't want your stuff to touch the ground, because those mobs come after you. They absolutely do. He was trying to get in position to shoot a fireball at my face. But I didn't let him. I didn't let him get in that position. By the way, they took out the ability for you to get the rocks now, too. See, normally when you'd AoE like this, you'd also get the stone from the rocks, but you don't do that anymore. Which I feel is legit. You know, that's a good change. You shouldn't be getting rocks when you do that. See, I can see my foundation over there. So I look over there and I go, oh, have I gone there? And then I see my foundation there, and I say, okay, I've been there. Okay. What we got here? Oh, an impure node. Nope, don't want to do that. Nope. I want to get these leaves. Thank you, thank you. Can't get that one. Oh, I should have AoE'd that one. Should have AoE'd that other one. And then I could have got that one, but that's okay. We do what we got to do. And the funny thing is, the devs spent all this time putting all of these little bushes and trees and everything in here, and I'm just completely reversing all of that. But then again, I work for Fixit, and Fixit does not approve of lower efficiency from worrying about nature. Fixit is the fictitious corporation that runs your fate here, which is to run around, grab a bunch of resources, build that space station way up there, and do your thing. All right, let's go down here and see what we got. I'm just going to work on these trees first. Oh, see how it's red? I can't pick up any more leaves. All right, let's see if we can get away with another run here. Convert some more leaves. Oh, got my cursor off the thing. Oh, no space in inventory. See, I knew it would happen at some point where we have to make some choices. Let's go ahead and take this iron ore. Get rid of that. We don't need that. There we go. Again, just trying to pack my inventory with as much loot as I can. So we have a full run. Again, I end up with a bunch of other random stuff too, but that stuff eventually I'll rework into my production, and it will use all that stuff up. Plus, you can also use that stuff in the MAM, which is vitally important. There we go. We got enough for one more slot here. Let's go ahead and get more of these leaves. I'm just can't wait to discover like stuff I haven't seen yet, because there is stuff I have not seen yet. Oh yeah, much stuff down there. And this is going to force me to run around, collect all these resources, and when I'm out collecting these resources, I'm going to see some new stuff, I can tell you already. Even though I've played the game for thousands of hours. I always leave stuff that I haven't done on purpose, so that I go, oh, okay, oh, that's something new. Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh, I've never seen that cave. Like we did a cave earlier. I don't remember ever going in that cave, but I could have. Don't remember, though. One of the great things about playing a game and then coming back to it is that you forget a bunch of it, and you're like, oh, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. And you rediscover why it was fun in the first place. Look out for those. Sometimes those are like holes that you fall in. Oh, and there we go. All right, I think we pretty much packed our inventory. We're just going to let this guy be here, and we'll come back. Oh, look at this little tunnel in here. Yeah, cool little tunnel. I say we just jump for it. Woo! There we go. Now, of course, I have the the Blade Runner, so I don't take damage. I'm going to show you how to get back fast. Oh, I hear a guy. Fred saying, this way, Kismet. Thank you, Fred. Appreciate you backing me up. Now, notice I'm sliding and then jumping. I'm building momentum. I'm actually going faster and faster. As long as I do it well and not hit this rock or tree, I'm actually getting back by just being basically like a bunny. Going boing, boing, boing. Slide, jump, slide, jump. Eventually, you get vehicles, you get all sorts of stuff, and they added vehicle paths and all of that, which we may get to one day. But another cool thing, too, is if you leave all this stuff out here, like your barrels and these things here, these things will respawn at some point. All right, let's get under there, get over here, and we're ready to refire up our base. Very exciting, very exciting. All right, we're going to put all of that in there. We're going to take a look and see how many we got. We'll take this one out. We'll balance this one here. We'll cut this one in half. Let's do this. And that tells us, again, where the even point is. And then we can just take those out. And if you just hold down Control and click on the wood, boom, it automatically goes in there. Now, I need to start this up. And I should end up with a little bit of biofuel left over. And I have this box here, which is doing what's known as load balancing, right? So I can go to this box and automatically put this in here. And it's going to run out of there, and it's going to split it into all three of these equally. In there, and then eventually it will start back up the power, and then when it starts back up the power, it's going to go and convert that biomass. Now, I also have a couple boxes over here for all the leaf conversion that I did, these biomass here, and then there's probably some still over here. There we go. And again, Control click, then we'll go ahead and find the balance. We'll right click, again showing you some of my cool techniques here, and then we'll just click these out. And we're splitting these two up so that it processes it faster, because we have a little belt here that's 120, so it's just cranking it in there. Notice the requirements, everybody. Instead of 120 biomass going in, it's 240 for making the same 60, everybody. So, yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, insane, I think. But, again, we're still working at it. We're still getting it going. So there we go. I think we're good. Now this whole part here is separate from the rest of my base and also separate from there. So we have three separate power sections that make it work. And let's go ahead and see if we have enough. Yeah, 13 ought to get it started. And there we go. So you want to have like 5 to 10 in each of those to get it started so that it starts making the biofuel. And it's going to take some of that biofuel. Once it's made, it's going to go here, it's going to go here. Now this is a kind of a redistributor where it comes in, and instead of putting half of it this way, it's going to take 2/3 and put that back in so we can run all of that. And really only like a quarter of it, or really less than a quarter, would go in here and then keep the fuel going, right? So again, it's a lot of maths in there. But you don't really need to know the math, everybody. You just go here and you say, okay, well, this is going to split it. I'm going to take 2/3 of it. So I take 2 of them, run it back into the line, and 1 run it over here. Just so it doesn't end up with all of the biofuel over here when it really needs to run the biofuel over there, which is my main power, which runs the rest of my base, makes all my plates and all of that stuff. Now we have a bunch of other stuff that we did collect here that we will go and put back in our little boxes here, and so we'll go ahead and see what we can fit in here. This box is getting very, very full, and you can see I have a certain type of stuff in here. A lot of barrels, a lot of pale berries, and of course some special ones, summer sloops, Mercer spheres. There's only so many of those in the world. There's a limited amount, so you definitely want to treat those as super precious. The slugs here, dime a dozen, and then all the stuff that drops from mobs like spiders and those hogs that you saw, or pigs, those they respawn, so you'll have an infinite amount of those. And I feel like there's also like an infinite amount of slugs because they're everywhere. There's just absolute tons of them everywhere that you go. Now we have some stuff that we can put back over here, including some of our plates, some of our concrete. And then we have some resources that we can go ahead and put in here that we might be just hanging on to. We have some limestone there that we can deal with, and then some more. Now, when I get a bunch of grass in here like this, well, there's no point keeping it in there. We should do what we just did and just convert it into biomass, because as grass, it doesn't, or leaves, it doesn't really do that much. It's not really that useful. What's really useful is having power, and power is king in this game. It is the currency of this game. So you got to make sure you have as much power as you can generate, and that'll help you keep going. Again, this also helps my solid biofuel get jump started, meaning that it's doing 2 of them at the same time and is feeding that in. And it should, in theory, start itself up when it can. And if it can't, I'll go over there and manually flip it on. And then again, we go over here to our kind of infusion boxes here. We'll go ahead and take a look and see what we got here. Let's cut this in half, right click, cut that in half, cut that in half, and now those are balanced. And then we'll put 2 in that one, 2 in this one, and this way they're both consistently working. Like this, and then again, you see that biofuel just coming out of there. Sweet as can be. Look at it go. Again, it's distributing it to all of my power. Now, eventually, I want to kind of consolidate this into an area where it doesn't have to travel as far. Normally, you want this pretty close to wherever you're doing your stuff, but we're over here working on this. And my bases, I build them, I tear them down. I build them, I tear them down, I build them, tear them. Usually each and every kind of phase. Like right now I'm in phase 1, and then I'll probably do it twice. I'll do one where I just put it on the ground because I don't have my foundations, and then I will take that out, build another base. Then when I get to phase 2, I'll wipe the whole thing out, rebuild it again. Again, that happens as you go. Like, great example, this right here is obsolete now. We're using that to re-infuse our plates, but we have a lot of plates now, so we don't need that. We don't need this merger, and so now we just got all those resources back that we can utilize, which is awesome. And again, once that fills up with power, all of this machinery will start up again. And then another thing I like to do is take any excess, put it into the limestone itself. You see it's going to run out and actually distribute it here into these boxes for me automatically. Now, it goes really slow right now. At least it feels slow to me. I don't know, it might be fast to you guys if you've never played. But there are faster belts. There are ways in which you don't have to sit and collect so much biofuel. And that does happen. So don't think this is the whole entire game, because it's not. There's a whole much more that we will do along the way as well. And again, if I have a little bit extra, well, then I'll just throw it in there just so it doesn't take up my inventory. Again, I don't want to have too many slots of stuff. Now, what we'll do is we'll take out a stack of this, a stack of that, and a stack of that, and now we're ready to do whatever we need to do, right? We can build stuff, we can convert stuff, we can put down crafting boxes, all that kind of stuff just from those 3 elements. And those are like the gold standard elements that I typically carry around everywhere I go, because then I can explore, I can get up on top of stuff, I can climb my way out of bad situations like I did. You get the idea. Okay, now, once we get this going here, we'll go see how we're looking. Over here. How are we looking in the back here? All right, we got 16. All right, let's go ahead and fire it up again. And there it goes, running completely on biofuel. Now, all of the rest of my factory is going to start up and do their thing. But what we want to do is go over here and utilize our constructor over here. So we're going to go ahead and tie this into the power. Oh, and I forgot to bring my cable. Always the way it goes. And I forgot to bring my wire, too. Not only cable, but forgot my wire. Got a little lookout thing there. Go under the belts, by the way, holding down C to slide. So we'll get our thing there, and oh, we got some quick wire in there. Get that quick wire out of there. Use that quick wire here just a bit. Put that right up there. There we go. Actually, I kind of like it better over here. But that's already full. And again, a lot of this stuff we can't even make, like steel beams. We can't even make those, or rotors. Especially motors in here. That's stuff we just found when we were wandering around. Again, you got to do a lot more wandering around in this playthrough, which is fun, everybody. Very fun. Put those screws on top of the other screws. Nope, those screws are full. No problem. And we got all that. Oh, man, we got a lot of cable in here. Oh, awesome. Awesome. And again, we'll automate all that later, but there's no point in automating stuff that I don't need right now, right? Like, I'll make a whole bunch of cable, and I got 15 boxes of cable. Well, that doesn't help me in the term right now, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here, and we're going to feed this in here, the quick wire, and this is 24 per minute that it takes, and this is 60 per minute. So I don't need to upgrade it or anything like that. It's already got it going. Quick wire is one of the things you will have it coming out of your ears, everybody. You will have so much quick wire. You'll have an absolute ton of it, which is great, because if you're going to try to make some tickets in the Awesome Shop, what you do, and this is not real life, everybody, not like real life currency or anything ridiculous like that. You take this and you run it into your Awesome Sink, which is just a great way of getting rid of your trash materials that you don't really care about. You throw them in the Awesome Sink, and then what it will do is generate tickets. You use those tickets to unlock different pieces and parts in the game. So it's totally enclosed in the game. You don't spend any additional money. You don't have DLCs or any of that kind of stuff, and if they did, I would buy it instantly anyway, just to show them some love. But there's no monetization, everybody. You buy the game, you play the game, and I give them huge credit for that. In a world of scummy corporate people who are trying to nickel and dime us for every last little thing, they don't do that, and big love to them. And that's why I don't mind shouting their game from the mountaintops, everybody. Absolutely. Don't forget to bring wire. Thank you, Officer Douglas. Thank you for backing me up, bro. I already forgot. I actually have really bad memory problems due to my inability to sleep, because I have really bad sleep apnea and insomnia. But I try my best, everybody. I'm actually better than I was before, so I don't know if that really helps, but there you go. All right, let's do some stun rebar. Again, we're just trying to unlock. We're going to see what the max amount of stuff we can unlock in this first zone.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting.
I know, right?
It's a physics joke.
I got it. Thank you, Ada. It's not as funny if you have to explain it, Ada, but then I had to explain that it's not as funny, and then that made it less funny. All right, back over here. Now, what we want to do is do a bunch of Caterium. Way over here. Oh, hello there. Give me that. What? How can these trees not be cut down? No, this is impossible. They're literally right next to my base. You're like, Kid, why are you cutting down all the trees? Well, one, Fix-It does not approve of nature slowing down your progress. over here. So we got to get rid of all that. Oh, we're out of, probably because every time I come over here, I'm out of fuel. But we'll cut all those trees down eventually. All right, let's get some more quick wire. Now, we're generating quick wires so we can work on our MAM. Now, I can make another MAM over here if I want, but that's okay. It's got a minute. It's going to run for a bit as well. And again, you can see it's making all the biofuel here. And then, of course, running. And we're optimizing our biofuel production. And the reason why we're doing that is so that it can run in there at 120, so it's making it faster. And then also we have a backlog over here because it's basically running it faster down both of these than it can feed it in there because I haven't upgraded all of these lines yet. But one of these points I will do that. And before I do that, though, what I will do is I will make all the lines shorter. Meaning that they're way closer to the box so that the boxes are very close. So you're just making a little bit of 120, a little bit of 120, so you're not wasting your resources. And because I'm at 100 times the resources that you would normally need, you really got to, skimp and save, as they say. So I'm going to tear all this down eventually, but for right now it's working, so we'll let it run. But definitely want to put those as close as you can, like right here. Now, I leave a 2 gap. And this is a level 2 belt here, which is running much faster than you can see these other belts that are running a bit slower. Those are the default belts. Those are 60s. These are 120s, so Mark 1s and Mark 2s. And I just used this spot. Now, I could put it even closer, but I like to see it running. And this only takes 2 reinforced iron plates right here because it's nice and close, right? And you want to put it in your critical spots. Now, later on, when I have an abundance of all of this, then I would just upgrade all of the belts to that level because you don't really care about whether this is 60 or that's 120 or 240 or whatever. You want them all to be as fast as they possibly can be. When you have massive sums of resources, which we'll get there. Will just take us a lot longer. But again, just diligently staying at it is what gets the job done in anything in life. It really does. Really does. All right, speaking of, let's get back over here. Caterium. Let's go ahead and unlock this middle thing because I actually forget what's in the lower part of some of these tiers.
New Caterium research options available. Congratulations on finding this metal. Many Fix-It initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Probably. How many things have gone wrong with the words probably? There you go. You wish they had microtransactions? I should be able to pay IRL money for Kratos skins. I know, right? You have some Kratos in Satisfactory. I'm glad they don't, everybody. Again, I think they did it right. They just kept making it better every single update. And this update even more, everybody, even better. Now it randomizes the world, allows you to replay.
When equipped, the zipline facilitates travel along power lines, regardless of whether the line is powered. Note, based on previous Pioneer events, Fix-It recommends not using zip lines during thunderstorms and typhoons or while drinking coffee.
While drinking coffee? Okay. No, the other ones I can do, but the coffee one, nah, I don't believe in that. All right, now we got our Power Poles Mark II as well, which we can use for quick wire. We got the Smart Splitter down here. And the bullet guiding system for the homing rifle ammo, which I don't think I've ever used that much of. And a lot of times I'll skip over this. Again, skip over a lot of this stuff and just unlock it and go to the thing that's down below. But because everything is so precious in this playthrough, I really have to think about, okay, where am I going to spend this precious bit of resource that I found? I'd really like to find some SAM fluctuators, or I'll just go ahead and take 100 of those things. Because again, I'm in the early stages, so I can't just go and make that stuff. I've got to make 5,000 smart plating. So I have to think beyond just using the factory to make it for me. And once you've kind of learned how to do the factory, everybody, it's pretty easy. Again, you're just scaling. Oh yeah, we want to do some quartz as well. We want to convert this quartz into some of this other stuff. Can we just do that manually? We can. Okay, awesome. Now, if you can do it manually at the beginning of the game, which means that you just do it in the workbench over here. We have some right there. Then it's usually faster to do it in there. Let's see how fast this goes. All right, that's not super fast. It takes a little bit, but you got to think it's making 3 of them each and every time. So actually, that's pretty fast. So while it's making a bunch of quick wire, I could be over here doing this. Now, by the way, you don't have to do it. Just roll over your mouse there, press the space bar on the little hammer, and it will actually run. And this is actually what I do when I'm AFK here in the stream. I will queue up a bunch of stuff in my inventory. I'll let it run while I take a little bit of AFK break while I'm walking around for my health. Then I come back, and boom, we got a bunch of stuff converted. If you do get stuck in the beginning of the game, that is what I highly recommend. First, make a bunch of your portable miners. I usually make 5 on each node that I do, so basically that's 500 extraction that it's doing. So it'll fill up 500 of those, or fill up 5 of those with 500 ore. Then you just grab that ore, put it in your inventory, and go. Now, if you're really crazy, you'll be like me, and you put 25 of them down, and then you can pick them all up, fill up your entire inventory, and leave a couple spots so when it's converting stuff, it has a spot to go to. And then you just start it running, you walk away for 15, 20 minutes, you come back, bam, you're going to have a crazy ton of resources. Absolutely. We're going to have to do that a lot in this playthrough. Again, doing it at the ultimate difficulty, you're going to have to do that quite often. All right, we got 114. Let's see if that allows us to progress here in our quartz. Yes, we need 150 stuff here, so we're going to need a lot of this so we can make our... actually, it's back here, where we can make our iron rebar. Again, normally you would automate this. You would just go in and you put your resources in there. You have it extracting the resources, going to your smelter if you need to, and then into... the thing that would make these iron rebars. But because it costs 5 times the power, every little ounce of power is precious. So if I'm here burning it up, doing iron rebar, where I don't really need that much iron rebar, I find that that is a waste of my precious power. So we're going to go ahead and do it. It's kind of like, spending your money on stuff, everybody. Power is money in this game, basically. It's the highest value item. So here we go. Oh, I need 150. Okay. Oh, I got to get a little bit more. Little bit more. There we go. I don't know. I like to run to this far side when I'm doing this. Okay, quartz. Shatter rebar. All right, Ada. Tell us all about it. I feel like I'm in Price is Right. Come on down.
Shatter rebar unlocked. These quartz-infused rebars fracture when fired, launching deadly debris in a wide spread. Fix-It does not condone the use of such violent methods, so make sure there are no witnesses.
They've really come up with some great lines for Ada, everybody. Really, really well written, I think. Really well written. Make me laugh every time. I forget some of these too, and then she catches me by surprise like that one. Make sure there's no witnesses. That's a good one. Note to self: grab that sound bite. There we go. All right. Let's see. We're making more of this so that we can go in here and see if we can progress our quartz a little bit more. We need 50 of these plates. Well, luckily, we found a bunch of these plates, and we've made a bunch of them as well. So we can use those to progress past here. Wow, crystal oscillator. That's crazy.
Research completed. Crystal oscillator recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
I'd love to get to the radar down here. We don't have anywhere close to the resources to make that happen. But if we had some crystal oscillators, we could get that going. I don't remember if you can put it in here. I think you have to do... Oh, whoa! I can make it in the thing. Whoa. Okay. I did not know that you can make that in the crafting bench. I had forgotten. Whoa. Because here's the difference, everybody. The difference is I need this thing called the manufacturer, and I have not unlocked that. That's in the future tiers, right? So it's going to take a massive amount of power. Just the assembler alone, because it's 5 times the power in this mode, because I've cranked it all to 11, takes 75 power, everybody. So imagine how much the manufacturer, which does 4 inputs versus just 2, which is probably double, 150 or 300 megawatts. We don't know. We're not there. Don't tell me yet. So if I could do it in my inventory, that just makes that massively valuable. See how it shifts your thought process into, whoa, that's like crazy valuable that I could do that right there. So again, we could just make the quartz crystal, make the crystal oscillators, which allow us to progress because we're unlocking it in the MAM, right? Later on, you actually unlock it way easier because you have, again, perpetual power. That'll just make all of this stuff for you. But in this case, you definitely want to figure out how to make some yourself. Again, what else do I need? I need 72. So be good to get my quartz actually running and converting. So we could use some of that power. Now, eventually, by the way, my concrete here is going to come to an end. And you're like, well, Kismet, why is it going to come to an end? Well, it's going to come to an end because what it's going to do is make enough concrete where it fills that box. And that's my goal, is to get to the point where this is actually filled, that particular item, where it's concrete, it's wire, it's whatever it is. And then what it does is it starts to backlog down there. And it auto shuts itself off, which means it's using less power, using less fuel. And thus, I no longer need that particular item for a while. I don't need to use power on it, right? And that's what I'm doing right now. It's making a massive amount of concrete. And then running that concrete over here. Actually, I wonder if my other concrete is coming across. Just dawned on me. I don't think my other concrete... Oh, I don't think we merged those. Oh, we didn't merge those. Ah, a little too high up for my guy. There we go. Yes, we got to merge these. Oh, look, there's some in here. Okay, I forgot to merge these together over here so that it takes it all back where it goes. But then again, that's part of the fun. Hit E to do the merger. Make sure that you've got it going. Notice the line there. That's telling me that I've got it lined up on this side, so I can run that in there. And then run that out to there. Then we'll take this one and we'll run it right into there. And now what it will do is merge those two things together. So all that extra concrete over there, instead of me coming over here, and I can just pick it up. But the whole point is doing it over the long run, where it's going to take all of this and then run all of that over there and eventually fill that box. When it fills that box, again, it's going to backlog. It's going to fill these two boxes here. So I'll actually end up with 3 boxes of concrete. And then it will fill up all these machines, fill it all the way back to the extractors, and then turn itself off and require no power. And that is how I power balance most of my factories that way. And again, I love using the things here to make you fly. Whee! All right. All in there. It makes you fly over there. Okay, so we're almost out of quartz, but we can go and do some stuff. Why am I holding on to all this Caterium? Let's go ahead and take this Caterium. I know just what to do with it. Run this over here. So I feel like what we need to do is do a little remote factory way over here. That's for our quartz. Again, I always have like what I call infusion points, where I can just put it into a box like this, and then it will automatically run in here, convert those Caterium ignits right there. And then once it converts those, it's going to run it over here. But watch out for your power, though, because, again, that could all of a sudden spike your power, and that could cut your power off as well. So we're going to go ahead and let that run. We probably have a crazy ton of quick wire over here now. We sure do. We'll take that with us. And I wonder if we have enough stuff to just put a MAM over here, since we're going to be going back and forth. We do. How many plates do I have? Kind of feel like we'll be lazy. Do a little spaghetti. If you're not familiar with spaghetti, everybody, it is the term for just running stuff without pre-thinking it through and making it messy, as some people call it. And I don't blame them, because it is pretty messy. So what we're going to do is, instead of running over here to get the quick wire, we are going to have it run that quick wire all the way back this way. You can see it coming out of there. So it's going to do some of the work. Now, here's the thing about running your lines like this. You can also use them like those things you find in the airport, where you can use it like a people mover, where you get up there and you basically use it as a way of getting around. Also, this might go faster than you're running, so you can run across their slide and then jump, and you will continue to keep that momentum, which is why a lot of people do that, including me. Now, if I hold down Control, it's going to go a little crazy, but then it'll let me put it up on top of the box instead of trying to put it in the box, which is what it's trying to do right now. And then we're going to run this right here, but we're going to lift it up nice and high. and have it do some of the work for us. So we're going to see what we got in here. That one's kind of full. This one here, not too bad. And we're going to bring the quick wire to us, saving us tons and tons of time. Oh, that one's blocked. That one is blocked. Oh, boy. Okay, we're going to go ahead, expand our little room here. Put this, say, right there. Make a little thing in the front so we know what's in there. And we'll just put that off to the side. Again, we'll revamp all this, everybody. Don't be too worried about all the detail of how all your stuff works or looks in the beginning. Works is important, but how it looks in the beginning. Because what you're going to do eventually is just tear all this down and redo it again. At least that's what I typically do. And you're like, Kismet, where's the quick wire? It is way back there. It's going to take a minute. But here's the thing. These do not require any power. So even if it made, say, 10,000 of it, and the power goes off, it'll still take it from the box. As long as it's in the box, it'll take it and run it down here, slowly in this case. But eventually, it will all make it over here. If it takes, say, an hour, I could just AFK, come back, and all of that stuff will be moved for me, and I don't have to keep moving it over here where I'm at. Though I could put the MAM over there, but I do like to have all my resources in one central area where I can use them. And right now, we're just trying to see how far we can get in the MAM in Phase 1, this is the furthest I've ever bothered to get in the MAM in Phase 1, which is pretty crazy. And this is actually really blocking me based on SAM fluctuators. I can't go any further until I find some of those or be able to make some of those. But let's go ahead and unlock our power poles level 2. Again, tells you that you can unlock this stuff in the first phase.
Power pole Mark II unlocked. This provides additional power connections compared to the Power Pole Mark I.
Well, thank you. Instead of 4, we should be able to do more here. We got another power pole. So the power pole can do up to 7 power connections. Now, there is the ability to chain stuff together. I have not seen how you can do that yet because I have tried to chain it together and it doesn't work. It'll connect to each other, but I then can't connect it to the next one, which is normally how it works. Where you can connect to each other, but then you can't run any power to it, so it's useless. But normally that's what you use these power poles for, to chain it. To basically run it to the power pole, and then you can run it to your different machines. But they did add daisy chaining, where you can daisy chain it from one machine to the next machine to the next machine. But I don't know how to do that, and don't tell me. Don't tell me, because again, that's something new to discover as we're going through our playthrough, which is pretty awesome. What does E3 mean? I don't know. What is E3? Where are you looking at E3? In my title? Is that what you're talking about? If you're talking about in my title, that means episode 3 of this playthrough. I know, I go above and beyond anybody else. So if you're like, hey, Kismet, how did you start doing this base in the hardest mode and the hardest way you could absolutely play Satisfactory? How did you get this far so fast? How can I know how to do that? Well, guess what? You just go watch the playlist, go back to episode 1, see how I got started, and you can do the same thing. You can do everything I'm doing. Every single one of my streams in their entirety are always up on my YouTube channel. So, and they all have episode numbers, as well as you're going to see that other number. That other number is the BSE number, or the best stream ever number. I try to make every stream better than the one before, and I started at number 1, and I'm at 2,807. Now, I actually have streamed before that, too, before I started the best stream ever idea. Really, it's a mindset, everybody, of trying to make something better. And when you get in that mindset, you actually do. You actually improve at what you do, I think, anyway. It does work for me. I try to improve what I'm doing over and over again. Now, the only thing we can do right here is the AI limiter. I went and got some of these copper sheets that I found, and I'm going to go ahead and do the AI limiter. We're just going to do as much as we possibly can. Oh, man, don't have those.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay, none of that other stuff I don't think we found. Now, we found a bunch of unique stuff that we can't even make yet, like steel beams, stators, motors, rotors, we can make those. But a lot of this stuff we can't even make. Look at 116 circuit boards, you know, because again, we're at 100 times the resource requirement, everybody. So that's actually pretty crazy. That's a lot of that. And again, we could use alternate recipes, but again, I like to do it where everything that I'm doing, whether you're playing on console or on PC, wherever you're playing, even on a handheld or anything like that, that you can do everything that I'm doing. So looks good there. And then again, you see I'm kind of separating the various resources. Later on, I'll have it do all this work for me. It'll actually separate all these various resources into separate boxes, so I don't have to. And then this here. Okay, very nice. And again, any further down in the quartz line we could get here. This, we could actually make that. We could actually make that without progressing in phase 1, which is amazing. That's stunning to me right there. So what we need to do is get our quartz going. So it's converting a lot of these. And it will make a crazy ton of this from the quartz. Okay, so we need to think about what we need. What do we need to get started, get our quartz started? We're going to need a miner. Quartz does not require a smelter. Again, right over here, you can see it's just going to convert it into quartz crystal, which means it needs a constructor. And so we're going to need a constructor as well. And again, we're putting a to-do list together over there. Did I clear the to-do list before? I can't remember. Let's clear it again, just in case. There we go. And then we're going to need a constructor. And then we're going to need a couple boxes for our logistics, really. So we're going to go box on the input and then box on the output. So we'll need 2 boxes. And we got all those resources on us. Awesome. All we need now is a little portable miner, which I need to put my thing back. Wow, I really need to revamp this whole base. See, at this point, I just want to tear the whole thing down and redo it. And we might do that tonight. We might re-optimize our base. But this thing was back there. I had to take it out. Again, look at it. We got no space for it, but we got space over here. Put it right there. All right, so we're going to need some portable miners. I think these are the most underrated thing in the game, everybody. You're like, Kismet, how do you use your portable miners? I use them like this. See that? I can collect all of that, and that would be fill my inventory. This is 800 per minute. Over here, this is 800 per minute because this is a pure node. Same thing up there, 800 per minute. It's extracting. You know how much this is extracting? I'll show you right here. 60 per minute. 800 or 60 per minute. You make your choice. Rather boy, this requires no power. I don't have to collect biofuel. I don't have to collect any of that to grab it. I can grab a bunch of that, walk over here to the thing, and convert thousands and thousands of resource manually in the crafting bench, requiring no power whatsoever. Don't even need to make any of this base at all. I can just do it all in there. But there is a certain point in which it's more efficient for the base to run while you're doing other things, which is what we're doing right now. So there we go. So we got all of our stuff. Now, we got to go ahead and find our quartz, which I know is nearby. We're going to just ping it because it's off that way. Just to kind of get us centered. There we go. And away we go. And we even did our space elevator, everybody, which takes massive amount of resources. Lizard Doggo, what's up, my little buddy? You're a good buddy. You're a good buddy. Right over here. Wee, up. Slide jump, slide jump. All right, down here. Oh, we got a respawn. Slide on that edge. There we go. Again, sometimes they respawn right where you are. What da? Nail gun is awesome, man. It took us a lot of resources to get the nail gun this early, though. Pretty crazy. All right, you can see I'm already using this over here. This is an impure node here, a normal node here. So this is actually the better of the 2 nodes. Honestly, don't know why I put that over there, but I did. And now we're going to have some fun with extraction. So we're going to go ahead and just set this way. Now, I could put it on foundations, all that. Completely not necessary. And then I'm actually going to pick up these portable miners because it's going at 20 per minute there. I wasn't paying attention. I can tell you already. So I'm going to show you what happens if I just grab these out of here and move them over here to this normal node. Again, impure, the lowest one, normal node, pure node, right? It's basically what the quality level of it is. And I have all the nodes randomizing, which makes it so much harder. And then also the quality of the nodes are randomizing as well. So if I put it over here, and I'm going to put these down so I can utilize them when I need them. Right over here, you can see now it's extracting at 40 per minute. So the actual node itself affects the extraction of your portable miners. So use the best node that you can. Then over here, you can see it's going to do some raw quartz. So I'm going to go ahead and take the power line, and I'm going to go ahead and, let's say, run it over here somewhere. I'll run it up there when I get up there. Now what we want to do is take this, and we want to run it up like this, right? Now the reason why I want to run it up like that is so we don't have to jump down here over and over and over again. Oh, wait, I should just make a ramp, too. Eventually, I'll make myself a ladder, and I can just do a ladder, but I can just do a ramp just to show you that. Fred's here to do inspection. He's my proper inspector over here. He, of course, is going to do a fantastic job of being in the way because that's what he does. That's his job. Also, on top of inspecting all my stuff, he constantly loves to be in the way. See, look, he's making it where I can't do my ramp. Fred, do you mind here, Fred? I'm trying to work here, Fred. Do you mind? See, you're making it where I can't do my ramps. All right, Fred, let me give you a little bit of juice. Get out of here, Fred. Gotta give him a little bit of juice there, everybody. He loves that. It's his favorite thing. All right. And then again, I'm just kind of preemptively looking at where I'm starting it to get it to go up there. A little bit right. A little bit further back. I'm going to run out of plates, but I'm just trying to get where the starting point is. Man. That is way back there. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then once you have the starting point, you're good. Now, I'm going to come back in a minute because I don't have enough plates on me. Again, while I'm running by, I grab all this stuff. I don't have enough plates on me right now to build the rest of it, and that's okay. We got plenty of plates over here. It's actually making more plates and more rods and more concrete and more all of that, using all of that stuff that we collected. But eventually, that will run out, and we'll have to go back over there and deal with that. And again, now that we have, oh, look at those, look at that concrete going at full capacity. Nice. It's still making this over here. Now again, it's kind of making this pretty slowly, which means it's probably backlogged over here. So what we're going to do is help it out with this backlog a little bit here by grabbing this and grabbing this. And again, we could just upgrade the belt speed, and that would help it. But I find it's just easier to do it this way. And we'll put this all the way at the end, and we'll balance these just to see where the balance is here. This one in half here, this one in half here. And then now we've balanced it for both of the boxes. So this one, I will just shift left click all of those. And on this, I'll just control click. And there we go. So now I put it closer to the constructors, and it does it at 120 from those boxes. And thus, it's going to process and make those way faster, keeping our power on longer. Okay, so we got that. We're getting some plates is what we were doing. And we're going to need a whole lot of them. Boom. You're like, whoa, Kismet, you got a lot of plates. I do. I do. And again, this is just phase one, everybody. We're just getting warmed up. Warmed up over here. How we doing? Oh, it converted it all. Nice. Nice. How we looking on our power right here? We're looking pretty good. We got a lot of power. I say we go ahead and start this bad boy right back up again. There we go. Make me some more quick wire. Now what it's going to do is got the full process now. It's going to go ahead and extract it. It's going to convert it. It's going to take it over here, convert it into ignits. Go over here, convert it into quick wire. Quick wire is going to run all the way back to my base. And we got that whole process going. We got that going. We want to go this way. Over here. Like so. What's up, big boy? That's a big manta ray that flies up in the sky. All right, where's our resource? I already forgot. Let's ping it. Over this way. Let's get all this grass out of here. Ah, I see it right there. There it is. Awesome. Again, we're not being fancy. We're just making it awesome. There we go. See, I'll come up here and put the power line like that. Just makes it easier. Then middle mouse button this. And this is the greatest thing about this game, everybody. Look at how precise I can be with that. And then I just put that in there. And see how precise you can be from really far away? That's one of the greatest features of this game. It's just true genius. Is its building. And you would think a building game or a factory game would have amazing building like this, but not all do. This one is true remarkable work that they've done. Again, I'm going to run that way up so that when I'm running through here, I'm not going to run into those all the time. And we're just going to run it over here to the side. And then I'll have it a little bit lower, and the reason why I have it lower is I can use it as like a bridge. And also it makes me run faster too. All right, now we already have a belt running over here. So we're just going to go ahead and just kind of piggyback on the side of this belt over here. And then we will run it this way. And again, I'm going to end up reworking all of this eventually. And we'll run that up a little bit. Like that. Again, we're getting our spaghetti on today, everybody. We're getting it on. Again, don't forget, don't be afraid of a little bit of spaghetti, everybody. You'll be fine. Just bring all that stuff back to you so you don't have to keep running all the way out there to make that happen. Oh, actually, I want this to back up a little bit. Just dawned on me. And some of you are like, Kismet, no, not the spaghetti. Anything but the spaghetti. We want to back this up just a little bit because we wanted to actually do some production here. Do a little bit of production. So we're going to have it come in, and it's going to go into a box going this way, the green way. There we go. I'll have it come all the way over here and end up in this box in case I need to access that box. Then what we'll do is we'll have it go into a constructor. Push that forward just a little bit so we can angle that into there. And then it's going to go ahead. Wow, look at all the stuff we got unlocked in phase 1. That's pretty crazy, everybody. This is the most stuff I've ever bothered to do in phase 1. Quartz crystals we're going to do. Look at this. We've got a bunch of quartz on us here, so we just control click that. It's going to automatically go right in there. And then we're going to tie this into our power where we can. See over here where I can't tie that into the power because it's got too many connections. I could go in and use the next level pole here to just upgrade that. And then when I grab it, by the way, it will also use the next level pole. So that you can see that when I go to grab it, it has 7 connections now instead of just 4. And there we go. We've got that going. So that's actually starting to work and produce quartz crystal. And then right here in the front of it, we'll go ahead and put another box so it can backlog a bit of quartz crystal right there. And then we will go ahead and run our quartz crystal up and over. I like to put it way up like this. Okay, where do we want our quartz crystal to end up? Let's say right here. That would be a real good spot for our quartz crystal. Notice that I've got this little part here that tells me there's quick wire in there. So you just make a little segment like this so you can see what's inside there. Ooh, that belt's right in my way. So what we'll do is we'll do a little finagling here. We do a little bit of dish over here, and then we'll put our lifter over there. You're like, oh God, Kismet, the spaghetti is unreal. Embrace it, everybody. Embrace it. You got this. Embrace that spaghetti. There it is. Now I don't have to run over there and grab that quartz crystal. I'm just going to run it down here. And what I'm using this stuff for anyway is for the MAM. And the MAM's over here. It used to be you could only have the MAM in one place, but you can actually put the MAM wherever you want. But here's the thing. If I'm looking for quick wire, I'm also going to be looking for some other stuff that goes along with that quick wire or whatever it is, that combo of those resources. That's why the most important person to have resources is actually you. You're the most important person to have resources nearby where you can access them. Now, later on, we won't have that problem anymore. We can just run these into the dimensional depot, and then all of this stuff will automatically be on the side of our bar over here, which is one of the greatest things they've added to the game, because you can see what we're doing right now, running back and forth and grabbing resources and doing this and doing that, right? Doing all of those things when it's really unnecessary. And again, oh, look, it's already running it. It's already running it in there. Sweet. We're going to see it pop out over here, and now we know that that is a ton of quartz crystal. And again, we'll just let that run, and then when we get a ton of quartz crystal, we can go into our quartz crystal here, and we're going to try to get our vehicle. Because the next thing we wanted to do is to do the crystal oscillator. But it can't do the crystal oscillator because I don't have the manufacturer. But I can make it. So if I can make it, that means even in phase 1, I can do this crystal oscillator and unlock that explorer buggy eventually. because I can do both the modular frames and the crystal oscillators myself. But it does require a lot of resources, including a lot of wire it's going to require to get that done. I only need 10 of them, though, so I'd say 72 times 10, that's 720 crystal oscillators, and then 10 times 56 is 560, and then 10 times 10 is 100. So we got all of that. We can do all that pretty easily. Really, the thing that's slowing us down is our rods over here, right? Your rods are usually the thing that you're waiting on. But as you can see, we can make stuff real far away and run it over here now because we have lots of plates. And those plates allow us to do all these conveyor belts. So we'll let that run, see how much of that it gets done based on how much fuel we have. Let's go ahead and see how much of this we have left. Okay, we're all out. Okay, that tells us that eventually that's going to run out. So we might want to get back out in the world, do a little bit more exploring, get some more resources to let that stuff run. You're going to see I'm going to put my resources back where they can be found. Just like this in here. If I already have a box for it, I will put it in that box. And again, I'm doing what's known as manual sorting here, but later on I will have it auto sort when we get that capability. Let's see, we've got a bit of this over here. And then some stuff over here that we can just put in here. And let's get nice and full. Like to see that. We've got some wire. And we got a full stack of iron rebar. Nice. And we'll just let this grass build up. Where do we put that grass? In here? In here. Let that grass build up and then we'll convert it later. We do got a little bit of wood on us here that we had grabbed when we were out and about. So we'll go ahead and re-infuse that in here. Let it convert some of that for us. There we go. Still cranking out tons and tons of power, which means it's cranking out tons and tons of items over here. Like here it's doing the bars, but it's not doing it at full capacity. And the reason why is because there's just not enough raw resources to run in there and let that run. But I happen to know a way of making that work, everybody. See how this is going into that box right there? And right now it's extracting over here at 60. Then it's cutting it in half, so it's doing 30 and 30. But this over here needs 60, right? It needs 60 to be going at full speed. Well, guess what? You've got the power of this right down here, these portable miners. So I'm going to go ahead and pick all this up. And it's going to go ahead and extract more. Again, in the next minute, it's going to collect 800 more. Again, these are very underrated, everybody. Again, I use a ton of these. Especially at the difficulty level that I'm doing right now. You're going to definitely utilize your portable miners a lot in the beginning. I'm just manually collecting a bunch of iron. This is the drawback, is that you have to manually do it. And then I take this and I infuse it along this line, right? So I can just go to this one up here if I can get out. Oh, man, it's just throwing me all over the place today. Get on up there. There we go. And I go right to this box here and then put it all in that box. Then instead of it having a gap right here, which is 30 per minute, you're going to see that there's no more gap now. And now it's going at 60 per minute. So that means it's going to be making my plates at full speed. And that's what we want, right? Or actually, it's going to be making my iron ignits at full speed and running that in there. So that's going to get that going. And then I have two lines. I have this other line that goes this way, which also goes into a box first before it goes into here. So I can also do the same thing over here where I can infuse this. That means it's going to make these iron ignits faster. It's actually going to fill this up like that, and then it's going to make more of the iron rods than it would if I had just let it extract, right? So it's going to basically run that faster. Now, by the time I'm done doing all of that, I can run back over here and see where it's at. Right now it's at 71, so pretty much filling right back up again. So I'm just going to grab it before it does fill. That's the most efficient thing to do. And we'll go ahead and just run down the line again. I'm going in a different way than I went before, but usually I like to mix it up a little bit, keep it interesting. Now, it'd be nice if I could just hit the F key and grab the resources, but they don't add a grab all key yet. I don't know why. You'd think after all this time they would hit a key where I could just hit R.
Retweets are good.
Ah, the retweets are good. Awesome. We're going to get that going here in just a moment. Wow, really? 2 hours already? Holy moly, time flying by. All right, we'll grab a bunch of that, and then we'll put it over here for our bars. That's completely full. In just 2 rounds there, I filled up the entire box. Nice, nice. Over here, you can see that our copper's doing the same thing. Our copper's being extracted at a much higher rate, by the way, at 120. And we have a 120 belt right here, which means that this is completely backlogged, and I don't need to pick it up manually because it is going way faster than it can actually run it into here, which is only 60. And then the output is 30. And then this 30 input, which means 30 input, 30 output. So that's actually perfectly 100% efficient right there. And then it should run it out to here. But what it's going to do first is fill the other box that I have it running to. And then once it fills that box, it's going to fill this box. I have 2 boxes of wire. And then it will automatically turn itself off when it maxes itself out. So there you go. Pretty easy. Now, what if we want more concrete? I say we do it again right over here. But again, you can stand on top of these as well. Now this is how you infuse, even though you don't have the capability, you don't have the power systems, you don't have all of that stuff yet to accelerate this extraction. You definitely don't want to overclock when you've set your power to be 5 times as much, at least yet. We'll deal with that later. But there we go. So now we got a bunch of concrete. Same thing here. I always have like boxes I can infuse the concrete in to make it run faster. Right in there. Again, remember this is 90. So if I fill up this box, it'll actually run at a faster rate into here, even though the extraction is way slower. The extraction is 60, so it's cutting it into 30 and 30 in there. But I can manually put them in there, and then it's running at 90 because it takes 90 to go in instead of 45, so it's twice as much resources to run. So you can see that I can make it run faster. See right here it's at 6, and over here it's at 20 now, and that's because I've got 120 belt right here. What I can do is just take a little bit of this and put it over here on this side, so this one's going a little bit faster while we're waiting, and then we'll take a couple more over here, and we will jump over here, put one in there. Again, you can see I have a lot more concrete production than I do anything else. Concrete is the thing that I will need a massive amount. So best to kind of front load it at the beginning of the game and just make a crazy ton of it. Oh! And we lost power. Did we lose power because we were using too much power, or did we lose power because we lost our fuel? I think we are using too much power. So we ramped it up to too much power over here. So let's go over this way a little bit, and we're going to redo this connection over here, right across here. Notice this one is still working. This one's on its own separate power, so it's not going to get kicked out, just like this does. No wire. No cable. Over here, let's get some cable. And we'll tie this over to here. And we'll restart that. Because that has a little extra power. Oh, it doesn't have a little extra power. Oh, it doesn't have enough. Let's go see if it ran out as well. Nope, no red lines. Oh, these are red. Yeah, because there's got no stuff. But this actually has fuel, so try it again. Sometimes it doesn't start. You got to try it multiple times, because that initial startup is higher, and then it will fall off. So yeah, there we go. Back up and running. Very nice. Running at full capacity now. Again, look at this, everybody. This is our capacity, 450. Right now, we're actually consuming about 360, but it is getting pretty high up there. So we basically connected that in. It was more power capacity, because we have a little bit extra over here, because we only really need 2.5 of those, which will cover that extra little bit that we needed. All right, that's back working, doing its thing. And then over here, what do we want to do over here? We want to make more portable extractors. We want to scale that up a bit. This way. How many can we do? None, because we put all of our resources back. Okay, so we'll get some plates. Get all the rods. Let's really scale this up. Let's do it. We're going to scale up our concrete extraction. And this is how I scale it up. I don't need to get more nodes. I'll just do this. So you will fix your factory later? Yes, I tear down the factory over and over again and rebuild it. Hey, Banana Bread, what's up? Playing some Satisfactory 1.2 and having a fantastic time. I've got it set on 11. All of the challenges at maximum. So we'll go ahead and make, say, 15 more of these nodes for our limestone. That's probably good enough. All right. Just so we can extract that limestone faster and we can infuse it into our production lines faster than waiting for it to come out over here. So we already have a bunch on that one. Let's go ahead and put some over here. If we can fit this around here, I think we can. I think we can fit it around the outside edge. Right over here. And there we go. There we go. 15 more. Go on it. Now, while we were busy doing all that other stuff, it's already filled these right back up again. And so we'll grab a bunch more. I feel like I want to clean these up too. Yeah, I think I will. Let's just pick them up. Let's clean these up so a little bit easier to pick up and know which one I'm picking up. Cool thing is these stack on top of each other now. They used to be a separate stack in your inventory for each and every miner. That was pretty rough. All right, let's clean this up a little bit. Make it a little easier on ourselves here for collection. I don't know why I put it down like that in the first place, but I'm sure I had a reason. Right over here. Yeah, awkward. That's why. It's awkward to put that down like that. Because of the extractor there. Alright. Much easier. See, much easier to access it because I can just go along the edge and grab them all. Alright, bunch more concrete. And again, I'm just manually grabbing the concrete now. And then now I've supercharged that one. Supercharged this one a bit. And we'll get even more later. I just supercharged it where it's now going in there at full speed. So now it's going at 90, so it's going to be running much more consistent. It's actually going at 120, so it's actually going to fill that up so it doesn't stop and start. You don't want your stuff to stop and start. 100% do not want that to happen because that's not good. And then this is not quite done yet, but we're going to go ahead and grab it anyway. And then let it just keep running. Now, we can keep this perpetually running forever. But what I do is I just do it enough to where it fills those boxes. And then I don't have to do it for a while. And I could put even more down if I wanted to. And just extract it to an insane amount. But again, we want to just kind of speed this up a little bit by doing that. There we go. And then we'll let those fill back up again. And then we'll keep filling until we fill all these up. And then we already got our iron already filled up. It's kind of like topping things off, right? You're just kind of filling everything up so it can just run at its full capacity. Wow, look at all that concrete coming out of there, everybody. Nice. Nice, nice. I like it. And again, we'll tear all this down and rebuild it at some point. And we're probably going to do that today, but right now, what we want to do is keep it running until it runs out of power. When it runs out of power, that means it's burned up all of the biofuel. Also, it's already made all the things that it can make. Typically, I'll also let all the boxes run out. They'll run out of resources so that I don't have to manage those resources or move those resources somewhere else. That's a great way of doing that to where you're getting that going. Wow, I bet you we have a ton of quick wire over here. Let's go take a look. How much we got? Ooh, 148 there. Very nice. But quick wire, oh yeah. Now we're talking. Very nice. Very nice. All right, we'll take this. We go over here. We see if we can make the thing. Actually, we're going to right-click, add to our to-do list. Oh, we need some plates, which we did make. And collect a bunch of plates there and a bunch of plates over here. Control clicking those. And not there, over here. And we'll make our first few crystal oscillators. Awesome. All right, nice. Okay, and how many do we need? That's a good question. I have already forgotten. Right here, we need 10. We got 4. Okay, we're on the way. We are on the way, and we've already got our modular frames that we found over there. I should probably put that in that one. Oh, we got a bunch of quartz here that we could utilize elsewhere. Right there. See, I have a bunch of quartz, and I can tell you that the quartz is coming down the line over here. And since it's coming down the line and ending up in this box right here, I'm going to go ahead and just put that right in there. And we'll just go ahead and run there. Now, I don't see any quartz on the line, which is telling me something is afoot. I messed something up, like forgot to connect the power would most likely be the thing. I sure did. I forgot to take the power line and run the power line. Oh, and we need some resources. Let's go grab it. Watch this cool thing we can do now. Slide and jump. Look at that momentum. Whee! There we go. All right, that's going to make some more of those, and we need more resources. And at some point, everybody, I clear my inventory, and then I just go, and I press one of these, I press one of those, I press one of this, one of these. You just go down the line, and you just get a bunch of each thing, and then you clear your inventory, and then a bunch of each thing, clear the inventory, one more thing again. But when we get the Dimensional Depot, we got so many Mercer spheres now, we're going to be styling. Style it. All right. And again, we'll go out here. You can do this from really far away, everybody. Look how far I can grab it right there. Don't have to run all the way there. And then it can only go a certain distance. It's going to turn red when it gets a certain distance. And then usually I put it up on the high edge like this. And we'll kind of run this separately in case we want to disconnect that power. We don't want to run it to there. We don't want to tie it in over there. We want to go ahead and do it to right here. And then tie that to where we have this tied. We don't want to tie it into our assembler. Assembler takes 75 power for one of them. So we got to watch out for that. But there we go. That'll start extracting that and bringing it this way in theory. Let's go make sure. Lizard doggo. He's like, where'd all the trees go? Slide. Slide. Ah, it's working. There it goes. Now again, I could build my base over here. I call it the at node, where I build it here, it converts it, it takes it all the way over there, and just takes the final result. But one of the things I do like to do is have it move closer to me, so I don't have to go and manage it anymore. This takes some practice right here. Jumping where you actually land on the conveyor belt. And you can see the conveyor belt is giving me an extra bit of boost to my slide. Oof. That's some practice there. You gotta have some skills on that one. All right, there we go. And again, we're gonna need way more of our stuff, but we're gonna get our buggy today. That would be awesome. Can't do that because I need sulfur. I could do this one. Residence screening, where we could adjust what it's going into. So we could, in theory, prioritize what goes first, what goes second. Well, what I really want is down, I think it's the Caterium line. Yes, it's the smart splitter here. Can we make those? That's a good question. AI limiters. I don't think I can make those, or if I can I? Oh my goodness, I can make those. Wow. See, I'm learning all sorts of new stuff, everybody, where I've never tried to make this stuff in phase 1. I typically at phase 2, I'm just rushing ahead. But you can see that you can actually do a crazy amount of stuff in phase 1, including making AI limiters, which I never even conceived of making those in phase 1. Caterium is where we're going. Man, we get the smart splitters, we could revamp the base, and we could have it auto-sort all my loot for me. Meaning that if I have a bunch of stuff in my inventory, I can just drop in a box and it will automatically put it in its appropriate box, which is awesome. All right, let's make some AI limiters in phase 1. That's nuts, everybody. That's crazy. Again, I don't think not one time in thousands of hours of playing the game have I ever made an AI limiter in phase 1. Again, this is what's fun, everybody, is that it forces you to think beyond the obvious. So very cool. All right, yeah, there it is. Boom, smart splitter, early phase, man. That's awesome.
Smart Splitter unlocked. The Smart Splitter offers advanced settings that can improve conveyor belt logistics.
I see that. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of copper sheets and a lot of this. Can we actually make copper sheets now? That's a good question. I don't bother. I don't even look and see. We absolutely can. All right, I hit escape to get out of there. It'll automatically go back to biomass. So we can make copper sheets as well. So we could be splitting some of this down here to make some copper sheets. Yeah, we need to revamp all of this. All of that we're going to revamp, everybody. We're going to redo all of this. And you know what I would do at this point? Is I would move the primary part of my base away from wherever to the resources are. Because when I was building it, I didn't really know where I was going to be pulling the resources. And you can see that some of the resources now are being pulled from over there, the quartz and all of that. So putting my base on this side is convenient when I buy the nodes and to get started. But now that I can just run those resources where I want them to be, it's better to put my hub out there along with all my other stuff that I'm doing with my hub, my MAM and construction and all that other stuff, and bring all those resources to the MAM and to the hub, but move the hub way out at the end. So that's what I would do, probably move the hub on the other side of the space elevator. And then over here, this would just be the processes of extraction and then running it that way over here. And might want to lower this down a little bit too, because this is a bit high up here. Because we started back there and then we ran it pretty high up. So I'd probably bring this down just a little bit to match up to the level of our extraction over here that we're doing. This one we just have on the ground. So I'd probably bring this down and then just run it this way. And then this is already at the level of our extraction pretty much. Probably bring this down a little bit too. Really, I'm working with the terrain, right? So I see that the terrain's up here and do that. But I probably combine these, lower these down, and run these across as long as they're not going to run into anything over here. And make it a little easier for me to get up and down into the base as well. Definitely revamp all of that. Again, we're going to tear all this down, rebuild it. Got to be awesome. Got to be super fun. Oh, I see some barrels under here. Let's grab them. And we're going to probably get our vehicle going today, too. But we don't want to do anything until our power is fully exhausted and has made all the resources that it possibly can. How are we looking back here? We got 21 in the back, 20 in the front. All right, so good, good, good. So that's going to run. I shouldn't go and collect any more resources. If I do, then I'm going to have a whole box full of those resources that I don't really need right this second. But I can put those resources off to the side and work with that. So again, we will revamp all of this. So let's go ahead and find a nice starting place for our hub out this way. Let's see. What I want to do is find the highest edge of this area. Over here would be the highest spot. That's a lookout area right here too. Yeah, and we're going to build it toward our resources. So again, this is where some resources here, and we can tap into some more limestone here. We have 2 quartz nodes. We're also getting a bit closer. There's an oil node down there. We're getting a bit closer to our coal power, which is way down here along the bottom. There is some coal to the north as well, I see. But we're going to move a bit closer to this coal. Eventually, we're going to use all of that. We got to go get that. So this or this one looks like the closest coal. I would get this one on the left first. This one, because then I could take this and this, combine that together, and run it to this water right here. And then I can put my coal power right there, which is physically to my right now. You see the water right there. So again, eventually we'll put our coal plant over there. So putting this in the center of this area is going to help us a lot more. So I'm going to start on the high side here, and then what I'm going to do is actually use my larger foundations like this. I'm going to hit H, and you can use page up and page down to do vertical. You can even do control page up and page down so that it snaps in there. But before I do that, I do want to hold down control. And what control is going to do is it's going to snap me to the world grid so that the angle of it is the world grid. And we'll just bring this forward, control page down, until we get it to a point where it's not sticking into the grass, which I absolutely hate it when it's doing that. And we're just going to move it forward until it's out of the grass there. And that is what's known as a Rosetta Stone, or your first key point. Of course, Fred's here to inspect my work. He's like, Kismet, you're doing an amazing job. Now, I can go ahead and put these larger foundations down. But what I'm going to do is just simply use the smaller ones. So we can run underneath there if we want. And it's also going to help us with our logistics. Thanks for standing in the way. You want some of this? This is what you want? He's like, give me some, Kismet. Give me some of this. He loves that. This is his favorite. And now we're going to use up all this concrete that we've been saving all this time, everybody. Yes, yes, yes. Go, baby. Fred, you want a little more? Want to know a little more? Come on, Fred, get out of there. You're going to make me take that out, aren't you, Fred? Go on, get out of there. Fred in my way. Doing his Fred thing over there. Now, what I'm going to do is make it where I can get back up here from this side here. So I'm just going to make a little ramp right there. And this will be my way back up. And we definitely want to put this down so we don't just fall off the side. And there we go. Get back up over there. So now we're getting serious, everybody. We're getting serious with our base. Oh, we need more concrete. I know right where to go. I was trying to get on that belt, but I missed it. Woo, there we go. Woo, all right, all over the place. Slide jump. Slide, really get some momentum there. Slide jump. Look at us go. Whee! And again, see this right here, this back and forth, this is the thing that costs you your most valuable resource, which is time. And now you're going to see that I'm going ham, everybody. Going ham. Now, before I tear all this down, again, I don't want to interrupt my production. I want to go ahead and let it go while I'm building out the new section of the base, which is going to be very nice. And we will bring all of the resources from over here, obviously, over here. And we'll go ahead and just make an entrance over here for now. See how subtle that is, everybody? I can just move up just a little bit, and then it knows I want to do that. Very awesome. Now, it's taken us a bit to get to this stage because we've been working toward making lots of plates, and I've been running my concrete this whole time. And by the way, this base is already built right here. Already built, already completed. We're just doing it in the game at this point. All part of the fun. And leave that like that, so we have our up run there. Zooping is the best. And that is a big old spot we can build a base. Very nice. And again, you want to leave yourself enough headroom so you're not smacking your head when you're going up and down into there. So we'll go ahead and leave a little bit open there. Finish the rest of this in. Like this. And bye-bye, space elevator. We didn't even use you yet. We didn't even use you, space elevator. Not yet. We'll get there. We will get there. But first thing we're gonna do is take that space elevator and remake it right up here. Oh, what happened? Oh, I dropped the stuff somewhere. Where's my thing? Right here. My bad. Oh, and there it is. It ran out of fuel. I dropped my stuff. I don't like it. I grabbed too many resources. That's okay. Got this, got this. Get all this. There we go. Now we need to get some of this back. Not all that. And our stuff. And then we got to get our materials back. Now you get your materials back, and that's why I can just grab all those materials from up here. I don't have to run down there. And my actual base is going to be this way. The other way. So I'm going to aim the front of it that way, and we're going to see if it's centered. We got 3 on that side, and we've got 2 on that side. So we're going to go this way a bit. Now we got 2 on the right, 2 on the left. Very nice. A little bit more this way, a little bit back. Try to center that into the frame. Looking good. Let's go check the front. Front of it back just a bit. There we go. And then a little bit on that edge. And a little bit on this edge. And boom! There she goes again. Miles moved the biggest thing because the space elevator is not doing anything right now. So I don't want to disrupt anything else. The space elevator I can disrupt. I watch this animation every single time, by the way. I love it every single time. They've done such a great job on their animations. I actually sent to a bunch of the billionaires in the world, why don't we make our space elevator? And they actually responded, which is wild. We don't have the material that's strong enough to make that part in between. Because of the shearing force between space and the Earth and the rotation of the Earth, it would just destroy that thing in the center. That's why we're not, once we figure out a material that's strong enough to do that, we can make our own space elevators in real life. Wouldn't that be cool? Maybe it'll be you. Maybe you'll be the one to discover it. That'd be amazing. I probably won't be around to see it, but because I'm older, but I would love to have that happen at some point. All right, now what else can we take out and move that is not dependent on our power right now, though our power did go off, so it doesn't really matter. We'll run this down a bit here. We'll just run it into the ground like that. Good enough. We could use this a lesser one, but we're good. Okay, time to move the base. And we're going to take out the hub. A hub is the center, typically, of your base. Later on, the actual hub becomes obsolete in the later game. But I don't need to be over there anymore, everybody. I don't need to be right by the nodes. It really did help us get a really great start in the game. But now, instead of me going to it, it needs to come to me. Right? And I can go much faster. I can run much faster and do much more than I could do before. So we're going to go ahead and get it. You can only have one hub. And we're going to put our hub very close to the edge here. We'll see where our edge is. So we can kind of run out and get resources and do whatever we need to do. Actually, probably one more back over here. And I don't think I have the customizer yet. I do have the customizer. All right, swatch number 1 is going to be purple. Now, I switch these swatches around from time to time. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to mark all of this right here with purple. And you're like, Kismet, why is it purple? Ah, that's a good question. Purple signifies do not put anything there that is not for my hub and for things that have to do with the hub. I'll show you what I mean. First, we want to put our hub down. Again, I'm a visual person, so it does help me a lot if I visualize stuff like this. And we want to see which direction is which, right? This is actually the front, and then this is our little power things, which I never use past the beginning of the game. They're actually lower power. They're 20 power instead of 30 power like the power generators. So you might as well just use the power generators. There's no real reason to use those other than the fact if you don't have the resources to make one. That's pretty much the only reason to use those, but I stopped using them. And so we're going to center that, and we're going to have the front of it facing this way for reasons in the fact that this is why when I'm coming in and out of here, it's going to be aligned to my space elevator like that. All right, there's our hub. Now we're going to be making a bunch of resources, right? And those resources are going to be taken and converted and put into the MAM. So we want to, again, we're going to be running in and out of here, making tons and tons of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and add even more room over here on this side. Again, I like to leave a lot of room at this stage because I do have the ability to add a lot of plates and a lot of foundations. This is why you're building plates. This is why you're building concrete. So you have that ability. Now, every time I run back and forth through my base here, I'm going to want the MAM, of course. And then I like to have a crafting bench out here, out of the way, and put that right there. And then, of course, we're going to want our equipment workshop. And notice we can put it all just out here. We got plenty of room now. We don't have to jam everything all up next to each other. Actually, going to put this way. And there we go. So we have the things that we need. And notice I made an extra one. I have some more over there that I could do. Another one is the Awesome Shop. I don't have any screws on me right now, but I typically will put the Awesome Shop here in the front somewhere. Just kind of out of the way because I don't use it all that often. Now, what I also want to do is I want to have a bunch of resources that I can just run out, grab the resources, and then put them into the hub eventually, right? And that's why we have all this space here. So the next swatch I'm going to do is going to be my kind of turquoisey blue swatch here. Let's go ahead and turn this to blue as well. We're going to go ahead and crank up the saturation there, and something along that line. And then we'll click this, and then the customizer, you don't have to make any of that other stuff anymore where you have to go and get the flowers and all of that. You don't do that. You can just instantly use the customizer by unlocking it as well. Sometimes I use the darker blue. Sometimes I use a lighter blue. I just use blue in general. And we're just going to make this whole area here blue. Now, it's a couple boxes or a couple foundations away. And we are going to start with our logistics center. That means this is the center where all of our resources run so we can access those resources, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do this, and then I'm going to make a little thing that goes like this. The reason why it does that is so I know what's in that particular box. Now, we're going to have our lower end resources go one way and our higher end resources go the other way. And the reason why I do that is it just makes it easier for me to organize it. And then I'm going to hold down Control to snap those together. And we're going to start with our basics. You're like, dang, Kismet, you got tons of resources. That's right, I do. In phase 1, everybody. Again, it just takes time and effort. And you're like, well, you haven't done any smart plating yet. Nope, not yet. Don't need to. As you can see, everybody, I'm unlocking a crazy ton of stuff, and I don't even need that smart plating. And then over here, again, notice that I centered this one somewhat, like over there. So I'm going to do the same thing over here, just to give it a bit of an offset here. And then again, what we can do is go over here, hold down Control. We can hit H with hologram. They took away the limit of how far you can nudge stuff. So you can actually nudge it clear across the whole world if you want to, which is awesome. But in this case, I just nudge it across that distance. And then this is for me to run back and forth. This will be my next thing that I will make, which is going to be yellow over here. And again, this is just my way of doing it. You can do it your own way, however you like to do it. But in my case, that's going to be my primary road. Oop, I actually colored my space elevator too. That's going to be my primary road through here where I'm going to be going back and forth. That means don't put anything on that road. Don't put boxes. Don't put stuff. Sometimes I'll put power poles down that thing or a hyper tube, but really leaving it so my vehicles can go through there. And eventually we're going to be doing vehicle paths too. We're going to do that. Again, those are going to be fun. We're going to actually try to use those at the beginning of the game. And then as you can see, more containers way down the side here. And again, these will be our more advanced resources. And now what we want to do is set what we want each thing to be. This one's going to be concrete. There we go. Then this one is going to be plates. And this one's going to be this. Right there. Now, if we go ahead and combine plates and rods together, what do we get? We get screws. So we need screws here. And then we will get our reinforced iron plates here. Now here at the end, we want to add more of this over here. Oh, we got to go get our plates. We got to get our stuff. So we'll take this back out. I just ran it in there so it would run it out in the front so I could remember where it was. And then we'll go over here. We'll run some more here. And add some more basic resources here. Oh, I'm out of rods, so I've got to get those back. There we go. And then we'll add some more basics. Now, what's the next basic after all of the iron that we're doing? The next basic is going to be our... let's color this in as well while we're at it. And again, if you color it in and you don't like the color, everybody, you can come out and take it out. You can also pick it up with middle mouse button, and it will automatically color it because it remembers what the color is from the previous one, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, I think. Then this right here is going to be our wire, and then we'll take that out. And then this one here is going to be our cable. There we go. Oh, we gotta do this first. That's going to be super helpful. There we go. And then this right here is going to be organized as our copper sheets, which we actually have some on there. There we go. So now all of that stuff has a place to go. Notice how I'm scaling it up, everybody. Much more space. Now, normally when I do this, everybody, I actually have the double stacking ones by now. But again, since we have such a massive, insane goal, we're going to do this much earlier like this. There we go. And I left a little bit of a gap here for me to get through as well to do whatever I need to do. But these are the two primary things that I use the most, which is concrete and plates, because those are for foundations. And then if I'm building storages, then I'm using my rods here. But again, we want to make all this stuff and make it come over here, where I don't have to manage it from way over there. Now, because I put this up really high, there's a whole bunch of space underneath here where I can run stuff underneath the foundations, which is why I have them up high like that. In fact, I may just build this way up in the sky later. We'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Now over here, we're going to have a bit more advanced resources, as well as we could just put our iron rebar in here if we wanted to do that. But I don't think I have any more advanced resources on me right now. No, I don't think I do. So we're good. Oh, I think the other thing we would add over here too, it would be just add our quick wire at the end here. Like that. I think that would be good. Sometimes I put the quick wire and the wire together, and then I separate these other two over here, but we'll just put the quick wire at the end. It doesn't really matter as long as you have access to it. And you can see that I'm by my hub and I'm going to have access to all of these resources, and then of course our more advanced resources over there. Now, what I need to do is I need to put the resources away. That's right. I don't want to carry them with me because then when I'm grabbing more resources, my inventory will be full. Now, I have a bunch of other random stuff on me here. This I can actually put in here very nicely. And then the rest of this random stuff here, I just don't run it back there and then have to run it back here. I'm going to use this right here, store it all in there temporarily. Okay, and look at our hub up here. I don't feel like it needs a different color. And just give it like a purple. There we go. For no reason other than it's fun. Okay, and then we're going to go over here. And, oh, I was going to make a ramp, which I did over here. So what I want to do is kind of figure out where my road's going to be. I'll say right here. Again, all through doing this via a visual way. And again, this is not official. This is just the way that I do it. It just makes it easier visually for me to find my way. I'm going to move this over because the space elevator is in the way there. And again, I want to have the ability to go up and down here without having to run all the way around every time. There we go. And then here, and then all of this will be our road for now. There we go. Now, we don't have a vehicle, so we can't really drive on the road, but we can run on it. All right, over here, we're going to go ahead and take this out and our assembler and all this stuff over here because we are definitely not going to be doing that for right now. Check and see how much we've got in our inventory. And again, now's the fun part. We're just kind of taking stuff out. Don't need this, don't need that. So we're going to redo all of that. We never even used that, by the way. We just put it there. We've got all this power over here that we're not using, so we can just take all that out. Ooh, look at that. See that stuff I got in the back there? Got to be careful when you're taking stuff out. You might accidentally take something out that you don't want to take out. And then again, all of this distributing system here, where we are load balancing all of that. We're going to do that way better now. Again, this is just to get started. We also don't need the foundations anymore, so we're going to get all of that back now. There we go. Very nice. And we'll take this out. Okay, more foundations. I can also just hit G, which will limit it to just the foundations. And we can take some of this out. And again, watching to make sure our inventory is not full. Just put that like that so we have a way up later. And again, we have no ability to run our factory right now because we are out of power. We're going to deal with our power problem here in just a bit, but first we're going to take down pretty much all the stuff we just built. I know, crazy, right? And then all this power we no longer need over here. We always want to have the power nearby our base if we can. The reason why is because power is something that you're always micromanaging. You're going to micromanage this concrete over here a lot less than you're going to micromanage all of your power. So I like to have my power nearby where I don't have to worry about it. Again, we're just going to be grabbing tons of resources here. And now we're just ready to just swing for the fences here. Oh, look at all that. Now, if you grab too much, everybody, it's going to make a box like this and say, hey, look at this. Look at this. This was too much for you to grab. You've got all this stuff over here. And then now, Fred, of course, in the way as always. What's up, Fred? And we're going to run our resources way over here. Now, I've left some room along the back here where I can sort these later on. But now, these particular boxes that I'm going to do are going to be these various resources. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I wouldn't consider them that advanced, but they are getting filled up, so we'll go ahead and put them in their own separate boxes. Let's see, and then this one over here is going to be my good stuff. All I have, which is my Mercer spheres and all of that. Look how cool that is. Cool. Neato. And then over here, what do we got? Let's just go ahead and make this one rotors. Okay, looks good. And bunch of other random loot in there as well. Okay, looks good. Now we also want to go through and do a little bit of sorting here where we put stuff that we don't really need separate. Now, see, these I'll grab when I'm running around, or these I'll grab for making stuff. These I'll grab when I'm making dimensional depots and whatnot. But stuff like coal and things like that, I'm not going to use that much. In fact, I'm not even going to use this whole back part of my base over here all that much. So I typically, actually turn it this way. I'll typically just take a box and put it back here. And actually, we'll put it out just a little bit here. And then just put all the random stuff over here. All of this and this stuff. And again, we'll reinfuse all of this back into the systems later on. And again, we've got some foodstuffs here. Let's go ahead and put our foodstuffs in here. Watch this as we go ahead and grab this out. And you can see it's got a little bacon thing in there now. Very, very tricky. Maybe we'll put all of our foodstuffs in the same one. Let's just do that. Like that. Take this out. Put all that in the same one. I think we can fit that in there. Very nice. That just kind of tells us what that is. Anything else here? We've got some of these that are just random. So that's going to be ore in that one. This one's going to be like this kind of stuff in this one. Anything else in here? Some biofuel. Actually, put the biofuel over here. Even better. A little biofuel there. Again, just to try to organize all of that. And this over here is just, again, this is me manually dropping stuff. And then this is going to be automated for the bulk of that, except for these. These won't be automated. But most of this stuff is going to eventually be automated into those particular boxes. And we're going to get all that going here in a bit. And it's not going to take any more power than we've already got. So, so all we have to do is just route it over here. What it will do is it'll take a lot of resources, though, to run this clear across here. Again, you see I'm just manually sorting it because everything has a place to go now. Isn't that awesome? Everything has a place. There we go. Now this this stuff right here, eventually this will have a box, but doesn't need one right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and put it over here in that box. There we go. So we've got our raw ore, our ignits, and other rando stuff over there. And back we go. Ooh, got some air on that one. Beep. Give me all my resources back. Put them in my pockets. Feel like we want to redo all of this too. Let's just go ahead and clean all this up. Clean it up, clean it up. Back, clean all this up too. We're going to make all this much nicer. There we go. We'll leave our portable things there, and I just made this, but I'll take it out anyway. All these foundations go bye-bye. Always like taking out foundations. It really does clean the place up. There's a whole box full of stuff that I left over here, including a bunch of raw resources. That's why I don't want to have too many raw resources laying around, or you're going to have that problem as well. Okay, what do we want to do here? We just want to keep these raw resources in on that side. Yeah, probably just want to keep it over here. Okay. Dropping stuff. I say we do the ultimate box full of stuff. Here we go. Now what it does is it does a universal box now. So if I do this, and then I do this, like this, it actually does something pretty awesome. And just taking all this out, I can go up to 50 items at one time. And again, this is really useful for when you want to tear down your base. It's just going to put it all in this one box. More than you can hold in any box in the entire game. It'll all end up right there. So we just go to town, everybody. Again, it's called a universal box. There's only one in the entire zone, so it's not making 15 different little boxes, which it used to do, by the way. And that was really annoying. So you'd have to hunt down those little boxes like a little scavenger hunt, looking for boxes. Ooh, it's going to be a lot of resources there. Boom. And it was like it never was. All of this, all of this, all of this. Get all of that. Not this. Just press Control and release Control to deselect that. So it's just as satisfying taking it out as it is putting it in, I think. Though I am more of a builder than deconstructor, but we do what we got to do. Sometimes hard to get some of that stuff way over there. Again, this all got us to this stage, and that's why we built it the way we did, is to help us get to here. All right, very nice. Anything else over here that I forgot? These things, there's some stuff floating there. Let's get all this stuff floating around here. Remake all of that. Again, see, we made some spaghetti, but we can clean up our spaghetti just as much as we can make it. And then we got this hiding way over here. Oh, this is going to be so nice. I love cleaning stuff up, everybody. It's it just when you this is like the second half of the game. Like when you learn how to play the game, you're going to be doing you're going to be doing this kind of just building and building and trying to learn the mechanics. But at this stage, what we're doing is we're building it now for optimization, right? So we can optimize the extraction, we can optimize the way that the base works, we can have more space for our base. Look at that, everybody, it's starting to come around now. And again, all of this kind of fun stuff. Oops, getting those foundations over there. Let's get over here. There we go. Trying to miss those foundations a little bit. Well, hello. Where'd you come from? I see you want to play. Let's go. All out of bullets. Dude was hiding under there somewhere. He was stuck underneath the blocks. That's what you get. Now notice my extractors here. I can't just take those out like that. So those stay there, which is awesome. And again, we'll go in and optimize those here in a bit. Hardest thing is trying to get all these little bits that you might have missed. Can't get no barrel nuts. All right, now we got a box that's way up there at the top. Let's go ahead and see if we can just make a little thing to get us up to this box. That's about as close as we need to get. Look at this, everybody. Again, just put all that stuff nicely in the box for us here. Now, we have a bunch of iron ore that we can micromanage. Now, we want to think about if we start putting stuff down that we're going to be taking all that out. And we're just going to run all of our lines nice and straight now. Instead of just trying to pack them in here where we were kind of starting. And then this way we didn't have to run very far. So this has massively helped us. Remember, these nodes are randomized. And so I actually have 2 limestone nodes, a iron node, and a copper node in the back, all in the same spot, everybody. So this is like the ultimate start. I mean, this is the luckiest start ever if it randomizes a bunch of limestone nodes, especially 2 limestone nodes, along with iron and copper, because that's what you need to start the game. And I just found it randomly. I just said, hey, show me where the nearest iron is. I came over here, and I found this spot, which is awesome. Really has helped us get to where we are now, even in the insane mode as well. Humans, there you go. If you hit up enough cache sites, you can get geothermal power running in phase 1 too. There you go. No backseat gaming. Don't tell me anything. Don't tell me anything. Again, watch that backseat gaming in there. I'm not going to read the rest of it because I think you're probably telling me some more stuff I could do. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is discovering it along the way, but don't think I don't appreciate it, because I do. I do appreciate you coming in, hanging out, say, Kismet, you can do all sorts of cool stuff. Absolutely can. All right, there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and try to minimize the height on that. That's probably good enough. And we'll put that in there as our kind of starting area. And then we got a lot of these bad boys to pick up, but we got to get some of this out of our inventory. So we're going to go ahead and put that right in there. And you're like, Kismet, what's backseat gaming? Backseat gaming is any course of action that you say to take. If you say, hey, Kismet, do this, or Kismet, do this, or Kismet, I do this, or I do that, that might actually influence the gameplay. Then you know what backseat gaming is. So there you go. Now you know. Gonna rework all of these. These have been very, very helpful in this playthrough. Very, very helpful. Yes, I have this on 100 times. 100 times the resources for the space elevator, twice as much resources on the inputs, and then 5 times as much power. The hardest mode that you can play. There is no harder mode in the default 1.2. But I have played through the game many times. I've played for thousands of hours, and I have been able to finish it many, many times. In fact, I do mega modular blueprints. That's where you take a whole bunch of blueprints, you make them at the biggest size, and then you snap them together like Legos. So we were doing that in our last playthrough. We were making massive train systems, whatnot. That was really, really fun. All right, so we snapped this to the world grid this time, by the way. You'll see me later. I'll go in and show you how to snap it to the grid of the extractor, and then take that extractor grid and merge it into the world grid. We'll show you all that stuff later on. But right now, we're just going to go ahead and do this a whole proper way like this, where we go ahead and we get our stuff lined up like that. Very nice. Now, since we already have the elevation of this one, we're just going to go ahead and carry that elevation over to our copper over here. Now, I like to leave a little bit open here for those things that you saw me use. Again, it'd be nice if we could perfectly align it in there. I don't have my alignment item right now, which I use to align that, and that's okay, because we can just kind of let it hang a little bit off the side if we want to. And then we're just going to run those down the edge, and we can see where it's going through and opening that thing down in there. Now, you can actually see the foundations in there like there, but just RP that you went in, you cut those foundations out, and it's all good. You do you, everybody. Then the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and go like this, but we're going to leave a little bit of room, which we actually have plenty of room on this node, where we can just run it around the outside, which we'll do that here in a bit. Then we want to go ahead and work on these over here. Look how many of these bad boys I got. These are so nice. So nice at the beginning of the game. Getting them resources. Again, this is the problem with so much resources. You can see I've double stacked it there. I'm going to triple stack it. Run up here. And again, this is just to keep it out of the way. Right up there, right up there, right up there. There we go. Get all those out of the way. I'm mixing a bit of those resources together, but that's okay. We'll manage all that later. It's actually going to supercharge our production. Now, we didn't have enough plates, and we didn't have enough rods, and we didn't have enough concrete to do this earlier. And that's why it is the way it was, or was the way it was, is because we just didn't have the resources. So we've gone through now, and we've made a ton of resources, and now we can revamp. Fill that up. Revamp the way that we're doing our stuff. And again, this is just temporary here, just to stack our resources here. I love the ladders on the side of here. By the way, these ladders are really great to use at the beginning of the game to get to multiple levels before you have the ability to actually get the ladder. Right here. Okay, so this one is kind of, we're going to use the higher side of this one. Over here, so we're going to use our foundations. We're going to get over here. We're going to hit Control to snap it to the world grid. We're going to hit H. We're going to hold down Control and do page up to see if it's up enough. There we go. Bingo. All right, that's where we're going to do that. And then we're just going to use the same level for this over here. Now, it used to be where this was too high, you could not do it at this level. But I'm going to show you a great little trick that's going to help you out. You go minor here, and you aim at the bottom there. Then you go ahead and left click, and then it will go ahead and put it up there. A little too far. See that? So it does have a maximum height at which it can do it. So over here, what we can do is say, you know what? We changed our mind because that's just going to clip through there. Though we can take it out, try it again before we give it a go. See right here, and then we aim down here. But you can see it has a maximum height from the top of the node that it will go because you just aim at the node. So again, we want to probably bring that down a little bit. So we'll go like this. We'll snap this here. We'll hit H, Control, page down, page down. Click that there. Then take these bad boys out right here. And we're going to create a transition between this lower one and the upper one. Like this. Middle mouse button, that one over there, so I don't have to pick that up again. Aim right down here at the bottom. Take a look at those feet. See if they're sitting on there nice. Much better, much better. And then like this. And we got that together. Very nice. And then here we can just go ahead and create a transition by using our smaller ramp. Right there. So again, now we can do both sides. Middle mouse button. Back over here, aiming at the node. Sitting up there on the top. Very nice. Got that going. Now we have these extractions running. And again, these ones are a normal mode. So they're going to come out at 60. What we're going to be doing is instead of having these separate, we're going to actually combine them together. Again, we have more plates and more rods and more stuff, so we can actually work on the logistics of the base a lot more than we did previously, because again, we were just trying to get things started. So we're just going to go ahead and do this, and this is where our concrete's going to be. And then over here, you can see we're doing this on the lower side, but eventually we can go ahead and finagle this into going where we want it to go. Right out here in this kind of lower side. This is where our iron is going to be, and eventually our copper over here, right there. And again, we're going to bring our copper in and probably move it around. So we want to think about moving this one over as well. So maybe a little bit more this way. Now, when I see it start to go up like this, I just go ahead and take out the big ones. When it starts to elevate. And the reason why is this way you can run underneath it. Same thing over here. And you can drive your vehicles under there and all of that. You can also add supports if you want. In this particular game, very much like Minecraft, you don't have to have supports. You can have it just floating up in the air if you want. But me, I like to make it look legit eventually. Not in this stage here. Right? This is a lot of reworking stage that we're doing. So not necessary. And we're going to go ahead and pull all of this out of here too. Just to kind of take out all of those goodies. It's got a plate left over there. Bit of this. And again, we're going to rework this. So it's in this lower level. Like so. Alright, very nice. And we're going to bring this all the way up to the edge here. Like this. And then we're going to run that clear across there, and it should match up to that Caterium over there. Very nice. Want to make sure to be able to bridge between the two sides, so we're going to go ahead and get that. There we go. More there. And we can see this is not quite enough, so maybe we might want to do maybe just 3 of these. We might want to do a nice ramp there, just so it helps us go up and down there. And then a little bit of transition. So now we're just doing base building, everybody. We're just doing foundations. We're getting them all lined up because now we have enough to do what we want to do. Okay, now one of the first things I do straight out of these is going to be, and we'll go ahead and fill that in, is going to be our boxes, right? So we're going to do our boxes first right here. Now this particular node is never going to be faster than it currently is until I get the higher end nodes. And let's see if that's lined up. There we go. And you can put it really close like this. I typically have a double space so I can see it from really far away that it is working. You can see that it's working when you're close, but when you're really far away, it's a little harder to see. So I'll put it one out like that, and then we'll do this. Now, what's the maximum output of this? 60. Right? So I don't need to have a belt faster than 60 for right now. But if you notice that there's a bit of a bend in it right there. Why is there a bend like that? Because the extraction node is in its own grid away from the world grid, right? So what I've done is I've transitioned from that grid into the world grid, and now it is aligned to how the world grid runs, right? So I can control that. Now, one of the problems with my current thing is I'm kind of in the center of the stuff there, right? I don't really want to do that. I actually want to combine both of these together in one single area so I can manage all of those resources right there, right? So it's much easier for me to manage. So I do want to get this to come up here. So before I start to work on this, I want to go ahead and work a bit with this. This is going to be right here in the center. Try to avoid that extractor if I can. There we go. Very nice. And this one is going to simply just come up and go over here. This is, no, that's copper. Where's my other one? This way. Oh, okay. Oh, man, I almost did that backwards. Backwards. Over here. Again, we want to figure out how we're going to align this one to this one. So we're going to basically combine both of these processes together. So we're going to take this out, and then we're going to think about the alignment of the rest of our processes. And that's more vitally important, I think, than all of this. Now, we also want to leave a little bit of room for us to run. Remember the human part of it, the human-sized part of your factory, which is you running here to there and everywhere. So I'm going to run that over there, and that'll be fine. And then over here, we're just going to run this straight across right into there. Very nice. And then we're going to combine these two powers together. So we're going to go right here and right there. So these are going to be working together as a single unit. And then we're going to bring this power forward. If you didn't know, if you run your power line, you can actually stack it on top of your boxes or your splitters or whatever it is. Me, I like to stack it right on the top of the box like that. So it's up out of the way, so I'm not running into it all the time. It's not in my way of my vehicles and all that stuff. I try to stack it on top of stuff. So now we have both of the extractors running to this one place. And again, they're both extracting at 60. Now, because I have the settings set on You Are Crazy Kismet, it's going to make it a lot harder. There you go. Kismet, I bought Satisfactory. I have one problem. I cannot line things up with the conveyor belts. Yes. As Aussie, the main thing, actually, probably you're talking about the extraction. Are you talking? That's kind of a Kismet moment right there, Aussie, as well. You're trying to line this up with the world grid? Is that what you're trying to do? If you're trying to get things to line up, there is a lineup mode, by the way. If you cannot get things to line up with your conveyor belts, what you can do is there's different modes. You hit R, you have straight mode. So when you're doing thing, it'll actually make it straight, a nice 90 degree. You can even make circles if you want. But you can see it does a 90-degree edge over there if you're trying to line things up. But know that this is on a different grid when you're extracting, right? So when I'm extracting it, you can see it's offset on the foundations, right? It should be centered. And I'm going to show you how to center them later, how to perfectly center it, like no one else does. Everybody else uses that stupid thing and it's not perfectly centered. I'll show you how to make it perfect every single time. In one move, by the way. In one move, not 57 moves like a lot of people. One move, I'll show you how to do it. And I invented that way. So you go in and again, you press R, which is down here. It's toggle build mode, which will allow you to make nice and straight stuff. Or you can make curves like this, beautiful curves. Or you can use default mode, which does it. Now, in default mode, before they had these modes, what we would do is we'd go out like this, and then we'd go 1, 2, 3, and typically that's where the curve was, or in this case, it's 2, right? So you go to the center of whatever it is, and then you go 1, 2, and then you got yourself a nice curve right there, right? So you can't control it. You can use your scroll wheel also to adjust the angle. And then once you click on it like this, you can actually control the height of it too. And then you click it, and then it makes the thing. So that should help you a lot. So yeah, R changes the modes. But if you're trying to line things up, it does just take practice too. So if you're trying to say run this like this, and then you want this one to be right next to this, you go over here, scroll wheel. It's going to turn that. See how it turns it along that edge? And then you can run them in tandem if you want, just like that. Again, scroll wheel for the win, and also your build modes, which will help you a lot. So say, what if I wanted this to be, go to splitter, but I wanted them to be in perfect arcs. First, you would want to be in the center of your two things here. So say we want to, actually, let's do a merger, and we'll put this right here. So we wanted this to go perfectly in like that. Now it already kind of does it by default because I perfectly centered it. But say if it was off center, say it was off over here, right? And we were doing a merger, there we go. And I got this one merging straight out of here, but I want this one to go here. But you see it goes at an angle, right? But if I hit R, see, now it does the straight mode, and it's going to do this perfect 90. And then this is the whole next part of the game. See, the first part of the game is learning how to play and playing the game all the way through. But the next part of the game is how to make it beautiful, right? How to make that 90 degrees in there and do your pipes just perfect and offsets, and they're all nicely aligned, and you got them nicely grouped. You don't have to jam everything together, by the way, everybody. You got this ginormous world, everybody. You got a huge world. You don't have to have everything jammed together. The only reason why you have it jammed together is because this way you don't have to run as far. But you can leave a little space in there for the humans to run in and out of there, or the one human, you, or unless you're playing with others. But that'll get you started in there. And oh, another 1,000 Kiss Caps for a fantastic question, by the way. Thanks, bro. Everything else is going fantastic. You're right. I love this game. It is 12 out of 10. You're right, Azazzi. It absolutely is. Hey, and if I inspired you to buy a great game, then I'm doing my job. My job is to bring you a little love in your day and turn you on to amazing games. All right, so there we go. So we got that going. So now I've got these separated on purpose because the next phase of this is going to be our production, right? Our smelter. So we're going to go in here. And again, now you're going to notice that I move these much closer, so we reduce our travel time between the extraction in the box and then in here, right? Like this. Now this is going to be our, oh, actually we don't need that. This is our concrete. Don't need that here in our concrete. We'll get back to our iron and stuff over there in a minute. We need our constructor here. There we go, right there. So our constructor is where we make our concrete. So we're going to bring our limestone in, and we're going to make our concrete right there. Now, this needs 90 to work, and this is 60 right now, right? And so this one's also 60. So if I did combine these together, now that I have the ability to merge them, they will actually be 120. And I have 120 belts, so I could, in theory, combine them. But I don't want to do that. And the reason why you don't want to do that is because this will be a lot more ineffective as a producer, because it's producing 90, but it has 120 resources. So it's not really using up all of those resources. You're being less efficient in there. I'm also going to show you something that's really awesome called underclocking here in just a second. I'll show you that. But look at this, how nice this is. Very, very close. The only thing that has any distance is from the extractor now. And it's going to take a little bit of time for the extractor to get into these boxes. But that's okay, because what we're going to do is we're going to eventually start these up and let them work their way through. So we've got concrete here. Notice, by the way, that I didn't actually set this one to concrete. I just used my middle mouse button, and it remembered what this one was, and it put it over here and automatically set it to that for me, which is pretty awesome. We've also got our power pole right up here, and you can see that this is a single line power pole, so we can actually add more. Now, I can use my quick wire to turn that up to 7. I rarely ever do. Really unnecessary, I think. And then again, with the minimum distance here coming out of there. Now, there is a thing that we need to fix coming out of here as well. And I'll show you that here in just a second once we get these aligned. There we go. And these should be nicely aligned right there, and it's at the minimum distance. Now, if it's coming in at 60 or coming in at 90 and going out at 15, we don't necessarily have to have 2 separate boxes, right? We can if we want to have a big backlog, but really unnecessary. What we want to do is kind of adjust the logistics so it kind of does some of the work for us, which is to combine these two together. So I'm going to do what I call the center line combine, where you do this, and then you can go ahead, turn off that straight mode now to default mode. Oh, I got this. Why are you doing that? There we go. Get over there. There we go. Sometimes it does some funky things. Don't blame me. So again, since it's only coming out at 15, we can combine together. It'd be 15 and 15 combined together, 30. My belts go at 60. No big deal. Middle mouse button back here to get that storage container, and then same thing over here. We're going to get nice and close here. Again, very little travel distance to backlog. All of that from the actual node. There we go. Now we are super strong. Got this all consolidated, and all that stuff that we had, we now consolidated it down into the production runs. Another thing that we're going to be doing is reducing the amount of power that we need because we are going to optimize the overall production of it running the production and not me running over here and collecting the stuff and putting it in there. Though I have put these boxes here so I can infuse this whole area with a bunch of concrete if I want to. And that's pretty much it. That's the end goal, to make that concrete there, right? But back here where this is, if I do put a bunch of concrete in here, it could actually make it run faster. Instead of it running at that 30 or 60, I could make it run at 90, right? I could totally make it run faster if I want to. But in this particular case, I'm not going to worry about infusing it. I'm just going to set it to the output of this, right? So this is 60. We're going to go ahead and do what's known as underclocking. That means you actually turn this down so that it's at not 90 per minute. Now it's going to be down, down, down. Let's see, 65%. And we can type it right here, by the way, that we want it to be, say, 10 per minute. There we go. So now what it's going to do, though, if you didn't notice, it's 20 watts. But once it starts up, it will actually use less power. Each of these will be optimized for their input, so it'll be 100% efficient. So the 60 is going to go in, it's going to output 10 per minute, and then it's going to just keep that momentum going the whole entire time. I don't really need to backlog it. I don't really need to come over here and put more stuff in there. The smarter move for me to do at this point is actually to build more, to go and get another limestone node and to get another conveyor belts and more constructors and so on, and just keep expanding my my empire of extraction. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now, by the way, you can go over here and you can copy the settings that you have set here, and then you can go to this one over here and you can paste the settings, or you can just do it with Control-C and Control-V. Notice it set it to the same thing. And I'm just optimizing my production, so it's going to use less power and still produce basically the same amount that I need. And I have plenty of concrete now, so I'm not really that much in a hurry for it anymore anyway. And we have all of our power set up. Now, this power is also going to chain its way to the front right over here. And I usually put it on this little thing that's sitting on top of the box. I don't know why. This is kind of a fun place to put it. I also like to put it in the center of the splitters. But I'm going to put it there on top of the box, and then we can run this all the way over there, which is actually where our power is going to be. Our power is going to be over there. Because there ain't no more trees around here, everybody. And there ain't no more trees close by over here. So when I go to collect a bunch of resources, it ain't going to be here. It's most likely going to be off over that way or off over this way or, you know, kind of more that direction. I see a bunch of trees over there we haven't gotten yet. But we got a lot of stuff to organize first. All right, so we got that really sweet. Now, that's looking awesome. We do have some concrete, though, that we can do it with for right now. And we'll go up here. We'll find this concrete. And we'll put it in here. Like so. There we go. And now that has like a permanent spot where it goes for now. Find any more in here? Yes, we got more. And we all good. I'm going to put some in that one. We'll put some in this one. This actually will supercharge it where it'll start doing it while the extractors are turning on, because those take time to turn on and get up to speed. This will just go ahead and run it in there. Now, I can also take some out of this one, so we have it kind of balanced on each side. Now, it's not going to run at that higher speed. It's just going to run at a consistent speed, which means it's just going to, you know, one in, one out, one in, one out, one in, one out. And it will never fill up and never stop until it makes enough concrete to fill that box. When it fills that box, then it's made enough concrete. And I call that an automatic stop, meaning that, hey, I've got this box and that box full of concrete. So I got 2 boxes full of concrete, and that's really as much as I need right now. That's actually more than what I need to build massive, insane bases. Again, this is also going to go from here and go all the way up over there, so I don't have to run over here and grab that concrete. It's going to automatically run it back over there. Because we've already done the kind of quick start. I showed you how to quick start, grab it, use your extractors and your portable miners to really get it going. But at this stage, now we want to kind of transition from that to it doing the next thing. So let's get over here and working on our storage units. Again, you want to start from the very beginning and work your way forward now. And again, see we have that kind of problem where it does a little bit of a kind of a little side move there. Again, this is on a different grid. Keep that in mind. And then since we're going to run this across here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a little bit of an offset so we can run both processes in line here. So we're going to go ahead and put this a bit over here. Now, it gives it a little bit of a travel time to go from there to there, and that's perfectly fine because this is only 60 per minute, and that's how fast that belt is. That'll be fine. Now, this one over here, this one's different. This one is coming out at 120. And you're like, whoa, Kismet, 120? How come that's coming out so fast and the other one's coming out at half that speed? That's because the purity quality of the actual node right here is a pure node, right? So you have your impure, normal node, pure node, right? Your pure node comes out at twice as fast as the normal node. And the normal node comes out twice as fast as the impure node. So 30, 60, and 120, everybody. You got 120. You're doing really good. So we're going to be making a crazy ton of copper. A crazy ton. We want this to be able to come out of here and backlog pretty quickly right out of the back here so we don't have to make really long 120 lines. So we want to go ahead and just let that start to backlog right into there. Maybe try to do this a little too close. Maybe move that a little bit more. Move that a little bit more forward. Do this. See if we can get that to go in there. Still too close. Keep working it. There it is. Now again, I'm going to have to upgrade that to our higher belt. And I have it on my bar down here, but I'm going to show you right here. So we have our logistics belt, our Mark 1s, which are 60, and then our Mark 2s, which are 120. If I just highlight over there, and I have a bunch of reinforced iron plates, which I do, you can see them there, and I click, it'll automatically upload that or upgrade that to 120 lines. So that is now cranking out of there at 120. Now you have to use the fastest belt that goes with the fastest extraction. But later on, we don't have to do that. And again, it will reduce your overall usage of your resources. So what I'm going to do is actually create 2 boxes just so we can align these over here. And I have plenty of this now, so I can just do that. But normally you'd want this to be pretty close if you don't have a lot of resources. In my case, I do. And I'm just going to start with a level 2 belt, and I'm just going to run it up there. Because again, we now have enough resources. That's why we did all the stuff that we did. So we get to this point, we start running our 120s. And that's just so I can organize the base. Now this is going to have its own individual line. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this power line forward and put a power pole there. We're gonna daisy chain these at some point, everybody. We're gonna learn how to do that as we go. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is figuring it out. Okay, so this one has its own line. This one has its own line, and all of that concrete over there has its own line. Now, why do we want that? Well, if I got plenty of concrete, I say, half a box of concrete's enough. Boom, I can turn that off by cutting a single line. Later on, you get power switches, which we're going to be working toward. We're going to do our power switches on and off. But this is basically optimizing your production. You can see it even looks better than it was before, and is massively optimizing. So we've got our iron coming out here. It's coming out at 60. And so we'll go ahead and bring that into the next part of the production, which is our smelter. And we're going to get that as close as possible so it doesn't have to bridge too far. All right, so there's our iron ore coming in at 60. So this one extractor is going to fill this at 100% speed and produce 30 right over there. Very nice. Now, what we want to do, again, and I like to create little caches along the way, little areas in which I can infuse stuff in there. Objects clearance, what are you talking about? Oh, this way, yes, like this. And so this is going to output at 60, it's a 60 belt, but it's going to output only at 30, so I don't need a faster belt, it'll be fine. Later on, I'll come back and upgrade all the belts, just because you might as well have them as fast as you possibly can if you have plenty of resources. But again, this is now going to backlog the iron ignits in here. So if I want to just grab the iron ignits, if I have a bunch extra, and I want to just do those, boom, I can just do those. And I do like to do it in every step of the process, because you create these caches in which it's going to start up, backlog, and then here's the cool thing. If it does make all the iron plates that I want, it fills up all the boxes over there. You know what it's going to do? It's going to backlog all the way back over here. It's going to fill this up with a bunch of iron ignits. Then it's going to fill this thing up, and this thing's going to stop. And then it's going to fill this with a bunch of raw ore and whatnot. And it's going to have all that stuff backlogged, and then it's going to turn off the extractor. And all of that power you've then regained. You don't need to basically use that power if you have all of the resources that you want. In my case, I want to have a full box of this plates that we're about to do, right? I want to have a full box, and I want to have it over there, not over here. I don't need it over here. I need it over there where I'm working. I don't want to have to run over here anymore, because that time is your most valuable asset, the running back and forth stuff. So that's what we're eliminating now, is the need to run over here to our extraction area, and we are running it over to where we can bring in and pull in a bunch of resources from different areas. So that's what we're going to do. So we go ahead and go here, and again, I always like that backlog. Now, in the future, if we go in and we have that backlog, and then we say, hey, we want to basically use some of this concrete, or in this case, plates. If I pull the plates out of there, it'll automatically start all this back up again, but it already has a backlog. So it already has a bunch of resources in here that I can just start feeding straight into there and start making that stuff right away without having to wait for the extractor to start up, waiting for it to go to the smelter and be smelted down again, and then run in the constructor. The constructor will just start working right away because it has a big backlog. And so basically it starts up your factory much faster, right? So when you grab a bunch, it'll say, oh, I need to make some more. It makes some more. It says, okay, I made more. I filled everything up. Okay, I'm done. And then it'll turn itself off. This is one of the greatest things I've discovered in the game, that ability for it to manage itself. It's managed its own power, and I don't need to manage it. And then the other thing over here is going to be our stuff right over here. And we're going to go ahead and pull that 120 right into this box, and it's going to go right here. If it was aligned better, let's align this like this. Now this is going to go in here at 60, but hey, wait a minute. I thought you said it was coming out at 120, and it is coming out at 120. That means we can actually do 2 of these lines now. So I'm going to go ahead and push this one forward a little bit. Probably a good idea to do a little bit of this here. I feel like we can just rework this a bit because we're going to need a little bit of space over here for our other line. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and nudge this just a little bit to the side here, like this and like this. Actually, we should do our splitter first. Yeah, it's going to be a little close there. I'm going to go ahead and nudge this over a little bit. Maybe a little center line nudging here. Let's say something like that. So what we're going to do is basically split the input of this into here. That is way too close. A little bit forward. Let's go there. There we go. Oh, I'm making fancy stuff. Let's just make it default at this point. Actually, make it straight. Kind of like the straight. Leave it straight. Okay, and then we need to upgrade that to level 2 because it's got to come out at 120. Now, I don't need any more 120 belts. I'm using 120 belt there, 120 belt here. I don't need it anymore. And the reason why I don't need it anymore is because I'm going to go ahead and split this. And again, this is why we had to get all these logistics as well. I'm going to go ahead and split it into here. And then again, you see that line showing us where we're lined up. And then I'm going to take it, go that way and that way. So now it's going to be 120 coming in, 60 and 60, right? That are split that way. Now, I kind of feel like it needs to move over just a little bit, but we'll see how that works out. Move that over just a little bit so we can kind of center this stuff later. Let's see how that goes. Let's put it to default. Yeah, there we go. We can get away with that. The straight function, if you're a little too close, it won't let you do the straight function. And just center line that. And the reason why we're center lining it is so when we do our constructors later, the constructors will be centered on our foundations. So there we go. So now we're doubling up our copper power. And again, we can copy it down here. I'm just going to hit Control-C on my keyboard. Don't even need to be in there, by the way. Control-C. And again, we'll look in there. See, it's iron ignis. But if I go Control-V, boom, it put it in there. Now, I never do it sight unseen. The reason why is sometimes it doesn't work. So what I always do, and I'm going to put this back to iron just so you can see, it's on iron. What I always do is open this up, Control-C, or I'll just Control-C it like this, and then I always open up the destination and paste it so I can see that it changes. Then, peace of mind. Peace of mind is what you want, everybody. Absolutely. Okay, so this is going to be pumping out a bunch of these. Now, again, this is going to be pumping out at 30. This is going to be pumping out at 30, which is fine, but we don't need a whole bunch of separate boxes for all of that. We're going to do a merger right here. And again, this is what I call a center line merger, where you're putting it in the center, just running it back in there again. So again, we got 30 coming from there. We got 30 coming from here. And remember, our belt is a 60 belt. And then we're going to just merge it back together over here and put it right here in this box. There we go. And that's going to backlog a bunch of our copper ignis, which means we're going to get a lot of those. Actually, more than any of the other stuff that we're doing, except for this. This is actually on par. 2 nodes equals 1 of these nodes. Again, very, very powerful. So there we go. So now we've got the process of that going. I'm going to go ahead and put in some power like this. I'm going to connect this power to this power. Again, putting it all on its own line. I'm going to put this right here on the top of this box. And then now we're ready to make some stuff with our stuff here. We're going to get nice and close like that. So what can we make? We can make some wire, and wire goes at 30 per minute. Remember, we're producing 120, so that's 4 of these that we're producing. And so what's going to happen very quickly over here is that this whole copper thing is going to take over this area. It absolutely is. It's going to basically dominate this whole area. So we're going to go ahead and take some of this out, take some of this out, maybe back this up just a little bit, because we're going to need some serious copper area going on over here when we get this going. So basically we could run 4 of these at the same time. Now it has a lot of power, 20 megawatts of power, so that will take a lot of power to run. But we want to try to get everything up at its full capacity now, and then build power for it and let it run at its max capacity without our intervention. Basically, set it and forget it. You're going to hear that a lot in my stream, by set it and play. Yes, I started a new playthrough. I sure did. It's a brand new playthrough. But this isn't just your mama's playthrough up in here. This isn't what everybody else does. This is the ultimate playthrough. And the reason why it's the ultimate playthrough, because it's the ultimate challenge. This is 100 times the resource in the space elevator. This is 5 times the power everything requires. Notice here, everybody, it takes 20 megawatts instead of 4, right? It takes a lot of power. Plus, the resources, the input is normally 15. Guess what? I got to do it at 30. I got to do twice as much. Now, here's the thing about resources, everybody. They compound, right? They compound. So if it takes me twice as much resources to do this, right, that's 2 times. And then it takes twice as much resource over here. That's 4 times. And then it's going to be 8 times. And then 16 and 32 and 64. You get the idea. It's going to compound to such a point that's going to be insane. And that's the way I roll. That's the way I roll. I roll at all the way. Now, again, I've already proven that it's possible because obviously I've done all of this so far. And we're just getting started, everybody. Just getting started. Now, I've played through the game many times. I've finished it like 30 times in early access, a couple times in release. I've done massive builds, mega builds. I've made everything that you can make in the game and done all of that. I've done all that challenge. But what's the ultimate challenge? The ultimate challenge is to crank all the settings to survival mode, to hardcore, to insane mode. And that's what we did. We cranked it all. Not only did we do that, but also all the nodes are randomized. So I don't know where the nodes are. And the purity of those nodes are randomized. So I could just have a bad spawn and every single node in the world is an impure node, which is the lowest quality node. We don't know. We don't know where the coal is. We don't know where any of that stuff is. We don't know. Well, we know it now because we went and looked for it. We don't know where the sand ore is. We don't know where our iron and our copper and all of our stuff's going to be at, right? And that's why this one over here, which is the most insane, lucky spawn that you could possibly get at the beginning of the game, where I have an iron node, a copper node, and 2 limestone nodes right next to each other. Normally, I think this is all iron here originally. These are all iron nodes in the base game. But it just so happens that in one spot, I have all the basic resources I need to build everything that I've already built to the umpth degree. Now, I also don't get in a hurry, everybody. You're like, oh, Kismet, are you going to be the first one to finish it in the hardest mode? Absolutely not. I am not going to be doing that because, you know what? I'm going to be playing some other games too as well. So there you go. So yes, everything random, everything on its hardest mode. There you go. Oh, look out. Hold on. Saltbot tried to get you there. I got you. Yeah, good luck. Well, hey, again, why not? If you're going to do it, everybody, it's like love. You know what I mean? You're going to do it. Go all in. Don't just like, oh, I don't know. Let me put my little toe, tip my toe in there. You got to go all in or don't go in at all, everybody. That's the way Kismet rolls. Oh, and I forgot to do the retweets. You know, I'm going to give you double the caps because I forgot to do them earlier. There you go. Don't forget to go out and retweet, everybody. We're going to throw that link right there in the chat. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button over there on Twitter, aka x.com. Really does help the stream. Holy mackerel, 3.5 hours. Like that. Like that, everybody. That's how you know you're really having fun. And that's what games are about. They're about fun. Having that fun as much as possible. All right, so we brought it in. We took the 120. We cut it in half. We double running it. Then we combine it back together again because, again, the output of this it's double the input, which is 60, but the output is still 30, so awesome. So we're going to go ahead and run that in there and have this recombine into 60. And then over here, again, we got 30 and 30. So we can start doing multiple things at the same time. So we're going to go out here and once again split it. Now, why are we doing all this splitting and merging and splitting and merging? And that's mostly to accommodate a backlog of stuff, right? So again, if I make a bunch of it, it fills it up, which eventually it will. And then I say, oh, well, I want to use some of this. It'll say, oh, wait, hold on, I want to start back up. And it will start back up, make that stuff, and the resources will already be available. It won't have to wait for it to extract, convert it into copper ingots, and then take those copper ingots and convert it in the constructor. The constructor will just automatically start working, which is awesome. Awesome. All right, and speaking of constructors, we're going to go ahead and put our constructors right over here. So now we're going to have 2 constructors for our copper. And now is a beautiful time to work on our wire, which is going to be over here. And again, we're going to have 30 input. Remember, this here is 120. Then it goes down to 60, which means it's going to go through here from 60. Now, I'm talking about the belt speeds, by the way, and the amount of resources that are going through. The belt speed is how fast the maximum speed of that particular belt can go. Mark 1 goes 60. And then the actual output of the items that are going, right? So we want to match the output of the items to the speed of the belt, right? If you have, you're outputting 120 items, but you only have a 60 belt, well, guess what? It's only going to output 60, as much as it's going to do, right? So as we're coming out 60, and again, you want to keep these numbers in your head, or you can just completely ignore the numbers and just play however you want it. But remember, you can't ignore it if you want. And then this is going to go 30. And this is going to go 30, which is going to be perfectly balanced right in here for our wire in one side. And then over here, we can say, you know what? Just like, Kismet, why don't you do cable? Nope, don't need to. You know what I need to do? Copper sheets over here, right here. But look at that. Oh, bummer. It's a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher than our 30, right? So what we want to do is we've unlocked our ability to overclock, but even better, underclock, everybody. So we're going to go over here and we're going to say 8 per minute. I'm just going to guess at what the number is. And nope, not that. We're going to do 7 per minute. 7 per minute. Oh, that's not it either. Okay, how about 72%? Nope, that's not it either. 75%. Okay, there it is. So I've adjusted the input rate of the thing to match the input that I can put in there, right? Which makes it 100% efficient. But the more importantly, I underclocked it. Now, when you're using 5 times the power, you want to squeeze every little bit of power you can and utilize that power to its maximum degree, right? To make it as efficient as possible. So in this case, it's 20 watts instead of 4 watts, because again, it's 5 times the power. But what's going to happen is it's actually going to use less than 20 watts on this one because it's going to adjust the input, right? So the input rating is going to bring the power rating down, and it's going to be 100% efficient with our power. So awesome. Right over there. That's all good. Now we're going to be making both wire and our copper sheets. Now over here in our wire, what we're going to do is we're going to take our wire and we're actually going to cut it in half. So we're going to need some of it for wire and some of it for cable. And I can tell you that that cable is going to fill up very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. So we need to say, okay, in our next stage, we're going to go ahead and run out our wire out here. Now again, this just creates an extra backlog of that wire there and an extra backlog of our copper sheets over there. And we can do it the other way if we want. Doesn't really matter, I guess. But let's see. Yeah, this is going to end up on the left side. This one's going to end up over there as well. So we want the copper sheets to be on the left for when we run it up there. So we're going to go ahead and run this wire out. It's going to backlog wire here and over there. So that means we have 2 boxes of wire. Eventually that's going to fill up. Then we're going to go over here and we're going to split some of this coming out of here as well. And we're going to go ahead and create ourselves some cable right over here, because you make cable. Can't quite see where that's at. Up here. There we go. We're going to make some cable over here. Now remember, this is going to require an insane amount of power. So we're going to take some of our wire, convert it. Now, it's 120, everybody, so we know we're not going to get 120. There's just no way. No way with the power restraints that we're doing right now that we're going to be doing 120. But we can go back here and say, okay, it's 30. And if we cut it in half, it's going to be 15 over here. And I don't really need that much wire. Remember, you don't need that much, everybody. And again, you want to crank this way the heck down. Now, I'd like to just be able to type that number right there, because that would be so much easier. But such is the way it goes. All right, so we'll go 20 down here. I want to click that number, and I want to just put in how many per minute. Duh. Okay, we'll go 50%. No, that's 60. That's not enough. We'll go way down. 25%. Nope, not 25%. It's half of 25%. Matter of fact, 13% roughly. Let's go 12.5. Right there, 15 per minute. So now it's optimized to the input, again, using less power, and it will produce our cable for us with that underclocking of the thing. So again, really awesome way of doing that. And now we got one more box that we need to do, and we have pretty much all of our lines ready to rock and roll here. And again, we have another backlog of cable over here, so we're going to end up with 2 boxes of cable. And over here, 2 boxes of our copper wire. And that's it. That's pretty much it right there. Now, my biggest problem right now is not necessarily my belts and all that stuff, is that they are ugly when I'm running them. But luckily, we have a solution to that problem, and it is called the stackable conveyor belt, or right over here. One of my favorite things in the beginning of the game. We're going to make this look sexy. We're going to get sexy up in here, chat. All right, here we go. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run this to the bottom part. There we go. We're going to take this wire and we're going to run. That's way too close to make that wire run. That's okay. We're going to actually move it over here, make it a little easier. Like this. Make this a little easier. That's a little too close for this one. Take this one. Put it in the second one. Turn off that straight thing. Turn off the curved thing. Just leave it on default for now. Put this one right up here. Look at us organizing our stuff. And then over here, we're going to be making some cable. We're going to put that right over there. And guess what we got? We got a sexy stack right there. We got our copper. Sheets there, our wire, and our cable all nicely organized. And we can run them all in sequence and put them in the box over there. You get the idea. Look at that. Sexy, sexy, everybody. Now, you want to be even more sexy? Here's what you do. You go ahead, run this across here. You're like, Kismet, not the spaghetti. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, not the spaghetti. Please, no. Too bad. Oh, I'm out of plates. Hold on. I got to go get some more plates over here. And our massive storage thing that we did over here. We got it going on. Ignits. Yes. I like to say ignits because people say, no, that's not how you say it, Kismet. I say it however the hell I want. So there you go. Because I'm of that age. I can say it however I want. So there we go. Status class, those things, the time machine there, I swear 8 hours can go by in a minute. Exactly. That's how you know it's a great game. That's my measure for any game, is how fast time goes by when you're playing it. And again, I've played lots of games, and I'm sure you guys have too, where you're like, okay, cool, I'm home from work. You got home, you had something to eat, you wash your dishes, you do all your stuff, you get your clothes going or whatever, and you start your clothes in the washer, and then you say, oh, I'm going to sit down and play a game for a minute, and then the sun's coming up, you got to go to work in an hour, and you realize your clothes have been in the washer all night long. They've been wet in the washer all night long. I know you've done it. I know you've done all of those things. I've done it. Oh, wait, I forgot to put my clothes in the dryer. Yeah, it happens. And I got to go to work in an hour. I stayed up all night playing this game. There we go. What are you going to do for power? Are you going to go nuclear or ionized? We're going to go all of it, Nightin. We're going to do all of it up in here. Let the spaghettification begin. Exactly. Let's do some spaghetti over here. We got to. We got to do it. We will do it. All right, what else we got over here? We got some stuff in there we can take out of there and put right over here. Again, now everything has a place now, right? So I can go over here and say, hey, boom, fill that bad boy up right over there. I love everything to have a place, even the raw resources. That's a fun thing. And speaking of raw resources, I think we can take that top one out of there. Looking good. We got some more plates. We need probably some more concrete here at some point. We'll go grab some of that in a bit, or we'll just make some more. How about that? Even better. All right, and we'll go ahead and put a little bit of this back. And we can take all this out. I was just running those out there. Okay, so we can't just take this, run that across there, Spaghetti City, but you know what we're going to do? We're going to make it look sexy. It's sexy time. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and put this on number 5 on my bar down here. So if you suddenly see me bringing it up, that's why, because I put it on my bar. All right, here we go. Put that right up there. And then we're going to organize our concrete to go along the same line as well. So look at us doing our nice, sexy belts here like that. And again, taking all that spaghetti and try to combine it down so it's not running all over the place. You know you've done it. I've seen you do it. So there you go. Yeah. Now, over here on this line, we were, of course, bringing in our plates right there. But what do we want to do with our iron ore? Well, now we want to take our iron ore and we want to do the same thing that we did over here, and we want to multiply our production. So we're going to take that out, we're going to take this out, and we are going to offset this a little bit over here so that we can run this into there. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and take these iron ingots that we are doing here, and we are going to run them into some machines here, some constructors. And again, I'd love to be able to just do that and then do this, but you can see I can't click on it. I can't do it. I haven't unlocked it yet, I don't think. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me how to do it. Part of the fun is figuring out that new stuff as you're playing. Because it doesn't work at the very beginning of the game, which makes it more fun for me to say, oh, okay, well, how do we figure that out? How do we make that work? All right, so we're going to get to our iron rods, and we are going to get now to our iron plates. There we go. And again, you can see it's underclocked over here. Got to watch out when you're picking it up from somewhere else. Ooh, not 1,000. That's not going to make it work. Over here. And then over here, we're going to set it back to 100 because we want to see our default values so we can work with that. Now, the extraction of this back here, again, you always want to know what your extraction rate is. So my extraction rate is 60. And then we're going to take that and we're going to run this in at 60. So we're making a maximum amount of ignits there, 30 per minute. But once we bring them over here, we're going to cut them in half, which means it's going to go 15 into this one and 15 into this one. But if you notice that this one uses 30 and this one uses 60 over here. So if we wanted to adjust the way that it does the amount, right? So we could actually cut it into 20 and 10. And you're like, okay, how do you do 20 and 10? Well, you got to work with halves or thirds. Right now, I'm working with halves, right? So if I bring 30 in, it's going to go 15 and 15. That's halves, right? But if we go thirds, it will go 30, 10, 10, and 10. And then you can take two 10s, combine them back together, and then you got 20. That's right. That's exactly what we're going to do. Because what do we need more of? We need more plates than we need rods at this moment, right? So we're going to go ahead and take that out. And we're going to go ahead and do basically some load balancing. So we want to go here. And in this case, we want to go ahead and switch this with E to a merger right there. So we're going to go ahead and merge this one. Oh, a little too far to the left. Move that up just a little bit. Like so. Merge that and merge this. So that's going to be 20. And then on this side, we're going to go ahead and actually we just run this out. And this is going to be 10. Actually, we just put the thing there first. And we're going to put this forward. Look at the rain, everybody. I really like the rain. I think they did a great job on that. And that one is going to be 10. And this one is going to be 20. Now, we know what our numbers are, right? We know that the input of this plate is going to be 20. So now we got to get this number to match that, right? And again, we want to make sure to reduce our power because we're optimizing our power production. And again, the reason why we didn't do all this in the beginning is we just didn't have the resources to build all this stuff, everybody. That's really why you're not doing that. So very close there. Pretty good guess. Let's go ahead and do 7. Oh, okay. 34. I like to get right on the dot, right? Right on the dot. So it's using the minimum amount of power. 33.5 is the number. Probably less than 5. How about 4? Oh, okay. 333. Okay, I feel it coming on. Oh, nope. 333.5. Oh, come on now. 333.4. 33333. Oh, come on now. 333.1. 2. 33333. There it is. 33.3333 to make that exactly 20 and be 100% efficient. There we go. And again, since it's 33%, it's going to use 33% of the power. Again, power is so vital when you're doing it 5 times the cost of power right now. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yes, we'll do all of it. Do you prefer load balancing or manifests? They're actually called manifolds. But load balancing in the beginning, when you're doing it, I'm doing a lot of load balancing here just to show it. But when you have an abundance of resources and you're not in a hurry for it, then manifolds are awesome. They're actually called overflows, where you fill up the first one, and then when that one fills, it then directs all of the resources to the next one, and so on and so forth. But it still feeds some into the other ones. The best reason to use, in the later game anyway, load balancing is for your power. If you missed it earlier when I was doing my, look at the beautiful rain. You missed it earlier when I did my biofuel, I have all that load balanced. You'll see me do it again because I'm going to rebuild all my power. You'll see I go in and I load balance every single one so they're equally going into each one, because if one of them doesn't have enough power and that one goes off, boom, it kicks all the rest of them off. So you really need to load balance your power, especially in the beginning. Later on, it won't matter. By the way, if I was playing this in the normal mode, I would already be like stage 6 by now. I would already be way ahead because I would unlock the power of coal, which is unlimited power and perpetual power, and I could just let it run, especially if I was on a server. If I was on a server, there's a check mark. It says only run when you're on the server or somebody's on the server, and you can uncheck that, and you can let the server run forever. In fact, let me hook you up. Let me hook you up right here. Right here. It's okay. I understand, Nine. It happens all the time to me. It drives me crazy. Right over here. Let me go ahead and hook you up with my buddies, my pals, over there at G-Portal. Not G-Portals. G Portal. There we go. Get 10% off. Get your own server. Click that little check mark after you make your server setup. The server setup just takes a few minutes. And then, boom, you go into the game. You create a new game through Satisfactory itself on your server. And then there's a little check mark. Only run when you're on. Turn that off, and you can let your factory run 24/7, everybody. You can come in, let it run, especially when you have perpetual power. You go out, you got, like, say, 50 plates. You come back, guess what? You got 10,000. That's right. That's why I love playing on the server. But in this case, I'm playing a local game. And the reason why I'm doing that, because it's way harder, because I can't just let it run, because I'm going to be using my computer for other things. So we have to actually do it the hardest way, in the hardest mode, with the hardest settings. And that's what we're going to do, because that's what I do. That's what I love to do. I love to have those kind of challenges, what I consider to be the ultimate challenge in Satisfactory. We're going to do it. We're going to make it happen. All right, so now over here, we've got to switch our copper sheets here. We're going to be doing our rods over here. And again, remember, that's 30 over there. And again, back here, we're only producing 30. So we're going to go 15, 15. Nope, we're not. We're going to go 20. And we're going to, again, this is load balancing. So this is 10. When you split it in thirds, you take 30, split it into 10 and 10 and 10, right? That's easy. It's easy. Split it in thirds. And then we're going to recombine this side. 20 over there, so we're making more plates, which is double the amount we're going to give to our rods, and then they're going to run efficiently, right? Because this needs double the amount. It needs double the amount that rods need. And normally rods are super easy, right? You got a crazy ton of them in the very beginning because they only use half the amount of your plates. Your plates are really the thing that you really got to get ramped up in the beginning. Normally this takes 15. If you don't have it set on 2 times. And normally this is 30. So very easily I can do double the amount of rods than I can do plates, right? But we're going to go ahead and set this up. And again, underclocking is vitally important in this stage because we just need 10. So we're going to say 5 per minute. It's going to be 10. I can tell because it's 1/3 of the amount that we already have. That's how I know it was 5. And there we go. So this is going to run at 10, and it's going to run at its optimum power that it needs just to make the thing, but not have excess power that it doesn't need, right? And then again, all of these lines are now 100% efficient. They will never have to be modified or adjusted again. They will run forever. And will never run out of resources. And they will run at their most optimum way. So that's what we wanted to do, create that optimum. Now, later on in the game, having it at 100% is not as necessary, though in this particular playthrough it probably will be. Because this is going to be hardcore right here, bro. All right, so we're going to run this here, and then again, putting this all on its own line. So I say, hey, okay, I got enough copper for now, but I need that power for iron. I could go ahead and disconnect this line separately from all of these. And I'm going to go ahead and bring this forward. I feel like right here is a good spot for this, there, and there. And again, later on, we'll chain all this together. So we've got the extractor, we've got the smelter, we've got the constructors all in the same line. We've got the extractor, we've got the smelter, we've got these over here that need to be connected like this and like this, and then we're going to bring this forward and we'll put it right up here, and then we're going to put that right over there. Now I don't like it running through my conveyor belts. No, don't like it. I'm going to run it down here just so I don't have to see it running through my conveyor belts. There we go. Now these don't take any power, everybody. It's like it's in some games, like when you're playing like 7 Days to Die and stuff like that. When you have like a in-between thing, it'll actually cost you 1 power whenever you have those little things. If they did that, everybody, that would be crazy. that would really amplify the amount of power that you need because you're chaining these things a lot. But in here, it doesn't matter, so you can make as many of these poles as you want. So very, very cool. Yes, when you have hundreds of machines, load balancing is not the best choice. And I think it's not the best choice 99% of the time. The only time it's the best choice is when you're doing power, I think. Other than that, it takes too long. It's too much resources. It's too much space. It's just not worth all that resources to balance it all. It's best just to take it. You got one, put it all in a line, bam, you're good to go. Now remember, I've made massive mega builds, everybody. I've played for thousands of hours. I've played Satisfactory since it first came out. I've played every single update. I've finished the game over 30 times in early access and several times in release. And I've built stuff that you wouldn't believe. Stuff that is on a level, a whole nother level, everybody, where you go in and you take these mega blueprints and you make a bunch of these mega blueprints and they just happen to snap together and auto-connect all the lines and auto-connect your hypertubes and auto-connect all of your track lines and all of that stuff. And it just does it for you, and you can just go snap, 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 and do what I did and run it completely across the other side of the world and run it completely up and over. And it also looks good. All this embellishment with rails and all sorts of stuff and hypertubes automatically set up. So when you go this way, it automatically drops you off on the thing. And we still got those blueprints, by the way. We can use them in this playthrough as well if we want to. I'll probably make new ones and do it in a different style. But you get the idea. And those are also available on my Patreon, by the way. If you do want to support the stream, that's always the best way. Patreon.com/Kismet. You can go over there, and even for $1, everybody, even $1 support gets you those blueprints. You can look back in there, you can download the blueprints, and you can put them right in your playthrough and use them for you. All the stuff that I do. I make those available for all of my Patreon supporters. Even if you support with just $1, it does make a difference because I take every penny, put it back into the stream in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do. Right now, we're working on a Vault van life project where we make a real-life van into a broadcast van, and we drive it around in real life to all the different conventions and stuff like that. It's my next one last thing in my life I would like to do. And I'm working toward it right now. And this is my birthday month, everybody. So we're doing giveaways for all of you guys. Again, for my birthday, every single day. So we're going to start a giveaway here in a bit. But we need to really focus on optimizing all of our stuff, getting it to 100% efficient, really mastering how much power we're using. And once we get that going, oh man, it's going to be cooking. And look how much cleaner it is, too, everybody. So look how much nicer that is when you have enough resources to optimize not only the production, but also the look of your base. And again, I feel like that's like the second stage of the game. First game, learning how to play, getting all the way through, finishing the thing. And then the second stage is going in and optimizing it and really learning how to do the clean runs, all the real clean runs where you're combining everything together like we're doing here. And then we're going to run those very neatly up there without all these lines running all over the place, which is called spaghetti, everybody. If you're just running them all over the place, that's spaghetti. That's all sorts of trouble there. And again, these are what I call finished resources at this stage, but later on, we're going to use them for the next stage, which is making a bunch of reinforced iron plates and all of that stuff. And I'll show you my Kismet rule of 8, which is the ultimate thing, everybody. You got to do it very early in the game where you're combining multiple resources together. And once you master my Kismet's rule of 8, 8 like sideways, it's an infinite symbol, which means you can infinitely run that at 100% efficiency. And then it carries you through on every other process in the rest of the game. So all you gotta do is learn that very early on, and the whole rest of the game you'll be styling. So stick around for that. Hit the follow button or the subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. And we'll get to that. We'll get to all of that. I'm showing you all my gaming secrets, everybody. I've been gaming for 50 years, so I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them, and I'm going to show them all to you here. So look at how beautiful this is. Now, one of the things we want to do, double check before we walk away. Double check that we have connected all of our power lines, right? So we've connected both of these together, very nice, and then these have gone up here. We've connected our two things. By the way, notice I can jump up really high. That's because I have my blade runners, just in case you were wondering. And then we brought this forward, and then this is ready to connect to the rest of our power. And then again, these are all connected on a single line. These are all connected on a single line, and so on. So again, we have our copper. Our copper's coming forward. Here, it's connecting into both of these smelters. Then it's coming through, connecting here, connecting both of these. And then we're connecting also this one on the side, which is our cable over here. Now, we reduced our cable way down because we don't need that much cable. We just need a little bit of it here in the beginning. Though I do need about 1,000 of it for something I need to unlock in the MAM. But that'll be later. As long as we have it consistently running, we'll end up with a ton of all of that. Okay, so that is beautifully done. That's 100% efficient on all lines. We're ready to go. Now, we want to go ahead and have the ability to cut off these individual lines. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a cutoff point. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there. And then I'm going to find the front of the next one, which is this one. But I'm actually going to use this over here. And then this is my cutoff point. So if I just take this wire out, boom, that whole entire line is going to stop power over there. And then one over here and right here. Now, there are things where you can turn it on and off. You're welcome, because I suggested that for years, and they finally added it to the game, which is awesome. You have power switches where you can turn it on and off, but I just used the line switches to start. Now, it'd be nice if I had a label over here and I could label all of this stuff, but I can actually label it. Here's how you can label it, everybody, even when you don't have the labelers. I'm going to go ahead and right-click my little plates here. What I'm going to do is get it all the way here. I'm going to take one plate and I'm going to drop it on the ground. And now I know that is my metal line, right? And then this other one that I'm bringing over from way over there, which is my second one there, or third one, is the concrete. And then this one is copper, right? So this is copper here. So again, if I have something that's copper, I can just drop it down there. I'm going to use some wire. Again, just right-click, right-click, right-click until it gets all the way down to number 1. And we're going to take that, we're going to drop that on the ground. Now we know that's where our copper is. You're welcome. I'm saving you so much time right now, everybody. I'm saving you so much headache. Oh, man, showing you the good stuff. All right, here we go. And then we're going to recombine all of that just by hitting sort. And then right-click, right-click, right-click until this cuts its way all the way down to 1. Over there. And get out of there. And then we'll drop that, and we know that is our concrete line. So when we come back here, we don't have to go and look every single time. We know exactly where it is. We cut that off. We say, okay, okay, now I need to reactivate that, and so on. We have basically a choke point or a cutoff point of that right there. So now we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to offset it over here. Now, how many of these do we need? Well, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 different resources processing at the same time. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think we got more resources over here that we need to run forward, including our iron rods and our plates right over here. So we're going to go ahead and do what we normally do and create a little bit of a backlog here. Run that into there. Hold down Control. I think my headphones have died. We've played so long. Encroaching another object's... What's it encroaching? There's something underneath there or something. I don't know. There we go. All right, got that going. And so we have 2 more items that we want to do. So we're making a lot of items here, everybody. We're making a good amount of stuff here. We're obviously making concrete. We're making copper sheets. We're making wire. Over here, we're making some cable. And we're making all the basics, right? That's what we really need to do right now, make them basics. So I'm going to go ahead and take this, and I'm going to move this forward just a bit here. And run that up. Oh, out of rods. Okay, let's go see if we can hunt down some rods over here from tearing all of this down. Probably just take this out. Now, I got to switch my headphones. They have died because it's probably been about 4 hours since we've taken a break. But we got to get this up and running first, and then we'll take a break, and we'll let stuff run while we're taking a break as well. So we'll go ahead and do this. And we'll go ahead, and actually we could probably work a bit of this now. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a temporary box. I'm going to put it... Oh, no, I'm not until I get some of this first. There we go. I'm going to create a temporary box, and I'm going to put it right here. Then I'm going to take all the stuff in my inventory. I'm going to drop it there, at least as much as I can. Then what I'm going to do is manage some of these resources. So I'm going to grab that there, and I'm going to see what I got here. Copper ore. Okay. What else I got? Iron ore. All right. Well, guess what? Since I went through and I organized all of this, and actually fix my headphones so I can hear what's going on. Over here. Switch those out. I have multiple sets, so I can just switch them out. There we go. So I've already organized this in such a way that here is where the iron is, and the raw iron ore goes here. Then we can see that the copper ore comes out of here and the raw copper ore goes there. This is just like in 7 Days to Die, where you'll see me go in and I'll take all these drop boxes and I'll start to organize it and say, okay, this is where our raw ammo is, this is our iron, this is our wood, this is our stuff. And there's a really powerful thing when you're organized like that. It really helps a lot. So you're not going, okay, where did I put that thing? Which box is it in? You're not doing that all the time, and that costs you massive sums of time. In fact, it's probably the most time-burning thing in any game ever when you have lots and lots of resources that you have to manage. So mastering having a spot for that stuff to go is really useful. I'm going to go ahead and take this box out right here, and it's going to drop even more of this in here, which will drop right there. And then more of that in there. Okay, now we've maxed this out. Now I can take this, put it in another box, do all of that. But at this stage, everybody, 1 box is probably enough. I'm going to hold down Control. I'm going to drag it to the trash, and now it is gone right over there. We're going to go ahead and grab this next one. What do we got? More iron. We're going to go ahead and drop that iron in there until that's full, and we're going to say, you know what, that's probably good enough. Control, drop that right in there so we don't have to manage any of that anymore. Same thing here. There we go. More iron. Can I put any more iron in here? No. Control, drag it in the trash. It's now gone. You don't have to manage it. You don't have to look at it. It's all good. It's all good. Now, we're down to this box over here that we need to manage of all that stuff that we got. So we're going to go ahead. I wish I could sort it. That would be awesome. And we're going to take some of this stuff that is part of these processes. So we got that. Anything else in here that's part of the process over here? I don't think so. I don't think so. We got some wire there and stuff, but we'll take care of that ourselves. I think we're good. We're just going to take all of that, and we're going to go ahead and make another temporary box here. And we're going to put all that stuff in there just so we can get rid of this box now. There we go. And we can get rid of this and this. And now we have all of our resources combined into this lesser spot. Now, do I need to have all this wire on me right now? Absolutely not. All we can do is, or what we can do is use the wire box that we already have set up. So where's our wire coming out? Is it right here? No, those are our plates. So we got to run over here. We got to find where our wire is coming out right here. Now, one of the cool things about the wire coming out right there is the fact that it will automatically balance this wire now. So if I put the wire in there, it's going to take some of the wire. Oh, it helps if I connect it first. It's going to take some of this. I'm glad I checked it now, too. It's going to take some of the wire and run it over here to be used in making cable. And then some of the wire is going to be used here for me to use when I'm running and making stuff, right? So it's going to automatically do that and automatically balance it. And that's what these are here, everybody. They're like buffers. They're like balance buffers. So you can put it in there and it would balance it out. Same thing with your power. So when you're doing your load balancing, you just take all the power out of there, put it in one of these boxes, and it will automatically put one here, one there, one there, and do all that work for you, right? That's what you want it to do. You want it to do the work for you, and you don't have to do as much. Another thing I could do is go over there and put the concrete in there, but I do want to keep the concrete for now, and I have a bunch of other resources that I kind of collected as I was running around and exploring. And we will take all those resources, and we will run the bulk of those up to our base. Ooh, I see some rods in there. Let's get those. Let's get some plates. What else we got? A lot of plates. Okay, cool. We'll keep the plates. We'll keep the rods. We'll keep the concrete so we can build some stuff. Speaking of building some stuff, let's build another little row right here to help us go around here. There we go. And same thing here. We'll just fill this in. Fill this in. All right, very nice. So again, we have two more connectors here. Now, these things are in our way, but that's okay because I'm going to run it around the side here in a second. Now, we need to count how many we got here. We got 4 here and then 2 there. So there's a total of 6 resources that we're going to be producing right over here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put it way over here to the side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And oh, we're gonna run it nice and clean, everybody. You're like, ah, Kismet, thank you so much. No more spaghetti. Thank you for no spaghetti. Right there. Look at that. Sexy, sexy. Sexy, sexy. Well, something's not right. Hold on. I missed one. Hold on. Something not right. I should have 2 free at the top. In fact, wait a minute. I don't need to put them at the top. I need to put these ones at the bottom. These need to go up. Oh, man. I'm glad I thought of that. These need to go up. And I'll show you why here in a second. Now, look at Fred back there. He's like, you're doing a great job, Kismet. Fred, he's always watching what I'm doing. He's like, okay, I'm making sure you're doing it right. He's always making sure. Now, we're going to get all sorts of stuff to manage this even more so later, everybody. But for right now, we're just going to run this. Now, there's nothing running out of these boxes that is going faster than 60. So I don't need any faster belts than the belts I have. Now, let's see. Which one is which? The left one is the iron plates, and the right one over here, iron plates, and the right one is the rods. So this is rods, and this other one is plates. I'm actually going to put the plates at the bottom, like this. And we'll work all those logistics later on of how it gets into the boxes over there. But look at that, everybody. Again, all of our resources nicely stacked in one place, all 6 of our base resources that are going to help us basically finish the whole rest of the game. You master this, you've won the game, basically. You've basically got it all going. Now, it just so happens that I have this nice ramp that's perfectly coming down and somewhat matching up to that. Not so much. Let's rematch it this way. And we'll go back this way, and we'll fix it when we get to the top. Here we go. D to D to D, like this. Why does that not match up? Huh. That should match up. Because that's on the world grid, this is on the world grid. It's about offsets, I betcha. Let's do this again. We're going to need to fix the offset at the bottom. Nope, that is not aligned. Nope, nope, nope. That's the world grid. That is not aligned to the world grid. No, bad. It should have aligned to the world grid. That's weird that it didn't. Very odd. Hold on, let's test it again. We'll go here. We'll take one of these, and if we put it here on this edge, it should match up to the offset of this one up here. Nope, yeah, that world grid is off. No problem. Here's a great way to fix it. Your world grid is off, everybody. I'll show you how to fix it quick and easy, like this. You take this out, match it up to here, like this, and it's probably because of the height offset that I did. I did a height offset to match up to the far side over there where it gets pretty close. So here's what we're going to do. Apparently we're going to fall off because this thing is being awkward. All right, there we go. And we're going to go up here, and we're going to decide whether we want to bring this down or we want to bring it up a little bit. I feel like up a little bit. And you're like, Kismet, you got to redo that whole thing. Absolutely. I'm never afraid of tearing my entire base down and redoing all of it so it's right. So it offsets right. It does all of that. I'm going to take that part out. We're going to rework all of that here in a moment, but we want to get this going first. Okay, so now we have got our resources looking sexy, and we're going to run them up our road here. Offset them a little bit here. And you still run underneath here, so you're fine. But we're going to go ahead and mark this as our road. And like this. And like that. So that's going to be my road where I'm kind of running up and down. Just kind of gives me a visual clue as to why that's there in the first place. Take out these extra things that we don't need. And then again, we're going to need 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to guess. This is even better. Just do a bunch of them. And then attach them. And whatever you have left over, take those out. Like that. There we go. Now, each of these has, again, an item that is being produced. So this one is producing plates. So we're going to take some plates. We're going to put them right in here like this. And that's going to run down that line. Then we're going to go over here. We're going to see what this is. This is rods. All right, we're going to put some rods in here. And we're going to let it run down the line. What's this right here? This is some copper sheets. So hopefully we have some copper sheets. Now we put them down. We got to go get some copper sheets over this way. Copper sheets, where did you go? Oh, back in my base. I didn't bring any. No problem. We got this. Yeah, I offset that. I offset it down so it sits down further in there. It's going to affect this here. So I'm going to just bring it back up so that we don't have a problem connecting to our stuff down there. We'll deal with that here in a minute, but first we want to go find our copper sheets. It's going to be super easy to find. Why? Because we have all this stuff run out here so we can visually see that our copper sheets are right there. And you're like, Kismet, this makes no sense. You're bringing the resources and you're putting them back here again. Oh, it'll make sense in a minute. Some of you already know why. You're like, I know what you're doing, Kismet. I know what you're doing. You're thinking ahead, and that's what you try to do in these type of games. All right, so copper sheet's coming out of there. I'm just going to throw it in this box, and it's going to start to run down the line. Then over here, what are we making? We're making some wire. So we'll go ahead and throw some wire in there, though we don't even need to. Actually, put it in there. But don't need to, or I could put it here in the box, which I've already done, so that's already good. Over here, we're making some cable. Let's see, we got some cable in here. Maybe back here in this other box. Let's get this cable. Survey says right there. I'm going to right-click it because I'm going to need some of that cable. I'm going to throw it in there. It's going to do its thing. In fact, I'll sort it, get it over there. It's going to start running out of there, getting up on the belt there. One more resource to go and check. And that is our concrete, which is actually doubled up over there. And we're going to go ahead and run that. Now, why am I doing that? Well, this way, when I get it to the other end, I can say, oh, okay, this is the iron, this is the plates, these are the rods, this is the thing. So I know what all that stuff is when I go to sort it on the other end. So that's why you want to run some of that on the belt, just to make it easier. Even if you don't have the power turned on or you don't have the production going, at least you can figure it out as you go. So now what we want to do is figure out the distances. Now, it's usually a maximum of six foundations when you're running your belts. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Right to 6 up here. Now, it doesn't always work out that way where you get lucky like that. And it also doesn't always work out the way that you can actually make it go that far. See, when you're at an angle, sometimes it will not go that far. It'll only go 5 roughly, but in this particular case, we're lucking out that that just happens to be right there at the top. Actually, I'm doing this backwards. You should always start from the top down. I'm doing it the hardest way right now because the other belts will block you when you're trying to do that, and we don't need that one at the top. And look at that. We got our resources all up here now. So beautiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. And we'll just run them up. And this time we're going to start with the top one, but we got to watch out, so we'll count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we'll take those off the top. Nice. Start with the top one. See how precise that is, everybody? Really, really excellent. Again, this game's a 12 out of 10. Boom. How precise you can be with that. A lot of games fail at that precision. Okay, so we're going to go over here. We're going to do some more stuff. We're going to put this down here temporarily. We got some work to do. We're going to drop that there. We're going to take this space elevator out again. Bye-bye, space elevator, yet again. Because I set it a certain thing, I've offset it down to match up to the bottom there, but then it doesn't match up very well over there. And the best thing to do is just bite the bullet, everybody. When it says, hey, or you realize you made a mistake, just fix it right that moment. Don't say, oh, well, I'm going to come back and fix it later or whatever, because that's called procrastination, everybody. Best time to get it done is straight away. Let's do it. Let's get it done. This won't be too hard. We can get this going. No problem. No problem. Zooping is a wonderful thing. I should do these one at a time, everybody, to the tunes of thousands and thousands of these, each and every one at a time. I know, pretty crazy. All right, while we got the resources, let's go ahead and take our little space elevator and put it right back on here. Missing materials. Oh, I'm missing a little bit of concrete. I used up all my concrete there. No problem. We got some more because I was doing the foundations. All right, we'll put this big old bad boy right over here. We're going to turn it so it's this way. And we'll do a little bit more centering like we did before. We're going to leave a little bit of room on this left side over here. Now we're looking on the back here, right along that edge over here. Right along that edge. All right, it's all contained within its own thing. We're going to let it rock and roll. I watch this animation every single time. Do you have any receipts unlocked and not yet? Recipes. Do you have any recipes unlocked? I have some recipes in the thing, but I don't use any of them ever. And you're like, whoa, Kismet, that makes it so much easier when you use alternate recipes. True, but everything that I'm doing, anybody can do, because the alternate recipes are random. So if I'm doing something with an alternate recipe, someone else may not be able to do it. So I've already proven, 50 times that you can finish the game without any alternate recipes at all. But I have used them before, and they are awesome. But I don't use alternate recipes for that reason. So that anybody playing on console, or they're playing on PC or handheld or wherever they're playing, they can do everything that I'm doing in the order that I'm doing it. So it really helps you. And then when you get more advanced, then you go ahead and use your alternate recipes. But I'm going to prove that you can do it on the hardest mode with no alternate recipes. That's what I'm going to do in this playthrough. I know, I'm crazy. What can I say? I'm insane. But that's how you really master a game, when you really push yourself, everybody. When you really push yourself to do all of that. We can take all this out down here. Now we're going to rework all of that. We can take out all this power down here as well. Clean that stuff up a little bit. There we go. And we're going to rework all of our storage here in a minute. But first, we're just going to make a nice edge there. All right. Now we can just take some of this storage out because there's nothing in it anyway. Or at least not that much stuff in it. And we're going to rework all of this. Now we're going to very quickly run out of space. So what we want to do is have a little spot that's already fixed over here. Here's the thing, I can take this side completely out and match it up to our road edge. Yes, and this is our road edge. So I use yellow for the road. And there we go. Actually, I can do a double road. A nice little double road through here for our bigger trucks later on. Get those fluid trucks going on at some point. All right, way up in here, all of this. We're going to have a lot of stuff just burp, like that. We did not fill up our inventory. Awesome. Get rid of all this stuff here at the bottom now, except for that lifter. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that power and all that stuff later. Again, look how far away you can do this. It's really cool. Really cool that you can manage it that far away. Oh, didn't want to... Oh, no, I do want to do that. Just do a thoroughfare. My road right through there. Very nice. Okay, and again, I will build stuff. Get out of there, bird. That's not awkward or anything. So awkward. So awkward. All right, take that out. We'll take all this out. And we'll revamp how we have all of this over here. Again, we're getting all these resources back, so we can just reuse them as well. And we'll reset all this up. No problemo. Again, better we offset it properly so that it matches up across over there. I think this is going to be yellow. We don't want it to be yellow. We want it to be purple. Purple represents my hub in the center of my base. Remember, I'm doing this in the hardest way possible, everybody, and I'm still crushing it, as you can see. Crushing it. Okay, and let's get over here. Take a look at where we're at. We're going to make a nice little way down over there. And we'll put our hub. Actually, we'll put our hub toward the road here. And this time, I think I'm going to turn my hub around the other way, like this. Again, sometimes you see stuff and you say, I want to improve that. I want to make that a little better. So I'm going to put my hub right up against the road like that. Very nice. And we'll take out all this stuff here. And all of this here. How we looking? Oh, we're dropping stuff right there. Okay, now we want to have a bit of a road through here. I'm going to just say right here is going to be my road. Going this way. And again, you notice I just built this and I'm rebuilding it again. And this time we'll put our crafting bench out here. And our equipment bench with a little bit of an offset so we can get through. You can always run through the center, but I like to have a little bit there. And then have our MAM probably over here. And then we can have all of our MAM research boxes over this way. Again, there's 1,000 ways or even more of building your various boxes and your layout. Get a little closer. But these are going to be mainly used for the MAM and stuff that we put in there. And the first thing we're going to put in there is our most precious of things, our Mercer Sphere and our Summer Sloop. Right there. And then what else we got here? Let's just put some ore in here. We'll manage all of our ore into there. Oh, actually, we should do our food in there. Food. Anything to do with food. And we can just take this out in the front. There we go. And then we'll do ore. Any kind of random ore that we have. Even ignites and stuff we'll throw in there just to kind of organize that a bit. Very nice. Okay. Let's go over here and see what we got here. That's food and stuffs. We'll go slide over here. Go wee. And put all of our food stuff. Now again, you don't have to organize it exactly as me, but pretty great way to organize it. And again, it's right by the MAM. So if I want to do some MAM stuff, got it right in there. Boom, boom, good to go. Okay, now we're going to have a lot of resources drop when we do this. Boom. Yes, we are. And then we're going to do this. And you're like, Kismet, the boxes, there's too many boxes with all this stuff's going to drop. But there's actually only going to be one box because they fixed it. And I've been suggesting it for years, and you're welcome again. That they take all of the resources that drop, it drops all into one box wherever you're standing. Right here. So I took all that out, and everything in there is in this box now, and also in my inventory, as you can see. Okay, so we got that, and now we're ready for our storage boxes right over here. And I kind of feel like this time we might start with a different way of doing it, because now that we have our road, everybody, I'm kind of keying off of my road. I'm going to leave a little bit of an inset from my road, and we're going to start with the number one I'm always looking for, which is our concrete right there. And then the second one I'm going to be looking for, you guessed it, more concrete. Because I need concrete to make this thing. Actually, it's going to be plates right over here. Now, this is the number one and number two thing I'm always looking for. And now I need some more plates. And then what I'm going to do is offset this just a little bit to give me a little run through there. Because these are the two that I'm mostly going to be looking for. Then the next one, of course, is going to be our rods. We're going to be looking for those, and we'll get some out. And then our next one. Yeah, it doesn't have to be elaborate, everybody. Not making an elaborate whole system that makes it work. And then we're going to be screws. Don't need an elaborate system to organize your stuff. And then I'm going to go over here and grab all this stuff. And some of this stuff has a place right there. Right there. I love seeing tons and tons of resources in there. It's so sweet. Now, again, it'd be nice if it had the function like it has in 7 Days to Die. Hey, it's already got screws in there. Okay, throw all the screws in there. Right? That's really the thing that they need to add to this game. If I hit R, it takes everything out of there. If I hit T, it puts everything that's like the thing in the box. And then it would be the ultimate game ever. It absolutely would. That's the only thing they have left to do. Put that in there. All right. And then this, we're going to do this. Because remember that our rods become our screws, and our plates and our rods become our reinforced iron plates. So we got our next part. Now I'm going to actually add a little bit of a gap here. We're going to need to get some of this back. And some of this back. Make more things. And we're going to leave another gap here, but first we're going to go ahead and color this in as storage. And again, I use colors for various different things. So we're going to go ahead and offset. Let's do a 2 offset on that one. And then this one is going to be this, and this, and this, and this. And then this one is going to be our wire. So we'll throw our wire in there. There it is. And then let it run a little bit. Take it right back out again because I'm going to need some. And then after our wire, we're going to be looking for what? What's the next thing you're looking for wire? It'd be cable. Cut that in half. Put that back in my inventory. There we go. And then more of these. Right over there. And then, of course, copper sheets if we've got any. Right here. Very nice. Cut them in half. So we'll have some... do some other stuff with. And then after copper sheets and after all of this, this is all the copper stuff, I usually put quick wire right here because quick wire is like the next thing that you typically try to get going. And then sometimes I'll put the wires together where I have quick wire in this. And you know what? Let's just do that. Let's just try it a little different here, right? We're going to take all these out, grab all this out of here. And again, all you have to do is just take out the stuff in the front and then you can then put something else in there, right? So do this. And then I'll go here, put my quick wire here. And then I have my two wires together. And then I might be looking for my cables. Again, you can organize it however you want. For me, this is typically an easy way to find the stuff I'm looking for. You know what I don't look for very often? Copper sheets. I don't look for those too often, only when I'm running pipes and stuff later. But in this stage, copper sheets is mostly useless for me right now. I really need wire, and I need occasionally some cable. I need a lot of concrete and a lot of plates, some rods to really make screws, and then plates and screws to make this, wire to make cable, and then quick wire to make that. So very cool. There we go. Got that going. And then we're now into the next stage, which is our higher end items. So, and again, if we want to know what our higher end items are, all we have to do is to go over here and look in here. And sometimes I'll organize it like this too, like how it is actually in the constructor. But it kind of puts copper sheets up here and wire down there and so on and so forth. And again, it has it like standard parts, electronics, compounds. And again, you can organize it that way. I never do because that's not how my brain works. My brain don't work that way. It works this other way. Now, what's the next thing I'm going to be looking for? Probably rotors. Let's see, rotors. Modular frames and then rotors. Yes, modular frames and then rotors. Okay, so we'll go, and again, these are our higher end items over here. Now, by the way, I can go, also what I sometimes do is I circle it around my entire base, where I put the higher end resources on the other side of the base. So I could actually start doing that. Let's do that on this playthrough. Again, we'll show you that. So again, now you've gotten here, these are all the basic resources, and then your higher end resources over here. I'm going to middle mouse button this so I already get the color. And then we will run this along here. Now, it doesn't matter where it is, everybody, because I can route those resources always there, no matter where they are. And again, same thing with this one. We're going to offset it so it's away from the road. It's a little too close. Middle mouse button so I don't have to go hunt down the storage container. A little bit back. There we go. Put that there where it's not in the way when I'm running by. Okay, so modular frames. There we go. And rotors. And what else am I going to put here? I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Rotors right there. Okay, we don't need our modular frames. So we can put those right in there. And we can sort out our inventory. All right, what else we got? We got some stators. So I guess we could do stators and motors. So that'd be pretty logical as the next things. Right here. Oh, we don't mind. I'm going to speed up because I think you got the gist of this. And some motors that we found. Now, we can't even make motors, everybody, but we got them there. Another thing that we can do now is our quartz, which is actually right down where we are down there. So let's go ahead and put a little offset in there. So we know this is kind of a different group. And this will be our basic quartz, which we have some right here. Again, I don't keep the raw resources over here. The raw resources I keep over at the thing. And if I need any, I can get them later. Now, all of these later, everybody, will go into the Dimensional Depot. And I'll just have them loop into the Dimensional Depot. So I don't even need to do all of this. But this is really for the early game. if you want to organize your stuff. Now, you're not required to do this at all, by the way. You don't have to do any of this. So you can just do the dimensional depot if you're at that stage. Let's see, what else we got? We got some circuit boards here, which I seriously doubt I'm going to use for a really long time, but you never know. Let's go ahead and throw some circuit boards in there. And I think we do have the ability to do the AI limiters now, don't we? Yes, we do. We also got some SAM ore and stuff we'll get in there. Let's actually make a couple AI limiters, because we're going to definitely use those in a bit. I'm going to use a whole lot of those, you'll see. And then we'll put this over here. And again, you can see we're even making it more elaborate than we made it before. Those AI limiters in there. And again, everything has a place. It has a home to go to. And if you notice, I'm bringing it to me. I'm not bringing it to all the other processes. And the reason why I'm bringing it to me is so I don't have to go to it. Again, that cuts down on massive back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You want it to come to you, continuously fill up these boxes until they're completely full, and then automatically turn off the rest of those processes, which I think is pretty awesome. Now, normally if I had a double box here, everybody, we would do something at the bottom and then something at the top, and eventually I'll replace these all with double boxes over time. What else we got in here? All right, we got all that stuff. Oh, we got some heavy modular frames there too. Let's go put that over here, though I seriously doubt I'm going to put this far down. That would probably be more by the stuff down there, but maybe we'll leave it. We'll see. Doesn't really matter as long as I know where it's at and I can go get it. That's important. Okay, what else we got over here that we can just put in here? Now, something I'm not going to really use all that much is my hard drives. I don't really use them over here, but I'll put them in here in case I need them later on. Okay, so we got all that done. Now we need some of our alien stuff. Need some more plates. See, whenever I need something, I know right where to go to get it. Each and every time. Right there, very nice. And then a little bit offset. Now these I don't go to very often, and we're not even into that stage where we can really use it all that much. But we're going to go ahead and go right here, and we're going to put in our alien stuff there. And eventually the next one that we're going to do is going to go right there. So we'll just leave a little bit of space for that. We also have some of this, which I would probably do way earlier in the line, but we're just going to offset it and put that there. Which is going to be this, and then eventually we're going to have our pipes, and we'll put our pipes there. The only thing that matters is I know where it's going, where it's ending up, and that I can go and get it when I need it. Okay, what else we got? We got some rubber, which we can put over here. Now, mostly I'll put this stuff where I don't have a lot of it nearby the base, and just keep it there. But we're organizing all of our stuff for the long term, because we're going to need to really organize, because we got a lot of resources that we got to get going. And again, I'm in zero hurry, everybody. Like, oh, okay, I got to get through the hardest part of the game as fast as possible. Nope, don't have to do nothing. This game is pretty chill. Don't have to rush. Don't have to do nothing. You answer to nobody. You roll how you want to roll. You do your thing. And then a lot more rando resources we're just going to throw in here. Later on, I'm going to take all those. I'm going to throw them in the dimensional depot. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, there is one more thing that I do want to do over here, and we'll do it right here at the end. Oh, we need my plates back. Plates here. And again, this time we're taking for this is going to pay off massively over the long run. It absolutely does. Totally worth the time. Totally worth the time to revamp your base. I'm going to offset this one a little bit, because this one's going to be uniquely different. And right there. Now, the funny thing is, my power is going to be right here, right next to where this is, so I'll have a bunch of those. And there you go. That's the Kismet guide to organizing your base. Easy, easy. And then the rest of these here, we're going to be using for some serious amount of spaghetti over here. Like, Kismet, no, I thought you were going to do any more spaghetti. Oh, we're going to do all the spaghetti. We're going to do all of it right there. Later on, not right now. All right, let's keep going over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6, and zip, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one and up. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, okay. Again, 6 is the maximum distance. You want to go ahead and go the maximum distance so that you can optimize your resources that you're using. It's actually a little bit further than 6. Oh, and we got to get more plates. We know right where they are. In fact, we'll get all the plates and all the concrete. Okay. Doesn't need to be fast at this point. Just needs to be efficient. Remember, we did this in the hardest mode, everybody. We're building this big old stuff. 100 times the resources it takes to do this. So, here we go. Now, we're going to go ahead and do some of our logistics. Now, our toughest one is going to be our concrete, because it's way up on the top. But we're going to go ahead and bring it down across here. And in it goes. There we go. Then we have our plates, which are right here, but that's going to block the road. So what I'm going to do is bring it out and bring it up. Oh, got to rotate it first. Bring it out. Bring it up. Just a bit. I forgot to rotate it again. Come on, brain. Work with me. Rotate. There you go. And now up. Up one more. There you go. Then up and over. Oh, it's touching. I don't like it. No. No. I don't like it. Let's organize it better. Right here. Boom. Boom. This one. Down there. That one. Up here. And you're like, kid, you should put your concrete down there. I could have put concrete down there and run them both in tandem. But I'm just showing you that you can actually transition just fine. And again, the reason why I raised this up here is because I want to have my vehicle come right through here later on, because I'm thinking that far ahead. I don't even have a vehicle yet. But I'm thinking that far ahead, everybody. And I also want it up where I can run underneath it like this, which is very useful. Oh, that went the wrong way. This one is plates. Right? No, I had that right. Plates on the bottom. Plates on the bottom. Concrete on the top. And if we do it right, we're going to see in the front is concrete. Plates. We look back here, concrete plates. And now you know why I put that on the belt. So I can see that it's working properly. And now it's coming from way over there, way over here. We know it's working. How do we know it's working? Because it made it over here. If it wasn't working, if we missed a step or we did the wrong thing, it wouldn't make it all the way over here. Now it's doing all the work for me, which is what you wanted to do. Absolutely. You wanted to do all that work. All right. Now speaking of getting some work done, let's go right here. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to go look at what these are. This is rods, screws, which we're not making any screws. Oh, we're not making any screws. We'll make those later. Screws I like making myself. It's usually faster. We're not going to do any of this. So really, we only need the one, which is right here, which is the screws. All right, hold on. Let's take this out. Let's manage this up a little bit. Get this here. Line that up there. Take that out of there. All right, screws right over here. Let's go ahead and run those over and see if it touches the other belt. Now, it doesn't matter if it touches the other belt. It only matters to me. And then right down in there. Now, again, I could use my lifters as well, but that just takes more resources and is unnecessary. All right, over here, we're going to have wire. We're going to have quick wire and all of this. Now, the funny thing about the quick wire is I'm going to bring that from over here. Because we randomized some nodes. There it is. We randomized some nodes, and boom, we ended up with a bunch of Caterium nearby our base. So pretty sweet. Normally, Caterium is way the hell out there. All right, so we need some wire over here. Now, we want to just take the rest of these resources and just run them over this way, because we know we're going to work them down this way. Got to watch out for these, though, because in the future, I am going to add those in there. So I'm just going to leave a little bit of room here, and we're just going to go like this. And then we'll pull the rest of these resources down into here. And there we go. It's so cool to watch those run every single time. I never get tired of watching that run. In fact, sometimes I just leave it on just so I can watch it run. All right, so the first thing we need is our wire. Our wire is right here, and we're just going to divert that right into this box. We'll look in the box. Is there wire in there? There sure is. Wire coming down the line? Yes. Over here, this is quick wire, this is wire, and this is copper sheets. So copper sheets going to be way over here. Let's go ahead and control how these are going to go in here. We're going to back up just a little bit. We're going to do this, and we're going to bring them copper sheets down to the bottom, and we're going to bring that wire up here at the top. Now we can come back later. We make this even more fancy-smancy as well. Or not even take all this out. Later on, you can use trains and all sorts of stuff to run it. whatever they call those, remote drones. We'll go and grab it. Or even better, just run it in the Dimensional Depot. You don't need to do any of this. This is only for the beginning so that I have all my resources. And again, this is the old school way of playing too, everybody. Later on, you won't need to do any of this kind of more advanced stuff that I'm doing right now, where you routing all of your resources 6 high right over there. And again, we'll make some screws on our own because screws are crazy. Or what we can do is just divert right here, wherever we already put all the rods in, divert the rods, which is the second one up, divert that over here, make a bunch of screws here, and then run it into the box. So we don't really have to make it over there. We can use it over here. Or we can take the screws, run the screws out if we want to use all the screws, or all the rods, take all the rods out and run them all the screws if we want, which I normally don't like to do. I like to divert it in the line here and make sure I end up with a bunch of rods left over. Now, it's doing all the work for me, everybody. All of that revamping, so it can do it itself. Let's get up here on the top, take a cool look. Get up the ladder. Oh, you know what we need even better? Over here. Oh, okay. Or not put it down. Whatever you feel like doing there, bro. There we go. We jump onto the ladder. Let's get up here and watch it from on high. All this hard work that we've been doing. There we go. There it is, everybody. Doing all the work for me. Now, the power's not even on yet. We haven't even done the power part yet. We'll get to that. We'll get to the power part, but now you can see that all the resources are working. The second we start that up, it's going to produce those resources, bring them over here where I don't have to micromanage them as well. So we're going to go ahead and let that run like that, and that'll bring all those over here. I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so the other one we want to do is our quartz and our quick wire. Let's go do our quick wire first. If you notice, I'm doing all of the production first and not the power first. And the reason why is you don't know how much power you need yet until you set up your production. That's why. Good to set up your production first. All right, and the same thing here. We're just going to run, let's say, right into there. And then we're just going to go ahead and not even bother to put a foundation over here. Oh, and grab one of these miners. Not even bother to put a foundation here. We're just going to run this straight on the ground like that. And then the output of this is just 60, so we know we can just use our regular belts. We're going to bring it right here into the center. And then we're going to go ahead and build ourselves a storage box right in the center of this as well. So it puts that raw resource right into there. We're going to go ahead and take the power and chain that power forward onto our little box there. If we had some wire, would be awesome. We don't have any wire, so we got to run up there and get some. You thought I was talking about the base, didn't you? No, right here. Here's some wire. You grab it off the belt just by hitting E. You're like, Kismet, I can't believe you did that. I know, it's super smart, right? You got to do it the smart way, everybody. The smart way. All right, there we go. Grab that. Run it up here. Put it right there. Okay, now we got one mission, and that is to take this raw resources, if I can get my brain to click the right thing, and we got to run some other. Oh, more wire. Bring it to me. I got to go get it. I just bring it to me. Give me that wire. Bring that wire over here. Of course, I could just run over here and grab some. That's also fun because we got tons of it right there. But just showing you some alternate ways. If you do get stuck and you're out there and you see your line going along, you can just grab it yourself. No big deal. Again, these belts are really slow. Now, the problem with running belts like this and you're running them really far is that later on you have to come back and upgrade them and upgrade them and upgrade them. Oh, man, that takes a lot of work. It really does. It takes a lot of work to build it. It takes a lot of work to upgrade it and whatnot. But I'm going to show you how to not have to do any of that eventually. All right, so this is going into here. We're going to make deuterium magnets. And we're going to see what the output of this is. 60. Okay. And the input of this is 90. Okay, we don't need no 90. Let's say 10. And we need 60. We're going to underclock it. Very nice. We're only going to match our inputs to maximize the our power and maximize our output of everything that we're doing. Okay, so we got that going, and that's going there. We've got the power running to here. Then we're going to take our 60 Caterium ore and convert it into 10 Caterium ignits. And those 10 Caterium ignits are going to become our quick wire. Oh, don't have any reinforced iron plates. See, this is the problem. The running back and forth. The running back and forth problem. We're going to solve this problem eventually. But don't worry, we got the slide jump technique. We got our blade thingies, which will get us across the map pretty fast. There you go. Where are those bad boys? Right here. Easy. Easy. Take a stack of 100. Slide under. Slide jump. Slide jump. Slide. Whoa! Big jump. Again, really nice when you throw it along your thing. Oh, almost forgot. Hold on. We got to put a buffer in between. Oh, there we go. Put a nice little buffer in there. Again, the output of this is only 10, so we only need those level 60 belts. And then up here we go. And we will put our constructor right there. And then again, we're going to go ahead and do our quick wire. What are we doing? 24 per minute? We absolutely are not. We are going to do less than half, so it would be 28 per minute. Ooh, very close, very close. Let's go 26. Nope. 25. There it is, 25. So we're going to go 10 because that is the output of this. And again, you've got to think I'm doing 5 times the power, twice as much resources. So it's serious. It's pretty serious. And again, the underclocking is what we just did there so that we can keep our power going. I'm going to bring this forward right onto there, lock that into there. And again, we have a whole separate power grid, which we're going to run right over here, like so. And we're going to miss the spot that I wanted to hit. And we're going to use this as like the central part of our base to control the... don't have enough room. Let's do it this way. What the heck is the name? Control drag. Right click drag. There it is. Shift like split. We'll drop that one there. So now we know that goes to that. We know that we got our plates to go to this. This goes to that, goes to that. And any time I can just go ahead and cut this off. I would cut it this way, obviously. Cut that power off. Now what we're going to do is take all of this and we are going to centralize all this power. In fact, we could probably just upgrade this one to a level 2 power pole. And then we'll just do this, this, and this. So we can just cut these off depending on which system that we want to disable. And then now this is all just one wire, right? So it combines all into one wire. And we're going to run this right down our road here. Look at that beautiful power run. Nice. Beautiful. Okay. Notice that's using no power to run those, by the way. Okay, we got all that good. Now we want to slide down here. I'm going to show you how easy it is if you do add another process to work that process. Bring that forward. Bring that in there. Bring that in there. And again, we have backlogs all the way back. Quick wire. Got a reduced quick wire. And you're like, ah, man, I want to add something else up here. Yeah, no problem. Watch this. Boom, right there. And then we can just use our lifter to get it up there. So we don't have to run weird belts. Just like this. Boom. And then just take that, run it right up there on the top. And guess what? It's all part of the same process now. And we run forward. Now, of course, doing the ones at the top are super awkward. Luckily, it's got a ladder on the side. I use these for ladders as well. In the early games sometimes. Currently not doing it, but it might be a good idea off the side here, now that I think about it. Over here where this quartz is. And we going big, everybody. Like, Kismet, how did you get so much resources when it costs you 100 times the resource? Well, efficiency, that's how. Efficiency is what gets it done. And this is going to make us really efficient. Really super efficient here in a minute. All right, and then again, we'll divert that quick wire right over here. And then I believe this one was our quick wire. It sure was. Okay, cool. And then we'll just take this and dip that right down in there. And we've got our quick wire ready to go. All right, nice. Okay, what else we got? We got some quartz down here that we want to work, and we want to get that quartz to end up off to the side here, which is right, where is it? Right here. So we want to get our quartz here. And that there. So here's what we're going to do. Make it really easy. Go over this way. Oh, yeah, okay. We got to rework all of this. Like this. Take all that out. And we're going to do this, what I was just talking about. Maybe. You ever tried to go down on this before? I don't think I've ever tried to go downwards. I think I only go upwards. I don't think I've ever tried to bring it upwards. Or downwards from down there. Try not to get too close to that node. Right in the middle of my road, but... show you a great trick. See how I put that in first? And then what I'm going to do is line this one up to that one. Hit H. Put that down there, and then do it again. Perfect. Okay. It's called walking. You're walking it to the left to try to find that spot. And out of resources. Of course I am. I know right where to get the resources from. Try not to take out the one you're standing on. If I fall, I'll most likely live. And you're like, Kismet, how do you know you're going to live that fall? The way I know is because my health is full. Let me move over. My health is full right here. My health is completely full. You can fall an infinite distance. The problem is when you get to the bottom, though, you'll have very little health left. So keep that in mind. All right, so all I'm trying to do is line that up like that. And then I can just go out onto here because I'm a crazy man. And I'll grab onto that bad boy and go up and down like so. There we go. Nice. I don't need to go down there, though, because I already know where the thing is right here. Go ahead and take this out. Watch how awesome this is, everybody. Even from way up here, I can go in here. I can turn this around, put it this way, which is the way I want it to go. And then I can get my lifter, bring it up, go out like this. Extend this out so I know where my road is. This needs to go a little higher. Notice I used the little stripes on there. Use the little stripes to see that height so that when my vehicle goes through here, it'll be up high enough. I can always adjust it later also. But what we're going to do is put that production that we had way over there, over here. Easy. Back, we're going to not do that because I forgot a single step, which is do our storage first. So we're going to have a raw storage there. And we're going to have that come across. Actually, we should lift this so that when we go across the road, it won't be in the way. Like this. There we go. Now it's going to run that into there, and then we're going to run this out, and we're just going to do our production up here instead of doing it down there. And I don't have to run down there at all. And this is going to produce quartz crystal over here, and then put it in a secondary box over here right next to it. I like to have it also, the output also be right next to it in case I'm running by and I need a little bit of that stuff. It'll also be right here eventually. And then again, doing our power. Chain all this same power together. Or is it right over there? Bring it up to there. Okay, notice that we don't need a smelter, by the way. You can just take the raw quartz and turn it into quartz crystal. It's going to go right there, and then we need to figure out where our quartz crystal is, which I believe is here. And it just dawned on me that I actually forgot I forgot something. I forgot the silica, which is in between these. Okay, hold on. Let's move this over. And we'll pull it. We're not going to have too many of those, I don't think, early on. So yeah, we want to move all of this over. There we go. Because we want to put this... we got way too much concrete. Look at that. We got a place to put it all. Isn't that nice? We got a spot. Put that. Organizing is awesome. It's really fun. All right, so we got that there, but I missed a step, which is my bad, which is silica, which goes in between there. Then we have our oscillators. There we go. I don't think I have any silica on me, do I? No, I do not, but that's okay. We'll get to that in a second. We've got our, what over here? We've got our AI limiters, which we can do. I'm going to put this in here and this in here, and maybe we'll get two different types. Grab one of these. Yes, see there, you can actually see both of them in there. If you grab one off the end, then it will alternate to the other stack, and the other stack, and the other stack. It'll alternate back and forth. So you can see that you have two different types of items in there. Very, very useful, showing you some cool stuff. Caterium, we just throw that away for now. Don't need to manage that. So, all right, that's good. So the first box right here is our stuff that's going to come out of here. We're going to raise it up so we can run past here without running into stuff. Take this up, run it back this way, and just run it from right there to right there. In fact, we can make it nice and straight. You get that sweet 90. Look at that sweet 90 in there. All right, and then we're going to need to take some of this raw ore and actually split it, because we're going to need some raw quartz to do some silica. Yes, okay. So we've got to actually move this out just a little bit. So we're going to take this out. We're going to undo all this stuff we just did. You're like, but don't worry about it. If you figure something out and you're like, oh, I got to do something else, just do it. Don't worry about it. That's why I left a bit of space here anyway, in case I do need to do this kind of stuff. So we're going to go ahead and take this splitter, put it right there, just so we can still see the stuff coming out. And then we're going to double up with our constructors. We're going to need a lot of power to do all this fun stuff. We're going to put one there, and we're going to put one right there. It's going to be pretty close, but we'll still be able to see that it is running in there. And then that one over there, and then quartz crystal here, and silica there. And you're like, Kismet, this is so much power. You're right. It's going to be an insane amount of power. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go over here and utilize our new thing that we just did. Wow, oh God, I missed it. Ooh, I saved myself by grabbing it on the way down. All right, now I got to remember what the heck the output of this was. 60. Okay, that's easy. That's easy to know. And so we'll go back over here, go up our ladder. Now later on, you can unlock a ladder in the architect thing when we get to our awesome sink. But as you can see, this works just as good as a ladder. It'll get you up there. It just saved me a lot of time of going all the way around. Okay, so that's 60 coming out of there. So we split that into 30 and 30. What do I need more of? Silica or of our quartz crystal? I'd say quartz crystal. I probably need very little of the silica for right now. So let's go ahead and do a splitter here, but we're going to go ahead and recombine, or actually we could recombine here. That'll give us 20 and, no, it'll give us 60, give us 20, and 20 would be 40 here and 20 there. Even 20 is too much. So you want to split and split. So I'm load balancing. So here's what I want to do. I want to double split this. So I want to go here. What are you doing? That thing is out of control. There we go. It's out of control. Okay, so we're going to take 20 and we're going to run it that way. Then we're going to go this way. And we're going to take our merger. We're going to take 20 there and 20 there. Remember, we're doing 60. So 20, 20, that's 40. This over here is 20. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and merge again, one forward, like this. And we're going to take 20 of this, or really 10 of that. So again, this is 20. We're going to take 10 that way and recombine that over there to be used with our other stuff. I'm going to move these way forward here. Maybe a little closer. Right there. And then that's going to go there. This is going to go here. So that's going to be 50. This is going to be 10. You're welcome. That's called load balancing. See, I took the numbers and I split them in half or in thirds and then recombine those numbers to make the one I want. So we know this one is going to be 50. So it's going to be the bulk of all of our stuff. So we're going to go ahead and say 15 per minute. I don't know why. Oh, wow, that was just a lucky guess, everybody. 50. Very nice. Very nice. I need a lot more of that than silica over here, which I only need 10. So that was a pretty good guess. Speaking of 10, we'll just say 10. All right, pretty close. 8 per minute. Again, why can't I just not type in the how many per minute? That seems like more. So this is the target production output rate, but not the input rate. Why can't I just set the input rate? That just makes way more sense to me. But then again, a lot of things make way more sense to me that don't make sense to other people. All right, and then 23. We're going to squeeze every bit of power out of this. We're going to really turn it down. So we're getting, I think it's actually down into 22. Really, it's going to save every bit of power and get the maximum efficiency out of all of these. 22.3. Nope, 22.2. 22.25 times 2, 1. 2. What is this? Is 2222? I bet you it's 2222. Yep, it is. A lot of the numbers are repeating. It's like pi, everybody. It repeats. Wants to collab with me? I don't really do collabs, but thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. Knight, thanks for hanging out. Mind-boggling to think about all the shortcuts you're not taking, especially the 100 mats and 5 times power. Yes, well, I'm not taking yet. I'll get there. I'm going to do a lot of shortcuts, and I'm going to show you how to get there as well. But again, I'm not in a hurry. See, again, some people get in a hurry, like, oh, I got to do it as fast as possible. I'm never in a hurry. All right, so we're underclocking all of this, and we're getting that going. And guys, also, if you're playing with multiplayer, buddy, it would be much easier if you have more people, of course, collecting resources and keeping your stuff going. But the point is to get all of the resources that we currently can produce going, and then have the control over, okay, I have enough concrete, let me turn my concrete off. Okay, I have enough of this, I have enough of that, let me turn those off. And have that ability to turn your factory on and off based on priority of what you need. Now, me, I like to normally let it run until it fills and then it turns itself off. I don't need to turn it off. But with this many resources that we need to produce, we're going to need to manage it. Now, of course, later on, we'll have our little power switches. And we'll have them all labeled so we can turn it on and off based on as we need. But I prefer not to turn them off at all because then I don't have to. All right, that's even easier. All right, and then we'll go ahead, put this right over here. Put that right over there. And there we go. And again, we'll pull this forward. And I'm just going to put it right here on top of this merger. Put that right over there. And again, this power is all as one. And then we can go ahead and tie this clear across to our power over there. And when we want to take it out, we just take that line out. And we'd be all good. We've got quartz crystal, 50 on that side. And a little bit of our silica, only 10 input over there, which is actually going to output 8. Right there, and then this one is going to output 15. So basically it's going to output around almost double the amount over there. And again, that was all by using those numbers. And then we want this over here to return this way. Now again, all this stuff will be replaced and rebuilt again later on. But for right now, we'll go ahead and do that. And then over here, we'll do the same thing, except for we'll go a little higher. Right here. And again, it doesn't have to be super fancy at this point. It just needs to make its way and do some of the work for me. There we go. Okay, and then we'll get our silica in that one. Again, that's why you leave a gap so you can get through nice and easy. Silica there. And then these I'm going to make manually. Most of the stuff over here I'm going to be making manually. What else we got down here? What we can do? Oh yeah, our stuff here. That's right. We can just put that back in there, and then eventually those other ones. This will be our steel down here. Normally steel is way further down there, but I usually put it way down here because normally I'm not unlocking all of this stuff until later, especially quartz and things like that. But in here, I'm just trying to unlock everything I can unlock in phase 1, which is really fun because, again, I've never bothered to unlock so many things in phase 1 because normally I'm already, I got my coal power and I'm already buzzing along. And in that game, I only need 20,000 power to finish the entire game. We are definitely going to need some serious power augmenters at some point, too. We're going to need a ton of that. And again, we could get this switch right here if we want. We would just have to make those AI limiters, which we can do. Anything down here? Polyester fabric, gas filters. I don't need any of that. That's neural processors. That eventually will get going. We need our buggy. That's the thing that we want to do over here. And we were doing power switches, so we'll clear that. And we want to keep that buggy on our mind. So we're going to go in here and we're going to say, click on it and say add to to-do list. And eventually we'll come back to that. Because we got modular frames that we found while we're running around as well over here somewhere. Oh, what? What did I do with my modular frames? Put them on this side, I bet. Because that's where they belong. Over here, the more advanced stuff. Yeah, we got 50 there. So we got, we're halfway there on those modular frames. And then we got to make some more crystal oscillators. I think we have 4 of those right now. We'll get all that going after we do our power. Now, we got to figure out our power, everybody. How much power do we need? Now, what we're going to do is first take a general census of power over here. You can see that it says 20, but it's actually going to be reduced down to 66%, so it's actually going to use less power. But we want a general sense of how much power we're going to use. And now I'm going to use a spreadsheet over here. I know spreadsheets are awesome. And we're going to say quartz, because that's where I am right now. And then we're going to say constructor, or con, and constructor. And we'll say 20 power, 20 power. I'm going to call this power. Machine, resource, and see, I'm making a spreadsheet right there. Do it over here on the other side of the screen so I can see what I'm aiming at here. All right, so there we go. And then we have the extractor down here. And just to prove that you can jump any distance and not die, there you go. Well, I have the skates on too, but it will actually just leave a little sliver of your health. Now, over time, it will also heal you too, so you're good. All right, 60 per minute coming out of there, looking good. We got 25 megawatts on the extractor. So we got 25 megawatts. There's a lot of megawatts. Why is my thing not typing? Come on. Got this, brother. 25. There we go. All right, already, that's a lot of power. And then we'll total our power for just our quartz, which is 65 power right there. And we'll make that green so we know what that is. All right, so 65 power I need for that. Easy mode. Look at that beautiful space elevator. So awesome. And we're running long. 5 hours without a break. Oh boy. Woo, look out. My road back in there again. Here's a great little trick too, is to put up a wall that tells you not to go that way because there's no thing there and it's over here. Slide down. All right, we'll go do our couture. I'm kind of doing this backwards because we probably want to do our base resources. But here's the thing. Once you know that this is running at 100%, you already know this is going to be 25 watts. So I don't have to remake it again. I can go in and just grab the base resources. But later we'll come back and we'll come back and see what the actual numbers are of the extraction once it's underclocked, all of that stuff. This thing here is 25. We have a smelter, which is 20. And then our constructor, which is currently 20, but we know it's going to be half of that, so it's going to be about 10 megawatts. But again, we'll come back once we start it up. We're we're going to aim for the highest power first. Let's start with our iron line. That's just my other resources I got to deal with. Like, why are them boxes there? Because I put them there. Okay, iron line. So iron. And we have our extractor, which is going to be the same. All of our extractors are running at 100% because that's what you want them to do. And then along the iron line, we have 1 smelter and 2 extractors. So smelter. Actually, I forgot to leave a space here. Smelter, 1, and constructors, 2. Not extractors, these are constructors. So 2 constructors, 1 smelter, and 1 extractor. Then we're going to go over here to our copper line. And again, we can actually just go equals here, equals there. Spreadsheets are great because then you don't have to remember all these numbers. There's a lot of numbers to remember. Copper. Oh, I should also make what the input of those are. I should have wrote those down. This way I don't have to look up what the inputs are later on. This is 60. So 60 on our iron. And we know our copper is 120 over here. So we now know what the inputs are. And then we want to count all the things that we have running down here. So we have 2 smelters running. So we'll grab smelters. Again, I already did it on the previous one, so I just copy paste it. Put 2 of those bad boys in there, or I could double the number if I want. But it also, if I put them in each line, and I'll show you the spreadsheet when I get it done, then I remember that I have that many of those things over there. And again, don't worry, we'll scale all this up even more so later on. Then our copper line actually has another constructor there as well to work on that other side step. But again, it's not going to be running at full ability, but we will figure all that out later on. And then equals, we'll calculate all of that. Okay, very nice. So we got our copper line. Now we need our, and this is actually going to be probably the one to use the most power. And this is our concrete or limestone, actually, limestone line. And our limestone is actually coming out at 60, but it's times 2. So 60 times 2 equals 120. Yep, 60 times 2, 120. Okay. Let's just double check that is our output of both. Yep, 60 and 60. And we know both of those are going to be 25 power. So our extractor, oh, we need a little bit of space here. And, oh, I forgot my extractor over here in my copper. That could be a problem later. Let's put that in there. There we go. Yeah, it's 125 power in that copper right now. Okay, limestone. We have 2 extractors. So extractor, extractor. Now again, obviously, if it takes 25 power to extract 60 and 25 power to extract 120, you're like, wait a minute, I can extract twice as much for the same amount of power? You'd probably want to do that one. That's why you're looking for pure nodes. Pure nodes make a big difference in the game, especially going to make a big difference when your power consumption is so high. But we'll look for those pure nodes as we go along, that's for sure. Okay, so we have the 2 extractors running over here, and then we're combining these into these boxes, and then these 2 constructors are working together at optimal speed. And then those 2 constructors are outputting and combining back together into a single line, and then that's going to run up there. Why does that look weird? I don't like the way that belt goes. I think we're going to have to make that look a little nicer. I think I prefer that. There we go. Make it look a little nicer. All right, and then we have our 2 constructors. And then we have this. And now we have all of our power requirements. And you guys are about to be shocked. This This is nuts, bro. This is nuts. All right. We're going to sum. We're going to sum all of these together. So we're going to go this one plus this one. No, this one. And I got to put the plus in. Plus doesn't automatically do it because it's Google, and Google doesn't make it easy as all the other spreadsheets do. Their spreadsheets, meh, compared to everything else, but it's easy to put in there. All right, I need 430 power. Let me go ahead and show you the spreadsheet over here, everybody. So what I did is I went in, and I'll zoom in for all you peeps on mobile. I went in and said, okay, resource, machine, and power. So my quartz is extracting so much, which I forgot to mention, which I think is just 60. We can put 60 in there. And then the machine requires, the extractor requires 25 power. The two constructors require 20 power there, a total 65 power. Then Caterium power, which Caterium I think also is 60. I should run over there and check real quick. Hold on, we're right here. We could go check. Grab some of this while we're at it. Nope. Let's just go check. I think it's 60, but let's go see. Yeah, normal node. Actually, lucking out on these nodes, man. Yeah, 60. Okay. And then, again, so you have 60 extraction there. Why is this one over here? That one there. Something not right there. This is not right. This should be over there. That should be there. There we go. I offset these. I offset all these other ones. My bad. Over here, machine power. You get the idea. So 65 there, 65 there, 85 here again. Where it requires 5 times the power for us to do. And there we go. And some people might be like, Kismet, you should use all these glitches and shortcuts and all this stuff. But I don't do that kind of thing, everybody. I never cheat the game because you're really cheating yourself. There we go, 430 power. Now here's what you do, everybody. You take 30, which is the biogen, I'm going to call it. And it will generate 30 power. So all you have to do is you take your bigger number and you divide it by your smaller number, and we need about 14, really 15 biogenerators to run all of this stuff. But we actually don't need that much because, again, we downscaled some of the power. We've underclocked it. So it's actually going to be less than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14. We're going to start it up, see how it goes. And we're going to start up different sections as well. Because what you can do is you can build biopower for each section. So I can build biopower that's just for this section, just for this section. And you can see this is 65. So I would need so much biopower for that. So I can just go right here. And actually, we can just say biogen at the end. So we can just copy it all at the same time. And then we can also round this off a little bit by doing that. There we go. Let's just do 4.3. There we go. And I can take this and I can actually put it here. And so this is why spreadsheets are awesome, because they'll just tell you exactly how many of those things that you need. Just like that. Now, you can also just have it completely round up to the next number, but you got to watch out because it'll do below 5, it'll round down, and above 5, it'll round up. In this case, you'd always want it to round up. So you definitely want to have that extra slot so you can see that you want to round that up on your own. I can go through and there's calculations that you can set up that it will do that automatically. Any tips on Dimensional Depot? I'm having trouble, having a hard time understanding how it works. Nadine, that is a fantastic question. The Dimensional Depot is one of the greatest things they added to the game. Have you noticed me running back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? That is because I have to go get the resources, and those resources are physically in a spot, right? This extractor is going to extract physically from this spot. And if I want to just run it out of this extractor and come and grab the resources, I have to come over here to grab it. What the Dimensional Depot does is once you have it unlocked, I can take that ore, run it into Dimensional Depot, and access it in my inventory on the left here, no matter where I am. I can also have it use the resources out of there. Say I was going to make some Caterium Ignits, and it's in the Dimensional Depot. I could just go into, go up to the thing that makes you make stuff. Oh, God, my brain just stops when sometimes it sucks. Sleep apnea sucks. Crafting bench. So I put the crafting bench down, and I can craft it from anywhere because it's in the dimensional depot over here on the side. So the goal is take your stuff, put it in the dimensional depot. But the problem is you have to unlock the dimensional depot, and it usually is here in organization. And then you got to have Mercer spheres to make them. So you got to have Mercer spheres. You got to work on your alien technology to get those unlocked, right? So you get your alien technology, you get it unlocked, and then here's what you do. You say, what is my, and especially you only have a few Mercer spheres, what is the number one thing that I'm always running back to the base for? And I can tell you what the answer is. It's concrete, it's plates, it's rods, it's all of those things. Those are the first things you should be putting in there, especially concrete. That's the first thing I put my dimensional depot on. Then I put it on plates, because plates and concrete make foundations. So I'm going to be making lots of foundations, right? And so I don't have to run back for that anymore. But in the early game, also, as you're going through, you won't have it upgraded very much. So you also, it'll take a while to get in there. Sometimes you'll burn up all the resources that are in the dimensional depot. I typically have the option on. It's not in here because I haven't unlocked it yet. But there's an option that says take from inventory first before it takes from dimensional depot. You definitely want to have that on in the early game. This way, if you have some on you, you can just use that. And then it doesn't have to take all that time to re-upload it to the dimensional depot. Always go from your inventory first, I suggest, as well. It does work a lot. So that's how the dimensional depot works. Do you have any other questions other than that, Naiden? Let me know. I'll be happy to help you. And again, 1,000 Kids Cats for everybody in the chat for an excellent question. Very good. All right, so we got this all figured out. We know how much power that we need. And so we're going to go set up this power up here at the very top. And we got all the resources we need for right now. All the resources we need to progress, too, by the way, to get those 5,000 things done. And that's going to take some serious letting the computer run at some point. That is for sure. And like this, and like this. All right. And then more like this. Bring this all the way out. Square that off. All right, very nice. Now we need lots and lots of foundations. And you're like, oh, Kismet, this is why you made all this concrete and all these plates all this time. You've been working so hard at it. Exactly. For this very moment right here. Where I can go in and just build. And remember, again, everybody, this is the hardest mode you can play. The hardest mode you can play. Look at me building this big old stuff. If I can play it in this massively, insanely hard mode and build all these big things right at the very beginning, I'm not even out of phase 1, everybody. I'm in the first phase. And I'm building big old bases, as you can see. We're going to go ahead and make ourselves a road right through the middle of there. Oh, we're going to mess it up a little bit and accidentally color that part over there. But we're going to put a road right down here in the middle. We're going to find where our other side is right here. We already did the road down there. Very nice. And that just leaves area for us to navigate, leave room for the human to run around. And now we're going to work on our power. It's a little bit removed from my base over there, but we're going to go ahead and put our next swatch in, which is going to be our green swatch. Not to do both of them, you can just do one, but I just do both just so they're the same color. And we're going to go ahead and make it right down the side of the road, and this is where my power is going to be. And again, I just color code stuff, so I can look over there and say, oh, okay, that's where my power is. Oh, okay, that's a road. Okay, that's where my hub is. Okay, that's where my storage is. Right, that's what I typically will do. How did this end up going that way? What the heck just happened? Oh, I changed the color. Oh, that's my bad. I changed the wrong one. No problem. Watch this. We can fix it. We can fix it. Wait, no. Swatch 2 is blue. I don't know what the heck I just did. What the? I must have used that one instead of this one. I don't know. But that's okay. We can fix it. Blue is storage. Try not to hit anything else, but sometimes you do. Now, if you have one that you accidentally colored something else, you can just take it out, or you can just go back and say, put it back to the default swatch. Same thing over here, default swatch. Default swatch. Over there, back to my yellow. And again, these are just colors that I use. You don't have, these are not like the universal colors for stuff. These are just for me to make this nice and easy. Okay, so now we got that over there. Now, another color that I do use is orange. So that's the default color really, but I'm going to just make my own orange over here. We're going to make it nice and bright. And then we can just copy the color from up here if we want to really be tricky and paste that color down there. All right, orange. Orange is going to be our production. And we're going to have a lot of production up here for it to do some work for us. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and start to do our power. So we need 14 of these, and we want to do them in groups of 3. And I'll show you why here in just a bit. Second, I figure out where my power is here. And again, we now have the capability to do a lot of power. So we need to get over here, get our resources back. Oh, yeah, there we go. It'd be a bummer to run out of resources when you're trying to put your power in, huh? But don't worry, we got it segmented, so we could always make a little bit of power and then go from there. All right, so we've got this power right over here. Now, this power is actually going to be for the thing I'm going to build right over here. And actually, we'll end up in this box as well. So let's go ahead and just put a lifter right there for later. And then we're going to go ahead and have it end up, let's say, right about there. Looks good to me. Okay, so now what we want to do is also have it auto-produce our power for us. And to do that, we're going to need to use our constructors here. And we're going to back this up just a bit. And what we're going to do is we're going to use our wood. Leaves, I think, is not worth it. I think, especially for this much power that you have to do, it's totally not worth it. But we need 120 input on those leaves. So we want to be able to just put it in the box. We convert our own leaves and then put it in the box to convert it with that wood as well, which we'll do here in just a moment. But we're going to do that, and then we're going to bring this closer. So it has a bit of a buffer there. So we're going to have this biomass coming out, but we're going to have it actually coming out a little faster. We're going to go ahead and say come out at 120. And so this is be running at full speed. The problem is, see this here, that this is 300. So what we really want to do is set this to the maximum output, which is 120, right? It's going to reduce the power. It's going to have the maximum input of 48, which is an awkward input, but it is what it is. And then we have the maximum output of 120 because that's all the belt can hold anyway, so there's no reason to have it all the way turned up because it's burning a bunch of power for no reason. But what we can do is say, okay, well, what is our normal input of our biomass? Well, our normal input of our biomass is as fast as our belt is because we can just take some and put it in the box as well. But when it's processing the wood, when the wood's coming in, we're going to say, okay, it's going to be as fast as whatever our belts are, which in this case is going to be 60. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it automatically, this time, we're going to go ahead and extend this out this way. I'm going to have it automatically do some of the logistics of getting multiple of these balanced out. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to have this go into there, like so. So I'm going to have multiple of this going as well so that we can balance it a bit. Now, 48 is kind of an awkward number to do that, but it is maximum output, so a very awkward number to deal with. But we'll show you how to get that done. And then again, another box here as a buffer. So we can maximum run both sides. Now we don't need to do the 120 belt now because it's only 48 coming through here. And again, it'd be more efficient to run it at 120, but the problem is I don't have a belt that can output fast enough. So there's no point in running it at 120 now if the belt can't output it. As well. So, but I could run it in at 120, but then again, it won't run out. So that's why it'll start to backlog, and we don't want to do that. We want to make it 100% efficient now so we can make our power more efficient. So, okay, so we're going to run that. We're going to run that, and that is going to run it out pretty well. And I think 2 of these is more than enough. And we'll go ahead and let's use this one as our primary power run. And there we go. Okay, and then back here, I'm going to take some of it, and I'm going to put it in here because I'm going to convert the leaves, put it in here. And if you missed it earlier, but we already had all of this set up earlier. over on the other side, and we've torn down the whole base and we're rebuilding the whole base because now we have lots of resources, so we can go in and organize it way better than we could before. So it's going to go through here. It's going to go in and split it in both of these. Now this I want to go as fast as possible. So I want this to go 120. I want that to go 120. I want that to go 120. So this is going to go 120 out of here, though these ones don't necessarily have to go 120. So I can also, I forgot to mention this, you can also downgrade your stuff and get your resources back and downgrade it back to 60. Why is that? Because it's coming out 120, and then it's going to go 60 here, 60 here. And then over here, it's not going faster than 60. It's going 48. So it's actually going to be more than enough to run there. And then it's going to output at 120. So each of these are going to be their own line because we want to maximize the output at 120 there. And that one's already upgraded. And so that's going to basically put out that at 240, even though I don't have 240 belts. I know, pretty awesome. And then we're basically going to have 120 line, 120 line. Now, how can we use that to really maximize our power? Well, what we can do is we can utilize that power to run this over here. So we're going to go ahead and bring this forward over here. And again, can't wait to get to the daisy chaining later on, hopefully. Put that right there. Okay, and then we're going to organize these in threes, right? Because we want them to load balance. So we're going to run that splitter right there in the center, or something like that. Very nice. Leave a little gap so we can see it's working. And with a nice straight run here. There we go. So the one was coming down the line, we'll end up with some of it going here. Now, to run this over here, this is basically right now 20 power, so 40 power, but it's actually going to be less than that. It would actually be down to the point where probably one of these will run it. How do we know that? Well, we know that because it's going to be 40%. So 40% of 20 is less than 10. So 2 10s is 20. So actually it'd be less than we've been using in the past, right? So we're optimizing all of our stuff by underclocking it. So we're going to get much bigger process for a lot less power, right? So, and again, if it takes a while, that's okay. If it takes a while, time is a factor you can let run. But the fact if it goes off and it's not producing anything, that's something totally different that we have to watch out for. So again, we're optimizing all of our power here. So we got that running. So this is going to be roughly about half of this. So this is going to be a total of 20 power, but still be able to output at 240. So outputting very, very quickly so our power does not go off. And then we're going to have two separate lines. One line is going to put some of it over here, and the other line is going to put it along the other way where we're going to have much more power along that side. So we'll go ahead and put this out here, and we're going to put a splitter right here because we're going to multi-split this later on. And there we go. And then we are going to go like this. And again, lift this up so we can get through here. Like so. And then default run. And then we're going to turn these ones into roads here so we don't block our ability to get through here. There we go. Very nice. And I could just continue the road here all the way down, but I like the fact that I come down and boom, I'm at my power. That's what I want to do. Okay, so this is going to be connected right over here. And I'm going to put it right here on top of my splitter because that's awesome. You're like, Kismet, I tried to do that like a million times. That doesn't work. If you take a pole and you try to put it on there, it just doesn't work. What? How can you do that? I don't know how you do that. What you do is you don't use that. What you do is you use your power line. And your power line allows you to grab power and actually set that right on top of there. You're welcome. You can set on top of your boxes, or you can set on top of your lifters if you want. You do you. So there we go. And then this is going to chain back over here, and it's going to chain forward and backwards. And then this power is going to run that power over there. But we're going to see how much power it needs. Now, it just so happens that nearby I have some, oh, that's not it, over here. Nearby I have some, I like how it does like a false start. I have some power. So I can go over here and just put this in here, and it should automatically take it and run it up there, run it down here, and then split it up. Now, one of the things I would want to do, because that is running in so quickly, is think about how much I want to use, because this is coming out at 120. So I want to keep that 120 as much as I can, right? So there are also lifters of different speeds as well. So this is a 120 lifter there. That's a 120 lifter there. And then I can go ahead and also use my 120 belts. So that's going to come out of there at 120 over to here. Going to leave me some room so I can get under here. And then go into here, and then once it gets to here, it's going to split in half. So it's going to go 60 that way and 60 down this way eventually. But for right now, it's running at that maximum speed. So I'm just going to go ahead, just for the sake of fun, we're going to go ahead and make that a 120 for right now. And again, this is going to run down there very, very quickly. And again, I feel that also your power is a great place to start doing your upgrades, even if you don't need that faster speed. If you have a bunch of reinforced iron plates, best place to start using it right there, because this way when your power goes off and you start it back up again, it's going to get into those power things as fast as possible, which is what you want. Absolutely. Okay, so we got a little bit here to start up our power. Now, we don't have anything to convert right now, so we've got problems there, but we'll deal with that here in a moment. We will deal with it in a moment. Now, again, this is back here just to distribute stuff if I don't want to do it myself. But if I do want to do it, I would put it directly in this one because this one's going to come out of here at 60 there and 60 over there. So you get the idea. So, again, this is going to be 120, and this is going to cut it into 60 and 60. But if I want it to be even faster, I could put it up here. But this is just to basically make it more convenient for me, where I can put it there, and they'll distribute it between both of those evenly. Look at this. We got some power. Sexy. Sexy, sexy. Notice the power's not going anywhere. That's because it's not burning up the fuel. That's because it's not using any of the power right now. Very cool. Okay, so we got all that done. Man, we're looking good. I think all we got to do is go back and get that extra resources. Before we go back, though, let's go ahead and put all this in here. Man, we got to take a break, though, man. We haven't taken a break in a while. But we will take a break when we are ready to take a break. That's when we'll take a break. When we are ready. I'm going to put all this back over here. I love when stuff has a place. It all has a place to be. Right over here. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. Oh, I forgot my encased industrial beams. Hey, how convenient. I got a spot right here. Go back and get me some stuff. Give me a stack. Give me a stack. Wasn't anticipating needing to make another box, but we'll put that right there. And we'll just throw these right here, because I forgot I even had those. Alright, I can't even make those yet, everybody, but I got them right there. Alright, back in here. Back in there. Hopefully we don't have to make anything else for a minute. And then back in here. And the rest of this stuff we'll just hold on to for a second, because we are going to eventually have it do all the sorting for us. That'll be the next big thing that we work on. And again, we're just working on our infrastructure to optimize the next stage of the game. So again, this is phase 1. So in phase 1, we want to optimize the ability to transition to the next phase of the game. Now, normally you have to do like 50 smart platings and you're good. You go do coal and then boom, you win the game basically. But I have to do 5,000. So 5,000 is insane. And it's going to take a while, but we'll get it done. You know, just take it one step at a time, just like you would in the normal mode. Just at a very large scale. And I'm great at scaling stuff up. Alrighty. What we got? Some goodies in now. Over here? Goodies? Oh, all the goodies. That's it. That's GG. That all done. Finish that out. That's all done. You just got to turn it on now. That's all we got to do. Still running the, it's still running those wire. We can run over there and grab it if we want to, but it's kind of fun to run it. Okay, we got a bunch of ore. Seriously, Dad's going to fit in here, though. Let's do our lesser stuff. And then we'll just stack another one up on top. Throw it up there. There we go. Oh, look at this. We got a whole bunch. This is what I was looking for. A whole bunch of our biofuel. Whoop, biofuel. Go. There we go. I was going to take that, distribute that over there at 120 per, and then run that in there. Very nice. Now, you know what? I feel like, you know what? We want to really make this cook. Let's go ahead and upgrade all of these to 120. Because this is what actually makes the biofuel. So we want this to cook through here. Look at it go much faster. Look at that. Boom, boom. Fill that up. Fill that up. Fill that up. Looking good. Looking good. It actually takes longer for the side ones to fill than the center one. And the reason why is because this one is right here. Is one thing where this is multiple. So keep that in mind when you do it. But it'll be fairly balanced. And that's what you want it to be. And there you go. And again, we just got some manual sorting. Later on, we'll have it do all the sorting for us. It's going to be awesome. Where is it? This way. The hardest thing is remembering where I put all the stuff. Over here. Let's see. This and this. We'll put that in there. What else we got in here? We got some food-esque stuff. Over here, we got this. We got all of that. We got our little friends here that we'll put in here. Man, we got a lot of those for being at the start of the game. We have some materials. That's what we'll call this box. Materials box. We have some biomass. Which this is making biomass. Oh, hold on. Oh, wow. Okay, I totally forgot a step. My bad. Oh, it just dawned on me too. It hit me like a brick in the face. I totally forgot a step. We got to convert the stuff into the thing. Oh man, glad I thought of that. Luckily, we left some room. We got to convert the biomass into solid biofuel, and that happens all the time. All right, so 96 coming in here. We could overclock it. It's going to take too much in there. Right here, it's at 96 per minute. We want to actually go at 120, which would be, let's just go 100%. What is it? 100 is two things, so it would be 50% there. All right, awesome. Yeah, I totally forgot that we might want to convert that into biomass first before we run that over there. All right. And then 120 is here, 120 here. Because again, this is going to come out at 120, and then both of these will be 120. And we'll go ahead, tie those in up there. Very nice. Now we want to do this. And then this is going to come out at 30. So we're going to actually merge these back together. Like that. So glad I left a little bit of room there. And then out of plates. Let's grab some more concrete. Grab some more rods, because you just know in a second it's going to say, hey, you need more of whatever it is. And then some of this. Okay. This. There. And then we want to upgrade all of this to our higher lifters. And to our faster belts. It's already a Mark II. This is a Mark 1, but we're going to output at 30. So we're just going to increase the speed of all of this stuff over here. Out of iron plates, no problem. Increase the speed of everything to do with our power production. So it does that at its maximum speed that we can do for right now. Because our power is our most important thing right now. Mark II, actually the most important thing in the game in general. 120, 120. This is Mark II, very nice. And this is out 120 to here. And then output is 30 here, but at least it's going to go fast, as fast as it possibly can to get to here, fast as it possibly can to get there. This is a Mark II, that belt's a Mark II, this is a Mark II, again, this is all 120. all the way down as fast as we can so we can get our power up and running. There we go. And actually, our power is ready to go to make more power. Okay, so it's going to make a bunch of those. It's going to throw it over there. Very nice. And again, this is going to be a total of actually 60 per minute. We can't run it in at 240, but we can run 2 of them at 120. So again, it'll take half the power. But again, even in the early stages, I can still run at that higher speed if I do my belts right and make enough machines to make it work. So yeah, so it's going to output 60 per minute. That's a lot of those bad boys. Okay, so we want to put that on our spreadsheet. Move that over here. And then we're going to do that actually separate. And that is going to be up here, resource machine power. Just realized I'm going to put this on the upper level here. Put this one up. There we go. Resource machine power. So the resource is biofuel, or actually, what is it? Wood. Wood. Machine is wood to biofuel. That's what it is. Wood to biofuel. Okay, so we start with the back. And we don't have any extractor. We are the extractor of those resources. Even though this is 40%, we're still going to count this as 1. So this is a constructor. And constructors in this mode do 20 power. So we have 2 constructors there. 2 constructors up ahead. So we have 4 constructors to make all of our power. Very nice. And that in itself is, in theory, 80 power. That's why we have 3 of these, because this is 30, so 30, 60, and 90. So that's 90, so that's more than 80 power. But once we optimize it, it's actually going to be less. Again, we'll probably get it down into the 30 to 60 power that we need to make that run. But first we got to run it, so it then brings the power usage down, and then gives us a general view of that. So we can go over here and we can say, okay, is it running? It is running, but we have nothing to run through it right now. And again, all we need is a little bit of wood. I've got 1 wood on me here. Let's go see if I have any extra resources laying around that I can just get it running a little bit. Oh, right here. And wait, that's going in my inventory. There we go. So I can just go ahead and take some of this biofuel and run it here. And then, yeah. And again, this is completely separate from the rest of the power. So this over here should be able to start up. Oh, I don't have enough biomass in there. I got to get more biomass. Let's see. How much can we make from this little bit of stuff that we gathered? Where'd it go? Thought I saw. Oh, it's in my inventory. Let's also make a crafting bench over here, so we don't have to run all the way around. I usually put them wherever I put this thing. Well, I don't make too many of those, but I do occasionally make them. Biomass leaves. Here we go. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. That's going to not be enough to even get that started up. Just put it all in this one. Oh, there it goes. Now it started up. You need 16. Okay, now it started up. Now it dropped the power. Now we know it's 8 megawatts for the front ones. And I can actually say what these are. Biomass. And then, or actually those are solid biofuel. Solid biomass is actually the ones up here. Biomass, biomass. And this is solid biofuel. There we go. And so now, instead of it taking 20 power, it's taking 8 power, which is awesome. So we know both of those are going to run at 8 power, which drops my power usage from 80 down to 56. Again, that's why you're optimizing your power. Over here, let's go take a look. Did this one change? No, this one hasn't changed because I haven't run it yet. So you got to run it for it to show you what the actual numbers are. Now, I could just figure out the numbers, everybody. It's not that big a deal. But we're going to go ahead and go get a bunch of biomass to make all that work. And then once we have that done, we'll come back and we'll work on a bunch of this other stuff. But we definitely need to take a break because it's been like 6 hours. So we're going to go ahead and do what I call the temp box or the quick drop. I'm going to put it right here. And in fact, I'm going to turn it the opposite way. That's what I call a quick drop. And a quick drop is where I just drop a bunch of stuff and say, oh, I'm going to work on that later. That kind of thing. Oh, I forgot to bring my my things. Hold on, I'm going to go back. I just dropped them. I got to go redo all of my 62 extractors. Oh, did I make a thing over here? I don't think I did. Oh, glad I remembered. Heck, I'll just take this one out right over here. There we go. Always come back and add it later. Making some big progress now, everybody. Getting ourselves organized. Okay, time for some iron extraction. Let's do it. Let's get some iron extracted in here to the point at which you guys have very rarely ever seen. Here we go. Right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to make a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gap. 1, 2, 4, and 5. So there we go. So now we can easily count those. 5, 10, 15, 20. And you know what? I feel like 25 is the right number. I can get it to go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, we're too close to that copper. Too close to that. Some of that's going to do that copper. Copper, copper, copper. It's all copper. Well, it's okay. I'll leave them there because I might need copper later on. So we're going to do 20 of this. These might be doing copper over here as well. Let's see. Now, these are iron. Okay, so those are close enough this way where they're doing copper. Okay, that works out. We'll do that. And then over here on concrete, we'll find our concrete here. Maybe this one seems like the best option. Can't get that one in there. Pick that one back up. I like to do them in groups of 5. There we go. It's easier math-wise. And there we go. All right, so those are going to extract a bunch of those. We're going to give that a minute. And we have all of our power connected. All this is ready to rock and roll. Okay, so we'll let those run. We'll set that up for a break here in a second. First, we got to go run back up here. You're playing on 2 times the recipe modifier. It's more efficient to burn biomass than solid biofuel. Oh, look at that. Backseat gaming, are you? Don't make me ban you. Make sure to read those chat rules. Make sure to read those chat rules. Don't want you to get banned. Backseat gaming. Because any course of action is considered backseat gaming. So try not to give me any course of action or we'll say, oh, don't do that. Kind of thing. I'm sure you should know by now, but if you didn't know, now you know. All right, so more power over here. Oh, we forgot our wire. Wire over here. All right, over here. And I'm just doing this because I have to wait for the extraction over there. Doesn't take too long, but I might as well keep busy while I'm waiting. Got my cable. This is going to be a common thing, everybody. Until we get our dimensional depot going. All right, another group of 3. Very nice. We need to extend the back of this. It'd be easy if I had some concrete. See, I dumped all my stuff in this box. Now you know why I put the box right there, so I can run over there and grab it when I needed that thing instead of running all the way back to all my other stuff. All right, I'm going to show you a great little trick here. Where what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use a splitter coming in from this direction. One splitter is going to go this way. And the other splitter is going to go this way. Like this. Looks pretty good. Then we're going to take this and we'll flip it around the other way. Hold down Control to snap them together if it doesn't want to feel totally awkward. There we go. This one here, this one here. This one's going to go here, this one's going to go here. Hope you don't mind me speeding up, because that's what I'm going to do. I think when you guys got the general gist of it, I typically will speed up. And then that's not what we want to do. We want to put one in the center. So we can connect these to that. And nope, not that. There we go. This to this. Then we can run them down the center. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring it in, boom, and we're going to have both of these split into these two groups. Now, each of these groups are a group of 90, so this is 180 power right here. And we need 430 power to run all of our stuff at the same time. Now, that doesn't mean that that's actually the real number, because again, once we start to run it, we're going to have all of our stuff load balanced, and we have our stuff underclocked to match the inputs that we can just go ahead and let run at its optimum amount. So we're going to go ahead and run it this way, and again, that'll just makes it a little easier to manage your power here and whatnot, and run your resources in there. We'll color all these in here. It's going to all be our little power area over here. Very nice. Now I'm going to go ahead and leave another little gap here. We're going to do the same thing over here. You get the idea. And again, once you get the idea, I'm going to go ahead and go much faster. That does not look lined up. Much better. And if you're wondering why we were making all these resources and doing all this stuff, it's for this reason right here. So we can come back and scale up everything we've been doing and organize all the stuff we've been doing. This is why we work on all of this first, so it's easier to organize. And again, have more room, so we're not just jamming everything together like we were doing at the top of the game. But then again, we didn't have to run very far. And that did help us a lot. And I do have the larger power poles that I could plug these all into. But those take my higher end resources, my quick wire. When I haven't been playing for 6 hours without a break, we better take a break at some point. Alright, those are all chained, and then I can chain these to this. Very nice. And see, I got one cluster and another cluster. And again, that's 180, this is 180. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're building up some power, everybody. Notice I'm not counting that other power over there, by the way, 180 and 180. That has put us right now at 360. We're getting there. Now, part of this production over here, above, or not part of the production above, is my actual power for making the fuel, right? That's separate. That's completely separate. That's 56 power right now is what that's going to take. We'll go in and, you know, figure out what the actual optimum is. But what we need is we need 430 power. So to get 430 power, we need to go ahead and basically do all of this again over here. So we'll go and make some more. And we're leaving a gap just to make it easy for us to traverse. Nope. A little easier to put one right there, and then it's easier to line it up. There we go. Notice, by the way, that I'm not putting splitters and whatnot over there, because this is a load balancer. Load balancer is when you basically make it where each of the ones get an equal amount. That's why I'm doing all of this work right now, is to balance how much of the resources each of these get. And you definitely want to do that on your power. And I'm making a tremendous amount of power for biofuel in the early game, especially in phase 1. This is absolutely an insane amount of power. This is like on scale with coal power right now. It's getting up there. Right now. And all of that together. There we go. My headphones are died. Switch headphones. That's how much work we've done. We need to switch headphones. In there. And again, watch that backseat gaming, peeps. Watch that backseat gaming. All right. Again, I gave you the first one for free, but just know that when I have the back seating off, I want to go on the journey. So if you tell me something, so say I start here and I'm trying to figure this out, right? There's a whole bunch of stuff in between that I'm going to figure out while I'm on the journey to figure this out. And if I just go from here to here, guess what? I missed out on all the stuff in between. And when you learn it yourself, you're going to remember it much longer and much deeper than if someone just tells you. Because then it does things. Now, the only time you want people to tell you is when you're stuck, right? When you're like, hey, I could use some tips to get past this part because I'm stuck doing this thing or that thing or the other thing, right? That's really the best time, I think, for tips. And I like to give you tips here in the stream and to help you so you don't get stuck. And how to optimize your stuff as well, which is pretty fun. Okay, so we got this popping and locking. Now, we're going to deal with the rest of that later. We're just building that up while we're waiting for some of our resources to be ready. And the most efficient way in this early game, especially at the rate that I have it set, everybody, is, again, at the maximum, most insane rate, is to actually do it yourself, is to build the stuff in your inventory until you can scale this up to a point where it's actually exceeding your ability to make that thing. Now, in this case, you can see I put a bunch of these miners, and these miners are the greatest. They are awesome. Oh, and I forgot to put that stuff over there, but you know what? I'm just going to stick it right over here for now. Yeah, that's what I call a drop box. I'll just drop it in there temporarily. All right, let's go ahead and grab all of this iron out of here. Oh, I forgot to turn my headphones back on again. Let's get those going. Man, we are on a roll today. We're on a roll. Okay, so again, while I was gone, these portable miners have extracted at 40 per minute, but I have 20 of them, so you can do your own math, but we can do it right in the game if you want. So I can go 20 times 40. That's 800 every minute. So these are going to extract 800 every minute. Now, of course, this is a bit of your time. You have to go in and take all these out. But what we can do is we can just go ahead and pick all these up. I think I'm going to need another row. I think I'm going to need more. Yep, I definitely need more. All right, more. Oh, I happen to have just enough, too. How convenient. What I'm going to do is stand right here so I have an offset of the width of my character. I'm going to move over. So it lets me put this down. Let's say right here. Nope, bumping into that. Right here. Gonna run out of room. Gonna run out of room that way. Let's do it this way. Really? It doesn't want to go out there. So 5 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. 3 there. Don't like it. If I don't like it, it's gotta go. Taking all those out of there. Okay, so how many we got down here? We got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 25. That's 30. Man, that's so awkward right there. 5 there. Again, I like to do them in groups of 5 because that's 10, 20, 30, 30, and then do these a little better. 1, 2, 3. There we go. A little awkward with that last one. Makes me bump into that thing. There's all over there by himself. Get up here. There you go. I'm bumping into the edge of the extractor. See a bump there, so I want to be able to run through. Like that. That's why I did what I did. So I can run through and do what I need to do. Alright, let's put all these together. Do this. I've got some plates and stuff on me there. Put that back in there. Take this copper, which I don't need. Put that in there. I like how one of those is 69. And here we go again. The point is to be able to come over here, grab all of this in one shot, and fill up my inventory. There we go. And I'm going to throw a couple of them away. Then, what I'm going to do is make a ramp. Oh, I can't make a ramp. The thing. Actually, I'll just put it over here. Put it over here. Like so. Special. Good enough. Okay, so that's 1600 per minute. Faster than you can actually do in the actual game, right? Even in the highest tier, you can only extract at 1200 because the maximum speed of belts is 1200. So this is actually faster than the in-game. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this up to craft, but we can't craft if our inventory is full, so we're going to go ahead and put that, leave a couple slots. That's going to craft 2150 iron ingots. So I'm just going to start that running. Just let it run. And then we'll take a break. Let's go. Take a little break. Hey, Kismet, what's up, Fast Rider? There you go. When will you move over to coal power? When I have 5,000 smart platings, which is going to be a while. Normally, I'd already beat a coal power. I'd already beat a coal power and be way beyond where I'm at now. But the struggle is not in the rushing to the next thing. The struggle is in seeing if you can do it in the hardest mode. That's the fun thing. I've already finished the game many times, 50 times. It's like, or actually like 40 times in early access, a couple times in release. A lot of times. So it's not like I care about finishing the game. I feel it's much more fun and has actually forced me to learn a lot of what can I unlock in Phase 1 to help me get to Phase 2, right? That's really what I'm working on. And that's pretty awesome. And so far, I've been having a great time. And that's what's most important. Are you having a great time playing the game? So there we go, everybody. So we're going to do some words on stream. Now, this is where you, if you're at twitch.tv/Kismet, you can go in and actually enter the words and descramble the words, like you see it's descrambling the word face there. And then you're going to see a little lock. That lock will say, hey, you got to wait to put in the next word because this way one person can't do all the words. You got to work together as a team. So we're going to go ahead and start that up for you guys right now. There we go. We can hear the sound. We're going to start that up for you. I take a little bit of break since it's been 6 hours without a break. Normally I take a break every couple hours. But I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and I'll be back in just a bit. I'm the only one on any platform anywhere that has his very own Fallout stealth boy like this. I'm back, everybody. Let's get back to it right over here. Let's do it. Let's do it. What do you guys do? Whoa, you guys got this going on. Let me help you out if I can. Now, again, if you guys get this all going, we're going to give you 5,000 caps. Print. Oh, you already got print. I know the word print because that's my deal right there. Pint. You already got pint, too. What? Nert. I don't know. Punt. You already got punt. Oh, 2 more words, or 3 more words, everybody. This has got to be an R word or a T word right there. Trip. You already got trip. Turu. Turn. Runt. Wow, good one. All right, over there. What's that one? That last one's got to be a P word or after. Let's see. P or T word. Tump. Tur. I'm just throwing letters together at this point because Kismet don't know what any of these words are. Nert. Nerpt. N-U-I-T. N-I-U-T. P-U-R-I-N-T. I don't know. P-U-R-I. I don't know. What are these words? What are these words, chat? I know, 5 letters. I didn't realize that after I was typing it. There's 5 letters there, Babs. You're right. But hey, you got it done. That's the most important thing. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. I'm going to give you guys a bunch of Kiss Caps for working together right there in the chat. Now, again, we're going to get back to some satisfactory play at the hardest mode, the hardest way you can play. Right over here. Now, while we were taking a little bit of a break there, right over here, you can see that I converted all of the raw iron ore into iron ingots and then converted them into a massive amount of rods. So all of that iron ore got converted into ingots and then into rods, because rods is the thing we need the most out of all the stuff that we're doing. So we've got those rods ready to rock and roll. We're going to run back. And we're going to try to get this going on. Oh, you know what I should do? I should make, do I have enough stuff? Nope. I should make a little belt that goes up the side here that I can use for just getting up the side of there faster. At some point. Okay, we got our rods. We're going to put those away. Right over here. Oh, wow, we need some too. Plates, we got to get check on our plates and stuff. See how we're looking. Now, again, we've restored all of our stuff. Wow, we out of plate. Oh, I put it all down there. Oh, I forgot to pick it back up. We basically took all of the resources that we've made so far, tore everything down, and then optimized our production to its maximum efficiency. So that we can produce all of these things at the same time without wasting any power or wasting any resources. And let's take all of that, put that right there in my inventory. We'll leave that down there. Again, anytime we want to run that, we can just run it. And that's 1,600 iron per minute. Oh, wait, now I can do it. This is old school right here, by where you put one at the bottom. And then you turn it off as straight. You turn it on default. And then you run it like so. Kind of awkward that you can't make it angled. Then you just run it up here to the top a little bit. And then you run a little bit extra so you can jump. I'll show you. So fast way down. Oh, we could upgrade this too. Do we got some stuff on us? No, we don't. Well, I'll do it in a minute. So you can run up faster. See, run up the thing faster, and then I can slide at the end and then jump, slide, jump. I gotta make that a little bit longer. But we'd also make that a level 2. So it's going to level 2 belt up there. And I feel like we want to go do that as well while we're thinking about it. If we have enough. Let's go see. And we got to get out back in the world, everybody. We got a lot of trees and a lot of deforestation we got to do. Look at all them trees over there. A lot of trees over there. So we want to slide down because sliding down is faster. And then we want to use our stuff. Again, this is old school here. This is how we used to do this. Look at that. Look how much faster. So much faster there. And then upgrade this one. And actually, I'm going to take this one out and make this a little longer. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Nice. And slide, jump. There we go, chat. Now we doing the thing. And again, that slide jump is the best. I tell you, it's awesome. Okay, we got some more stuff to do. Now that we got that all squared away, we want to go ahead and start all this up, but we're going to need a bunch of resources to make that happen. Speaking of resources, we're going to go ahead and get all this stuff back where it belongs. So I don't need all of it on me. When I'm doing larger builds, that's when you want to take all that stuff and have it on you. Other than that, you want to go ahead and kind of clear out your inventory a bit and carry just what you need. Don't need this. You just throw that away. And then we're just going to grab what we need to run around and get some resources. So we're going to get this. We're going to not get the small stack. We're going to get the full stack. And full stack here. There we go. That's all we need. We also need our chainsaw, which we've got. And we are going to go ahead and take some of this right over here so that we can utilize that when we're out and about. We're just going to have one full stack. There we go. Now, we got some trees to chop down. I just happen to see there's some trees over this way. Because we're in the stage where we can only do biofuel. That's right. We can only do biofuel. We don't have our other resources yet. We don't have those unlocked because, again, our goal is 100 times the amount you would normally do, everybody. So that's quite a lot. Quite a lot to do, but we'll get it going. So we want to run over here. And as I'm running around, I will make room for this little stuff here that I grab. And so on, but we're going to go ahead and get our chainsaw out. There it is. And we're going to use what biofuel we already have to chop down some trees. And we've been unlocking our inventory to make a larger inventory to help us take out all this biofuel. Now, the actual most efficient way to do this, everybody, is for me to basically go through and make all of this stuff in my inventory. I could set a timer, come back every 15 minutes or so, grab a bunch more resources, have my, my character process it. But I could actually do even more. I could have it making the resources while I'm also making the resources at the same time. But what I have to do is I have to stop what I'm doing because I am the resource extractor right now. I didn't make any more bullets, so that's the way it goes. Come on. All right, looks like these pigs have fought some Spideys down in there, which probably did my job for me. So very nice of them to fight that Spidey. I also forgot to make some ammo, or I left my ammo behind. I think I had a stack of it back there. There we go. That was very nice of them. Now, normally I would mark a cave like this. I would put a mark here on the map telling me there's a cave there. But since we already got the thing that we need out of there, then we won't bother. You can see I do a lot of sliding. Again, the sliding make it go faster. Watch out for that drop. Whoa, boy. A little parkour down the side. And this will happen a lot, everybody. You'll leave your base, you get a little bit down the road, and you go, ah, I forgot the thing. Insert name of thing here. Happens a lot. Oh, and I forgot to say, Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, just to make sure everything's working. I do appreciate all that do, because sometimes, you know, we have technical problems that we have to solve. Okay, where did I put all that rando stuff? Not in this one. This one's empty. Let's see. Not in that one. That's all of this. Oh, that was my biomass. That was my biomass. It's just empty because there's nothing in there yet. Too far. Put that back. Now, I would not trust this belt, everybody. I would definitely take that belt out of there and put this back over here. I was looking at it from the back side of the of the box. Okay, this one is the box that had some of our stuff. Yes, there is our ammo right there. And away we go. It's all good. All right, remember, as a follower and a subscriber, you do have that one emote. It's called A1, which I think is funny, that you can use in the chat. Whether you're over on YouTube or whether you're on Twitch or wherever you're at, you can also give a thumbs up as well. But there's also free emotes for all my peeps. Okay. Aha. Wood on the ground there. Again, we're gonna clear cut all this forest down. Now, if it's just a bush, everybody just hit E and grab it. You don't need to use your stuff here. See, I just go like this, hold down E. And then if it's a tree, well, I can actually hit the leaves and then it will AoE everything else nearby if it's close enough. Jumped a little late on that one. Jumped a little late and still forgot to do my thing. No, wait, I picked it up. Wait, that should have loaded. Thought I picked it up. Oh, I did. Okay, for some reason it didn't want to load. All right, there we go. Now we got it loaded. Back to work. All right, and this can go here. And that can go here, and we'll put some of these little things in our hands here for later. All right, now I don't heal myself normally, and I'll move way over here so you can see that I don't need to. And I don't heal myself because it will naturally heal over time. So if you just stay out of trouble, it'll naturally heal. Yeah, look at all this wood over here. Nice. So you got a whole bunch more on the ground, too. Fix-It Corporate does not appreciate nature slowing down progress. And of course, that's the fictional company that is that sent you here to this planet, to the massage planet. And try to get in between so you're getting all this at the same time. Get this one in the middle so you get all that at the same time. And then any bushes left, I just hold down E, running by them. Look at all this. Oh, we missed a bunch of stuff. Again, just hold down E and then just run at it, and just like this. I don't have to actually press it over and over again. This is easy. I don't have to use my chainsaw here. That's just, see, I didn't even see that. I was just getting a bunch of free loot there. I can use lots and lots of that. Look how thorough. Nice. Of course, the best way to get a lot of biofuel is to go into the forest and cut down a lot of trees. And we're just going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. We're going to speed up and cut down lots of stuff. This is a great place for collecting resources. We got all this wood on the ground. Again, I can hit this bush. It gets everything in that area, which is pretty sweet. Great area for biofuel. Holy moly, I don't think I've ever bothered to come over here. for biofuel, anyway. I'm just going for the trees now to try to get a bunch of this so we can get our stuff started up. Jeez, thing made me jump. Hello there, guy. Bird came out of nowhere. I'm easily jump scared. That's why I'm not good at... thank you, Tab. Here's a bunch of caps. That's why I'm not good at scary games, because, man, the smallest thing made me jump. Speaking of stuff we make you jump, how about jump for some giveaways? How about that? Let's get our giveaways going here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and give away a random Steam game code. It could be worth $200, $80, or $50, or $5. That's how it works right there. There we go. Throw that in the chat for you. I'll go ahead and throw the giveaway stuff in here for you as well. There you go. How to enter the giveaways. Remember, it's open to everybody. Everybody has a free ticket. Everybody can enter the giveaways. If you want to know more about it, feel free to ask, and I'll be happy to tell you here in the stream. So go for it. I don't know what you're doing, weird bird, but it's freaking me out. Go back over this way, because this way had a lot of trees next to each other. Missed a tree. Yeah, this is an awesome place for biofuels because it's got a lot of extra wood on the ground. So when you're AoEing these trees, you're getting all that extra wood that's right here like this. See all this wood? I just hit this in the center somewhere. It's going to get all this. Boom, nice. And if I want to get the rest, I just roll over it, hit E, hold E, and run by it. Nice. I have a crooked tree there. We're going to have to cut down a lot of trees to fund this base. We're just going to get the easy stuff for now. Now, I like to take this out because I just looked over here and said, oh, what's that node over there? It was sulfur node. I don't need the sulfur node. I know actually where a sulfur node is. But we want to clear all those out. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to scan for the SAM ore after I found it. Much easier with the nail gun. That nail gun with a lot of resources this early in the game. So yeah, it pinged 1,895. Yeah, so we did find the closest one by complete accident. That's awesome. Awesome. Yes, there you go, Babs. Now you're getting it. Yeah, it's just singular ticket space max. It's actually a very effective weapon. It just takes a lot to unlock it in phase 1, though. It really does. Has a lot of resources. Look at this clear cutting this whole area, everybody. Again, you might as well go where the most of the resources are. So you get a whole bunch of them at the same time. This one's kind of offset. And we'll get the one in the middle, which should get both trees at the same time. Again, just hold down E when you're running through this to grab a bunch. Okay, I'm just going to speed up so we can get this here. So we can get a bunch of trees. Get as much wood as we can get. A lot of chainsawing in this playthrough. I like how sometimes I'm just running through the brush and I don't know what's on the other side. Could be a cliff where if you fall, you will 100% die if you're not at 100% health. Yeah, look at the waterfalls. Just trying to find the trees. There we go. And again, since we have a larger inventory now, we can carry a lot more with us. And again, as we're running through, I'm not going to grab every single one from over here. I'm just going to grab what I can as I'm going by. See, we get that other tree. We did. Cool. Oh, look at the sun going down. Sun's going down, getting dicey. Scary nighttime. Just getting rid of it so I don't look at it every time I come by. Yeah, we're doing some serious deforestation right now. Gotta have all this thing to power our big, massive power plant biofuel. I've never done this much biofuel in thousands of hours of playing the game, everybody. But I got to, because we all next level in here. Thought I heard something. Mr. Tree. Now it's worth going back for this wood though, because this wood can be converted into biofuel. There we go. See, I'm like exploring slowly. At the same time I'm cutting down all these trees. Again, we got ourselves a water vent there, which is pretty awesome. definitely use that at some point for our coal. When we get to that, in who knows how long from now. That's got to be a while. It's not going to be right now, that's for sure. We'll get there. We got to power up our factory again and get our stuff processing. Whoa, it's a big boy. All right, come on, big boy. Oh, got him before he could get to me. Nice. That's how you get her done. There's something over here. You see a big boy like that, it means there's something around. Some of them one of these trees. It always seems to fall in the direction in which I'm walking. Oh, I think we already came over here. It was up there. It was a Mercer-sphere. Oh, yeah, we already came over here. I remember. I don't remember much, but I remember that. How we looking? Oh, okay, we're finally getting there. All right, nice. And so what we're going to do is, just to save ourselves a little bit of time, we're going to go in here and convert all the leaves ourselves. We're going to make some choices here. We got something that we have just a little bit of. This right here, we'll drop that. And we'll convert all of this into biofuel. Or really biomass. So what I do is I take the leaves and I convert them myself when I'm walking around, because it doesn't take very long. It takes a minute or so to convert all of that into biomass. And what that does is it reduces the amount of leaves that you have on you, which means you open up more slots for collecting more resources. In fact, at this point, I could just ignore the leaves altogether and just grab just the wood. Which would, of course, be worth a lot more than the leaves themselves. But I might as well just convert it again. If you're running around, you might as well utilize those resources. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, because we need a lot of biopower. A massive amount. And again, probably off stream as well, I will start to backlog a ton of resources. And just let it run like every 15 minutes. I'll let it go ahead and do it. I could actually just leave the stream on and just have it running doing this. That would be funny in Sparkle time. I have a segment coming up, everybody, where you can stream while you're sleeping. So it'll be just for you guys to play games, for you to hang out. It's for people who have trouble sleeping like me, who have insomnia, who have sleep apnea. Something I came up with like 10 years ago when I first had my conditions and whatnot. I thought that would be interesting to add to the stream. Never got around to it. So getting around to it right now, I plan to try to launch it on my birthday, and then, of course, get your guys' feedback, suggestions, ideas, that kind of stuff on it. So while I'm sleeping, you guys can have some fun playing some games, and I can, have a little window where it's converting a ton of these resources or whatever. I think of these funny ideas, and, we'll see if they happen. I got, it's only one me, so there's only so much time in the day for me to do all these things. But I try. Leaves laying on the ground there. From when I was AoEing that, I ran out of space. Again, very fun to kind of run around and really explore the world, everybody. A lot slower than when you're just running past, looking for Mercer spheres and stuff like that. We're just running around, grabbing a bunch of fuel for our biofuel over here as well. And we got a ton right now, but we're going to need a lot more. Whoa! Somebody came from behind me. You must pay for that. 2 of them. Where the heck are you going, guy? And that was 2 of them. There he is. Now, gotten very effective, like I said, everybody. Very, very effective. Highly recommend in the early game. It just takes rods, unless you're, you know, crazy like me and you got the settings turned up so high that the rods are incredibly valuable. Every piece of item, very valuable. Now, what I'm really looking for... Oh, and there we go. We are maxed out again. Don't think I have enough to get really that many more rooms, so we'll go ahead and head back. Again, we got our skates now too, so we can go faster. Eventually, we want to get our vehicle going, which is something we're going to work on. We're going to get that going on. Makes your head hurt? Oh, yes, it does have that camera shake. They added that. They added that later on. In the game cycle. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going this way. Slide jump. Oh, I missed a tree right there. Boom. And one over there. Again, I'm always wondering if this is going to respawn. I don't think I ever bothered to find out, but grab some of it. Jump here. Right on this ledge. And then dip. Dip. Fred's like, what's up? Slide jump. Across. Slide jump. Slide jump to our belt. Our belt's going to let us go nice and fast. Slide on the belt and then big jump. Big jump. Go, baby. Clear over the top of that. Boom for the win. Very nice. All right. Now I'm going to go back here and let it do my job for me. That's right. I'm going to tell it to put all that right in there. Very, very nice. And again, it's going to do that. And then I'm going to go over here to where it's actually going to produce the biomass and put all of that in there. And then I'm going to kind of square it away like this. So it's kind of half and half and then half in here. We'll say this and then we'll grab all of this under here. And then we're going to put it over here to just supercharge that. And that's going to start making a ton of stuff. Now it ran out of power. And that's to be expected. Oh, wait, there's no box in between here. No box. My bad. Let's go ahead and put a box in there. You always forget something. Actually, let's just do this. Put the box right down. Okay, now the reason why I have this box here is so it does some of my job for me over here as well, where I can just put the biofuel in there. It's going to go ahead and run that over there. In fact, we're going to go ahead and speed this up just a little bit. There we go. That's going to run that 120 into all of those. Not that it needs to, but it's going to do it at least faster. And it's going to distribute those evenly. That's called load balancing. So it's going to load balance between all of those. And eventually I'll be able to start that power back up again. You only need about 5 or so. And there it goes. Okay, now we got some spreadsheet work to do over here. Let me get my spreadsheet up. We're going to check the power, the usage here. So 8 on the solid biomass. On the solid biofuel, sorry. The one that's basically the output, solid biofuel. It's 8 power on both of those. It should be 8 power, okay, because we have it underclocked. And then the biomass is, wow, even less, 6 power. Wow, okay, pretty sweet. So we've got that optimized in such a way, everybody, that it uses one biomass burner. Wow. That is awesome. That is very awesome. That is some serious power management there. That means that, by the way, everybody, we only need the one. So we can just take these out. And again, we wanted to do it first. We could have figured out the math ahead of time, but do that. We don't need a splitter. We can go ahead and take this out, this out. We'll just run that straight in there. Saves us some resources. And we just need the one. How cool is that? Let's go ahead and take that out, put that right there, and I knew it was going to be something amazing like that. And that is how you do all of that with just one, biomass burner. And again, everybody, the whole point of this is that you are getting your max, you're producing enough power, so you're only making so much power that you need, and you're really slim right below it. You can see I'm 27.9, which is really, I just rounded up to 28, and I'm making 30 watts, right? I'd make it less if I could, but I can't underclock the power thing. That thing doesn't work. But it only uses as much as its power as it's using, so it's not that big a deal in the first place. So you're all good right there. Now what I'd really like to do is be able to go over here and use this slot right here called the summer sloop. So I can put a summer sloop in there and it would be doubling up my solid biofuel, which is something we really, really need to work on so that basically that power would run much longer. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually fill up this particular one all the way with that biofuel. Then I'm going to go ahead and create a second box where it's going to run that biofuel right over there. So right now it's going to go ahead and split it in half and in half. So again, we just took this from 3 of these that we were using before to down to just 1. And that means that we are at 100% efficient in everything that we're doing, and we're actually producing it faster than we were before. We're producing more in a shorter amount of time than we were before, even using 1/3 the power. So that is the power of underclocking, everybody. And that's what we just spent all this time doing, rearranging our base so we can underclock it over there. Now it's going to go ahead and put the bulk of it in here so that I can utilize it for making the fuel, because making the fuel is the #1 thing that I want to do right now above all other things. But eventually I want this to go ahead and run down the way here, where it uses some of this to also power all of this up and fill all these up across here. And then this is going to be my power for the rest of my bases over there. And this actually is going to be 540 power, and I need 430, but I'm actually going to need less than that when I go and I check all my numbers after they are optimized, after they've run a little bit. So we're going to get that going. But first thing we want to do is just let that backlog for a little while. Let that have enough so that it can fill up all of these over here that I am going to do. Now we're also going to split this in thirds so that 1/3 goes to this and 1/3 goes to that and 1/3 goes to that. That's why I made 3 of them. See how that works? You only want to go in halves or thirds, everybody. Halves or thirds makes it easy. I can go in fractions. I can actually get down to fractions. I can get down to 1s and 5s and 8s and 10s and weird and odd numbers. You absolutely can if you merge and unmerge and split and split and split and split. In fact, I actually have a calculator that does that, everybody. Right over here. Check it out. Boom. I can actually go in and tell it, hey, I want to split a certain number, like say 1200, and I can say, and I'll zoom in for you peeps on mobile. And this is something I made a long time ago, everybody. You can look this stuff up on the internet, and you can do all that as well. But what I can do is I can say, okay, I want to split this number in half. And then I say, well, you know, I want to split this number in thirds. Notice it's 200 now, right? So I split it in half first, then I split it in thirds, then I split it in half, and then I split it in thirds. So you can actually do that, halves and thirds, halves and thirds. And that'll help you figure out your numbers right there that you want to do if you want to be 100% efficient. Now, in this playthrough, everybody, I'm going to have to be as efficient as humanly possible because, again, it's not 50 smart platings, it's 5,000. And that is no small feat considering considering most of the time I just make the resources for the smart platings by myself, by hand, and then I put it in there and I have it processed, the 50, and then I'm into the next stage where I get my coal power. And our coal powers are up to ultimate to get to at some point in this playthrough. But again, we'll let that backlog, we'll let that process a bunch of that. We can also do a bit of stuff over here. We'll make another one of these crafting benches. Let's just put it right here on the corner. So we don't have to run all the way back to our base all the time we want to do this. And again, we got some more biomass we can make from our leaves. And again, we want to be multitasking. So while we're converting it into biomass, it's running and making the biofuel and whatnot. Again, we've massively optimized our operation. We could have done this from the very beginning, optimized it a little bit more, but we didn't have the ability to underclock, right? That's where we had to get to that first, and so we did. And then we also needed the faster belts and all the other fun things that we needed. And then the same thing here. I'm going to go ahead and create a... oh, that's the wrong thing. This over here. We're going to sort this, and we're just going to put this down here. So one here, and then we'll cut this in half. So 25 and 25, we'll put half of it in there. And then we'll put half in there so it's balanced between the two. And then we'll just run those out at maximum speed. So very, very cool. You can see that stuff is just cranking out of there and just only using 8 megawatts. Very nice. Very nice. I like it, I like it. Look at that. I think it's filled up already. Look at that. It's already filled. It sure has. Now, once it's done making all this fuel, what I will do is I will take that 200 and I will put it right here, and then it will split it into thirds for me. So the first third is obviously going to go straight right into here. So we're going to go ahead and get that 60 lined up right over there. Right there. And then we're going to run it into there. We're not going to do it yet, but we will do it at some point. Then we're going to go ahead and do a lifter on this side and a lifter on this side. And if we did this just right, it should go right in between both of these. So this one is going to go right to here. And that's going to split to that side. Very nice. And then this one is going to go through here. And upsie-daisy. There we go. And this one's going to go right to here. And if we did it right, that should flow right through there. Very nice. Oh, man, that's easy peasy. And, of course, we can also slide right through the middle of here. Like so. So all I got to do now is just go ahead and connect that over to there, and that will start that running. I've already had some running down the belt without actually running it. And I could do this right here on this belt, but it's already kind of running in here. And we just want to kind of preload the belts a little bit so that when we do connect the rest of it, it will then just all start feeding at the same time, pretty much. And then it's going to evenly balance all of those over there. And I think we might be ready as well. Let's see how we're looking here. Oh, almost 200. Okay, okay. And then what we want to do is we want to tie the power from over here to over there. And I think the front one is the one we want. There we go. And this is going to go to the rest of the factory. Now remember, this is on its own power line over here. It does not interact with this other power. So that is separate power. Then this powers the rest of the factory. And everything there, and I can cut off certain lines down there. By the way, I could run those lines all the way up here and have them literally right here, and I could just cut the lines up here and mark which ones are which, right? Okay, this one's my making my concrete. Okay, take that line out, take the concrete out. What we really want to do is have the power switch. The power switch is much better because we can put the power switches down there and then go into our power switch function where we can turn stuff on and off manually, which is pretty cool. Okay, I think we've got enough now to go ahead and start this going. So let's go ahead and start up our massive amount of power here. And that's going to go into there. Oh, that is not connected. There we go. That's not connected either. There we go. Make sure those are connected there. Tried to start up, but couldn't start up because the power grid is not completely fed yet. And there it goes. And if I had enough plates, I would make this 120. But since I don't have enough of the reinforced iron plates yet, and at some point I'll have an absolute ton of them. But since I don't have enough of them yet, I will just let that run the normal speed, where this one over here is 120 right into that baby, as fast as it can go. And then over here, how are we looking? We are looking 30 there, 60 here, nice solid 60 there. And then this goes 30, and then this is already full, so the bulk of it is actually going this way. And then going into the box, which we have some of it backlogged. And then that is just balancing all of this power. I think it's actually on. Oh, not quite yet. Okay, again, I wait till you have about 5 or 10 in each one. Go to the one all the way at the end, right? You want to go all the way at the end from wherever you're producing it. It's at 8 right now. Very nice. Again, because we preloaded some of that. And then we should see about 8 or 10 on each of these. As long as we got that consistently coming through, we should be fine. And right when we get about 10, again, we'll let that keep on balancing that out. Okay, so we got that. We want to see all of our resources running up here at the top. And also running here in the back. Have we cross-connected the back part? Good question. I think we did. Let's get up here. We did. We cross-connected it across there. We got our quartz working over here as well, and that's going to run all our quartz over to there. We have our quartz coming up here, so we got our quartz line. We got Caterium. We got all of our basics. We basically have all of these bad boys over here going to be filled up, or actually these bad boys. These bad boys right here are going to be filled up with some stuff. Let's go check it again. How we looking? Good enough. Here we go. Should see 540. We sure do. Then we're going to see, oh, there it goes. It's rising. Again, all of our extractors are firing up. Oh, right now, 235 megawatts. No way. No way. That is too sexy. Using the minimum amount of power. Wow, that's actually less power than we were using before. For more stuff. Yeah, see, no, it's rising. There it goes. And my max cons are going down a little bit, which is not true. The max cons will go up a bit here in a minute. Yeah, I don't know why it went down like this. It's kind of weird. It should have done this, but it's probably because the other circuit's not on there. So originally it was back here. So it was the 430 power was max cons. Now I'm 357. And that is, I mean, the high end is not true. The low end is true. Because the low end of it is now optimized for power, right? So we went in and we basically optimized each and every process, and we should see all the processes going now. Over here, if we have everything connected, did we connect this? We did. Why is this not going? That's going there. I probably didn't do something. Caterium ore, right there. I missed the spot. This is why you come back and check. There we go. And that's going to bring my stuff up to speed. There we go. And then this is going to bring this up to speed. That's all good. I want to see what my power draws are. Now, I don't need to look at the extractors because the extractors, I know that they're going to be 25. Again, that's a lot. That's 5 times the normal power. Normally, we take only 5 watts to make it run. But then it forces you to be crazy, super efficient with your power, which I enjoy. I enjoy trying stuff that is very difficult that says, look, you're going to really need to know your stuff to do this. And that's what I'm doing right now. I really know my stuff. As you can see. All right, Caterium. Let's go in here to our Caterium resource, and we can see that this is actually only using 11.7 on our Caterium for our smelter. So 11.7 right over there. And, oh, we need to make a note of how much power it was before. I think it was like 450. Make a note of that. I'm changing all the numbers. This now is only using 6.3 watts to make our constructor. So instead of 20 watts, it's 6.3. Very nice. Okay, so instead of it taking like 60 watts, it's taking 43 watts, right? Hold on, let me go see again. 20 and it's got to be more than that. 20. So instead of 65 watts, 65 watts, yes. Put that back the way it was. So basically, we just saved 20 watts of power. And that's a whole nother one of these, everybody. So we just saved a lot of power there. And again, it's not going to be going super fast. It's not like all of a sudden that stuff's going to be zipping down the line, but it is going to be going, and that is the cool part, right? It is going to be running, and it's going to be doing it for me. So the only thing I really need to do is just make sure to keep supplying it with power, and it will just keep going and going and going. So we know this is going to be at that rate. Let's go check our rates over here. This is full rate of our iron. And again, should have colored this a different color, like yellow. Makes this more easily visible. Hold on a second. We're going to do a little visibility check on this. Oop, oh, my bad. There. Okay. So iron. So our smelter is at full, our extractor is full, 25. Smelter is at 20 power. Right over here, we got our iron rod. Oh, I should have made a note of all these things too. I'm going to make a note of it now. Plates in this one, and then this one will be iron rods. So our iron rods are going, instead of 20, it's going 4.7. So 69 is the amount of power it's currently calculating. And then over here, also 4.7. So again, that's 15 less power, basically. That's now down to 54. So very nice. Very well optimized. And then over here, we're going full speed at our smelters for our... this is iron ore. I'm just making a note of what it's producing. Iron... And I'll show you all this again. Ignit, actually. Ingot. There we go, or ignit. So as I like to say, I like to butcher the language. There we go. So we got that going, and again, that's taking about 54 power. So massive less amount of power than we were using before. Optimize all that. And then through here, we can see that our copper is, again, running at full amount. So that's going to be extractor, is going to be copper ore. Then our smelter is copper ignit. And then from there, we are going to be doing our wire at full production. Wow, okay, wire at full production there. Over here, copper sheet at a reduced one. So the wire is going to be using 20. And so we got wire. We got copper sheets. So copper sheets is going at a reduced amount because I don't need as many right now because I don't have pipes and stuff, but I'll make some anyway. 13.7. And again, we can just turn these off if we want to. We can go in there and just turn them off. And then this is going to be cable. And again, we went in and we balanced out our wire here so that half of the wire is going to cable and half of the wire is going over here. And we reduced the input of this because, again, we don't need that much cable. So really only 1.3 watts. Wow, nice. 1.3. And that puts us down to 100 watts. I should have put the original. 25. I should have made a note of all the original stuff that we, and take a comparison. 20. Let's see. Okay, so we saved 25 power. So it was 125 and we saved 25. So that's a lot of power when you are going at 5 times power. All that little squeeze of power makes a difference. Okay. And we forgot to go over here and say Caterium or Try to spell it right. Deuterium ore. Yeah. Deuterium ignites. And then quickwire. Labeling what each part of the process is. Again, I'll show you all this here in a second. And then this extractor is at full amount, which is 60. And then I got another 60 going over there. And again, this is awesome to have two limestone nodes right next to each other, because concrete, again, is the #1 thing I needed to make. I need to make an absolute ton of that, aka limestone. So the extractors are already at maximum. Let's see, this was 90, so we're going to put it over here. And then our constructors are only using 11.7 power. Oh, man. Awesome. See, we're using less power, but producing more. That's what you want, everybody. That's what you want. You want to optimize all this stuff. I'm showing you some great stuff right here, everybody. Some serious epic level power management in the hardest way, in the hardest mode that you can play the game. So yeah, it was 90 power for my limestone, now 73.4, so we saved a bunch. I should go through and figure out what the total savings is. Yes. That would be cool. Let me move this out. And we'll take all this out of here. Let's see. So this should be... Got to press some buttons and flip some switches here. Nope. Huh. Oh, I forgot to take this number. I see what I did. All right, I got to take this number over. Okay. This. Got to divide by this number. There we go. This will tell me how many biogenerators I need per process. There and there. And total biogenerators there. There we go. Green, making me some spreadsheet. I want to see what my actual power savings is, which would be pretty cool to find out. Okay, so let's go to the first one. Quartz is 65, so 65 here. And this is what it would be if we had it at full. And then 40, 65 there. Okay. And this would be 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. It'd be 85. And this would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 125. This would be 50. This would be 40. That would be 90. Just double checking all my numbers. Okay. All looks good. Yes, and then we'll tag all these with red. I'd be interested to find out. It's very cool. Very cool idea is to go in and figure out what our totals are going to be. Okay. Probably should have put part in between here. All right, we're working some spreadsheets here while you guys are watching all the resources run, which is pretty fun. Hold on, we'll get it done here. It'll just take me a minute. And you're like, Kismet, I'd like to go see this resource that you have, aka your spreadsheet. I'd like to go see all that and copy paste it and take a look at it. Well, guess what? Just happen to have a link of it right there in the chat for you. There you go. You can click on it. You can look at all the stuff that I'm doing. If you want to follow along in the spreadsheet, the one I'm working on right now is called SAT Goals. And I'm actually going to change it right now. Let me go and change the name of it to, let's see, SAT, what is it? Power. Come on, brain. Power. Leveling. Optimizing. Power optimizing. There we go. So this first tab in there. There's a bunch of tabs at the bottom of the spreadsheet. You can go over to the tab. You can press that tab. You can look at exactly what I'm doing right over here and copy paste it if you want to. Okay, and then we want to add up all of these numbers. So we want to sum. Add this number plus this number plus this number plus this number plus that number. Like that. 430. Okay. So, and this is going to sum all of those after we've done it. So this is going to be our total number, and this is going to be our total number after we have done it. Savings at the bottom. Put that in purple. Oh, be a little lighter purple so we can read it. And so the total savings is, drum roll please, not right. That is not how that works. Okay, so this divided by, oh wait, it's not divided by, it's minus, duh. Minus that, I'm doing the wrong thing. 94.2 power I just saved. Almost 100 power. That's 3 of those power gens, and then another one. I just saved that, and I'm producing more resources than I did before. So I'm actually using less power, producing more. And that is underclocking. And that is what this kind of mode challenges you to do. You challenge yourself to work at that optimal 100% efficiency level, which is what is going on right here. And again, this is in the early game, so these belts are a little slow for right now. By the way, you can also run on top of the belts, as you can see, like this. Another thing you can do is kind of jump up on there and run up on top here, which is also really fun. We can slide and get a little momentum going. Slide, get that momentum. Whoa! Boop. Right over there. Man, very proud of that. That's worthy of a save right there. We're going to call that power is optimized. Boom. Optimized for ultimate production. And again, now I don't have to go anywhere. Everybody's going to start filling this up. Right over here, you can see it's running in the concrete. It's running in the plates. It's going to go ahead and bring that to me. Now we want to go ahead and get up here and just double check that all that stuff is going in there. We got plates. We got rods. We got our wire. I love this moment. Quick wire. We got cable. We've got our copper sheets coming in. How about over here? Let's go see. I can see it already up there. We've got this running our quartz over here, right? So we've got our, whatever the heck the name of this thing is, what it's called. It is called the quartz crystal. Quartz crystal. And then this one is called silica over here. That it's running out of there. Yes, silica and our quartz crystal running as well. And again, we also have our quick wire running, and we have our fuel running. How are we looking back here? Okay, we're almost out of fuel. So while that's cooking, doing its thing over here, do we have any backlog? No. Okay, backlog over here a little bit. Okay, we got a little backlog there. And again, it's just automatically distributing all of that as well. Now, we got to get back out there, everybody. We got to get back out and go do our thing. We got a whole nother deforestation to get going on. Let's go down here and use this tree as the first one. Here we go. Oh, did we clear our inventory? We did not. That was my bad. I knew I was going to forget something. Well, that's okay. We'll take some of this back with us. And you should be more impressed by that, everybody, that we just took out 100 power out of our system and be able to make more items than we could before than any mega build I've ever done, because that's pretty impressive. That's squeezing every bit of resources out of our power. And again, that will save you so much time, too, as your most precious resource. It'll save you so much time of building more power infrastructure when you don't need to. Just build the power infrastructure you need, and then, of course, continue on to the next thing. It also frees us up for allowing us to make our items that we need coming up as well. So we're getting into that. We're going to fully automate our smart plating at some point. Oh, hey, look at this smart guy who made this ladder right here. How nice is that? I love ladders, everybody. Ladders are very fast and efficient. When you go up instead of stairwells go round and round and round, and you're like, stairwell. I'm going to stick this right out here because I'm not going to spend all the time putting it away right now. I'm just going to put it right there. Then we're just going to say, you know what? We'll come back for that. We want to keep our stuff here. And then we're just going to make it easy. So we're just going to grab one here. We're going to grab one there. And we're going to grab here. And that's all we need. We're out of here. We're out of here. Oh, wait. There's some bio stuff in there. Just in case I left some bio stuff in here. I did. Okay, we'll take that. Take that with us. Got our gun loaded. Got the moon out. Long way down. Where's that edge? Guess we're off the edge now. No edge. Let's go. Again, we need more biomass. That's going to run for a little bit, but eventually... Oh, well, looky, looky. That's where that cave was. Hello there, my Marsilia. Come to Big Daddy. Bet you there's some spiders in here. Spooky. Whoa, jeez. Bunch of them. Run. Oh, that made me jump. I got the power of verticality, baby. Got him on the way down. Whew. See me jump? So not built for scary games. So not built for it. Came out of nowhere, those little suckers. Oh, summer sloop. Check for any more in here. Can't hit that. What a shot. Get up high. Go for it. As long as there's not one of them big boys in there. Even if there are, we'd still try to take them on.
Organs and veins are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
Sounds like a bummer. Now look at us getting distracted, everybody. This is how it happens. I get distracted real easy. Again, if I've taken everything out of this cave, I don't need to come back in here, so I usually don't mark it. But obviously there's an entrance and an exit, or an exit and an entrance. Whoa! Literally right here by where we're extracting our Caterium. Didn't even see that back there. That's a little fast way through, too, now, because there's no Spideys in there. What happened to these trees? Trees close, block it. Now we can see it, though. Alright, going back the other way. Now we got a shortcut. At least for now, until those guys respawn. Awesome. Gotta get this buggy going. How are we doing on time? We got lots of time. Lots of time to get it done. We're running some long streams. Long streams over here. We're having a fun time, and that's what's important. I wonder if I could turn that camera shake off. Let's go see. Let's go see. Speaking of, yeah, probably a good time to turn that off. Actually, just Google it. Turn off camera shake. Marvel Rivals is the first one that comes up. Then it's Cyberpunk, Minecraft, Fortnite, Valorant, Valheim. Not the only one trying to turn off the camera shake. Satisfactory. Satisfactory turn off camera shake. There we go. Accessibility. And then camera shake intensity. That's messing with you, man. I'll just take it off. Yeah, it's 0. Turn it off. There you go. I got you back. I got you back. There we go. No more camera shake. One of the weird things that don't affect my vertigo as much, but then again, I'm already dizzy, so when a camera is shaking, I'm already doing that ahead of the camera. I'm already doing that already, so I guess it does. I'm already in that mode. I'm always in the camera shake mode. Yeah, it's less of motion sickness and more of a dizziness. So I luckily don't get motion sickness as bad as most people do, or some people do. But it doesn't mean I don't get it. Definitely do. But again, I guess I'm like more immune to it now because I'm always in motion, and that kind of sucks. Don't forget to have a Fix-It protein bar now with 10% more natural ingredients. Well, hey, there we go. I don't think I ever bothered to read all of those things. All right, where's all the trees? Look at that. We got our base going on. Wow, did we really expand our base big time or what? All right, awesome. More. Oh, I love it when they have all the wood on the ground like this. This is going to get us a lot of resources. Very nice. Yeah, no more camera shake. I can tell it's not shaking anymore. So, very cool of them to do that. You know, the Satisfactory actually lets you control the individual sounds of about 90 things in the game, including the sound of the chainsaw and all of that. I actually have the chainsaw cranked down. But pretty cool thing. It's the only game I've ever seen that went to this much degree to go in and adjust all of the different sounds of things. That's cool, everybody. That's really cool. So if something is like annoying you and you're like, man, that thing's always too loud, you can crank it down, like the chainsaw. Chainsaw is one of those things that no matter what game it is, especially after you do it a few times, it just gets too loud. So I crank it down for you guys. And for myself too, but mainly for you guys. Gotta do what you gotta do, everybody. If you need some biofuels, what you gotta do, get out and get your chainsaw. Imagine you're doing this individually, though. Just with leaves. It'd be crazy. Oh, we forgot to downscale our biomass burners. Oh, we should have disabled some of them. The reason why I want to disable some of our biomass burners is so that it's not burning fuel it doesn't need to, and that will optimize our power usage. Just dawned on me. I forgot to do that before I left. That's okay. We'll come back to it. Now, again, I'm just going after the trees. And if I miss some of these bushes, oh well. Even if I miss some of the trees, oh well. There's a bunch of trees over that way. Got all 3 of those trees. And cut it right in the middle so it AoEs that area if you can. Sometimes it's just a little too far. Right in the middle. Got all that, but didn't get this tree. Hey, what's up, Sea Fish? Thanks for coming and hanging out, man. We're doing a giveaway right now, everybody. A random code giveaway. I'm giving away for my birthday. That's right. I'm giving you stuff for my birthday. How cool is that? Well, that's the way I roll. Why I do this stream in the first place. Show you guys some love. I don't need fame. I don't need fortune, everybody. I've already had that before. And I can tell you, if you're not enough without it, you're not going to be enough with it. It's not going to make you instantly happy, but it'll make your life a little easier. I can tell you that's true. But look at all the rich people who died from drug overdose and alcohol and all of that stuff. Couldn't cope. Couldn't cope even as a millionaire. I know, pretty rough. I wouldn't know what that's like, but there you go. But I have been well off before. I have made lots of money in my time, way back when, in my 20s. And as a 20-year-old, I spent all that money like a fool. But I'm glad I did, because I can't do any of that stuff I did in my 20s now. See doing it 120 miles an hour and all that kind of crazy stuff now, man. I crashed doing that, and that's a big game over for me. Or at least a long time of hip replacement surgery. Ah, look at this. We got some blocking caves in there. I'm sure there's something in there we want. Big boy. All right, big boy. Me and you. Let's go. So I ran at him. Whoa, lost track of him. Give me an extra one just in case. Gotcha, big boy. Don't be so much dramatic. Go over there and die. Stop being so dramatic. It's got to do is like dramatic death. I'm dying. I'm dying. Some of those guys have gone to drama school. Everything you find is impure. That could happen. Again, that could happen in this playthrough. I could, because I randomized all the node purity and all the nodes, and of course cranked it to 11. On every other setting, it's 100 times the resources you need for the space elevator, and 5 times the power, 2 times the resources. The hardest mode, the hardest way you can play, and I always go to the hardest mode. If there's that option, I'm going for it, especially if I've played through the game before, which I have many times. I'm going all in. Now, again, are we going to be able to do this in the same amount of time we did before? Nope. This is definitely going to take a lot more biofuel, a lot more effort to get where we need to be. But we're going to do it. I think we're at the arch here. Yeah, we're at the arch. And just see, because those guys are over there trying to get into trouble. We're just here for the trees. Yeah, I hear that summer sloop down there. By the way, that Spidey down there might have respawned. The one we killed. He might be down there. You're done. Whatever you're doing, stop it. It's freaky. Freaky. There's some stuff up on the top there, too, but not going to worry about that. Oh, and they're blasting me over here. Going for it. Oh. Getting that stuff over there. All right. Keep getting these trees. Yeah, we'll be doing this a lot, everybody. Gonna do a lot of biofuel. We'll try to find bigger cluster of trees, though, than just ones out sitting by themselves. That's why we're getting more, but yeah, we'll try to cut it, you know, some of them down on the way. We'd always circle back and get all the individual ones later and get the cluster of ones now. Depends on how fast we want to go. If we want to go faster, we would do the cluster of trees. If we don't care about how fast we go, we'll just hit up whatever tree we feel like when we're running by. Like I'm doing now. Yeah, if I get the wood in the middle, gets all this and gets both trees at the same time. Oh, there's definitely something going on in this glaive in here. Blue guy on the left. And they went through all this effort to dress this up, and here I am just cutting it all down. All that stuff on the ground. Go where the resources are. It's wild to look at it after you cut down all the trees. Now you get like a real view of it. That's always how it goes. Telling you. I actually lucked out. They weren't all impure, but man, I started right where there was all the basic elements. So when I ran down to the very first iron node I could find that was nearby where I landed, it had an iron node, a copper node, which was a pure node, and 2 limestone nodes. That's even awesome, even if that was in the normal mode, which that's not in the normal mode. There's none that are typically configured that way. Usually you have like your limestone and your iron together, and then your copper's way over here, or you have your copper and your limestone and your iron's way over there. So actually a really lucky start, which has helped me not have to run all over the place to get these basic resources. But I still got to have fuel, and to fuel my base, I've got to have some biofuel, and that biofuel right now is wood. And that's why I'm cutting down all these trees and grabbing all of these leaves and stuff over here. See how my inventory is doing. Doing pretty good. Grab some of this. Oh, can I cut that down? Oh, won't let me cut that down. Or am I out of fuel? Out of fuel. That's what it is. One or the other. Okay, let's take a minute to go ahead and convert all this leaves into biomass. That's why I bring a little bit of resources with me so I can convert it. And then it gives me more inventory space while I'm out and about. And it takes a minute or so. We'll get it going. Yeah, so far so good. I think the toughest thing for me is the coal. Because if you don't know where the coal is and you go to coal power, you're going to be in trouble. Because you're going to need to have your coal somewhat by your water so you can combine those together. And we'll see. We might have to use our power amplifier to get enough power to create this perpetual power. It's really about scaling it up and how well can we scale it, how well can we optimize our power production, and so on. And really, it's just letting it run once we get it going. See, and again, the power of time is what we really want to do. And again, really struggling in the beginning here, but on purpose. Again, I've already finished the game a bunch of times, everybody. So it's not like it's that much of a challenge to finish it in the normal mode. Again, I did it with 20,000 power. I should be more impressive than anything you've ever seen. I could probably do it with 10,000 power. 10,000 power, super efficient, finish the entire game. Don't even need to build these big mega structures. Don't even need to build all that stuff. Just basically what we did back there. Just optimize all of that and optimize each process and just let it run. And eventually it would run enough resources where you would just fill in the rest of the resources, finish the thing way up there, the space station, and GG's. You all good. Over now, some more solid biofuel. Get that going. The reason why I make solid biofuel, everybody, is so I can use it for my chainsaw. That is very, very efficient. So it can, so I can collect it faster with the chainsaw than I can just running around and hitting all the bushes by hand. Plus, I can't collect the trees. So the trees is what we really want because the wood generates more biomass than anything, than the leaves. So that's why I'm cutting down an enormous amount of trees. And again, if we see stuff, I'm just going to grab it. Again, we're not in that giant of a hurry to zip through the end of the game. Again, I've done it before. Important part is to enjoy the journey. That's what we're going to do. I find this super relaxing unless there's spiders. Then less relaxing. There we go. Easy for me to say. Get up there. That's one of those little slidey points. Wow, what the heck? Get up there. There we go. Again, we're just going to grab whatever we find here. Easy mode. Bunch of trees right there. Get the middle one. I could probably just throw this stuff away now, too. Once I pick it up, just throw it away so I'm not running by going, what's that resource? But I'll just pick it up for now. Still got a little bit of room. I'll take this over and get it processing. Wow, we have cut down a lot of trees. I might have to cut down every tree in the whole entire place. I might. The whole entire world, no trees left. Pure notes. Where'd he go? Saw him around here somewhere. We're going to have a lot of these. All right, how are we looking at inventory? All right, we're good. Right, again, I like to build my base by that thing, and the reason why I like to build it by there, it's easy to find. So when you run along, you know where the arch is. It's right there. Look at this behind us, everybody, where we just came from. Look at this, all the stuff taken down. Another guy up there. Whoa, he anticipated my move there. Very impressive. Whoa, we did it again. Play a little game called Line of Sight. Oh, come on now. Ah, can't get it. What do I got? Let's get rid of this quartz. Plenty of quartz. Grab that wood. All right, back we go. Factory still is running. We can still see it's running, but it's definitely going to be running low on fuel. That's for sure. Going to be running on fumes. I can literally, well, I try. Sometimes no. Sometimes I got to take a day or two off because I push myself too much. But I try. Try to stream as much as I can. Try to bring as much joy and love into the world. I try to. All right. Whoa, man, that's a lot of wood there. All right, so now it's going to evenly distribute those for me. Kind of feel like we should get this to its maximum belt speed back here, which I think we already did. We did. Look at me. I already thought of it. Nice. That's going to go back to making a ton of that, but it just so happens that I also have a ton of this that I converted from those leaves. Why am I doing that? I don't know. Put this over here. Do this, and this, and then half of this and half of that. And then I shall take half of that out of there and put the other half over there. All right, and while that's doing its thing, I shall go over here and convert this biomass. Now, I can use the mycelia as well as biomass, but I'm like, no. I very rarely ever do that. I keep the mycelia as for cloth. So I really never convert that into biomass. But though I might have to. We'll see. We might have to at some point. Okay. Get that converted. Very nice. Again, you see I just supercharge some of this or infuse this into the beginning. Makes it easier. Put this over here. Like this, like this. Cut this in half, like this. Put those two in there. All right, that's going to start cranking out a ton of this over here. Now, this is going to have more than enough fuel than it needs. You can see it's at 200 right now. So that means that while that's running, all the rest of this here is going to the other way, right? Because this is not using that much fuel. In fact, I've gotten it down to where this just uses one thing. So it's using 28 power for all of this conversion that's going on back here. That's pretty amazing because you got to think that I'm at 5 times the normal power. So 5 times the normal power, and I have it so optimized it only uses one bio extractor, or bio generator. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty awesome. Look at all my resources coming in. Love to see it. Sexy, sexy. Keep making me some stuff. All right. How's our... Oh, look at our concrete filling up. Oh, I like to see it. Oh, we got a lot of that. We got a bunch of this. Not that much of that because I don't have that running. We don't have that running either. Oh, lots of that. Bunch of this. A little bit of that. More of that than we had before. That's what we had before. So, yeah, looking good. Take all this out of here. And then find a home for it. Let's go. Let's find a home for all of our goodies that we found. And then over here with all of our foodstuffs. Let's see. What else we got? We got dish. We got dish. All good there. In here, a bunch of our resources. That is not going to fit in there. We take that iron out of there and just throw that away. Coal, we'll hang on to that for now. Put our mycelia in there. A little bit of this extra stuff in there. All right. This we could just throw away. All right. I cleaned that up nicely. We don't need our biofuel on us right now, so I'm just going to throw it in there to supplement that. And we have a bunch of other stuff, like our little sluggy friends that can go into there. And then we now have a place for all this stuff to go, right? So if I have a bunch of extra, I can just put it where it goes. And in this case, we've got wire. And we got plates. And we got dish. And we got dish. And we've got some screws. Okay, very nice. And some silica. Oh, I'd like to see how my quartz is doing back here. Let's go check in on this. Oh, look at that. Nice. Even our silica is coming through. Very nice. All right, we got time to do some MAM stuff. That is not the MAM. That's the workbench. This is the MAM. All right. Let's see. What was it? Quartz is what we wanted to do. Right over here, we've got to make some of these crystal oscillators. To make the crystal oscillators, we are going to need to, we're going to need to go over here. Go to our crystal oscillators. Let's clear this out of here for right now. Crystal oscillator. There we go. Add to to-do list. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. Okay. So we got about 4 of them right now because we got 2 in the front and 2 in there. We're going to take all of this out of there. And then we want to get all of our reinforced iron plates here. And then all of our cable here. Ooh, we got a lot of cable. I can make 2 crystal oscillators. Okay, well, that's a little closer. Let's go. Oh, no, I made 16. I just put 2 over there. Okay, so I have 4. And I want to make 6 more. Okay, all that organizing, everybody, was for this moment right here where we are going to just grab the crystal oscillators out here. We might want to leave one of them there. We'll grab the one out of here. Grab one, just leave one there so we know that's where that goes. So we have 9, so we might want to make 1 more over here. And, oh, I made 11, but whatever. Okay, MAM over this way. And then quartz, and there we go. Now we need our things which I put at the end somewhere. This way. Okay, we got 52. We need more of our modular frames. So those we'll go ahead and add to our to-do list. What do we need? Iron rods. We got a bunch of those. Boom. Whoa, we got a whole bunch of those. And reinforced iron plates, we got those. Go. We make 32, which would give us 72 of them right now, but that's going to burn up all of our reinforced iron plates, but that's okay. We got a bunch of rods. We can go ahead and make a bunch of screws. We can make more reinforced iron plates. You get the idea. And then this is much more efficient for me to make it, everybody, especially when you're using so much more power. That I'm just going to make this stuff in between, and then what we're going to do is basically get the vehicle going and whatnot. Is this pre-recorded? No, I'm live, Rafi. What's up? How you doing? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Thanks for coming in, chilling out in the channel. I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, sorry about this impure nose, man. That's messed up. Yeah, I turn off motion blur as well. I turn off depth of field is another one I will turn off. And I usually turn off camera shake. I didn't even know you could turn that camera shake off. I don't really notice it because I'm always just like, anyway, so. So there we go. All right, again, just faster for me to make these. We can get our vehicle going on here. Let's make a bunch of screws. Oh, we don't have any plates on us here. We want to make sure we get some plates first, so we can see how many of these that we can make. There we go. Again, you see I'm just grabbing it all at this point because we're really got to use as much as we can to push forward. Into there, how much per modular frame? 6 per modular frame. Wow, okay. That's a lot. That's a lot, considering we need to do, let's see, 16 more. So we got to do 16 more modular frames, which means 6 times 16. Hey, Siri, what's 6 times 16? 96. So 96 reinforced iron plates. Get that going on. Also, we can basically have a vehicle. And that'd be awesome to have a vehicle in phase 1. That's actually when it would be useful. Then we can try out our vehicle pass, maybe. That'd be fun. We could just have the vehicle driving around, and then we hop on the vehicle, and it just takes us where I need to go, and we hop out. It's like a taxi. I've done that before with the little cars. Just have the little cars running around. The little cars are not great on the terrain, on the ground, because they'll slide everywhere. They're always like, sliding all over. On the foundations, though, it grips pretty good on that. So we could set up our little car there. I don't think I have that unlocked yet. I haven't done the awesome sink yet. I've done the awesome shop. I have that, but not the awesome sink. So we'll get to it eventually. Yeah, I seriously doubt we're going to even have enough rods at this point. Maybe. That's a lot. But again, that's what we've been working toward. And again, we'll get to getting the smart plating, everybody. We could have been doing that, and all I had to do was just sit here and let my character process, and then let him process again, and I could get to the smart platings. You can always get there eventually. It's not going to be quick. Again, that's a massive amount. 100 times is going to take 100 times longer than it did before. We're just seeing what we can unlock in phase 1, which is a ton of stuff I never even bothered. I never even bothered to unlock the stuff in phase 1 because, again, I can just go through the game like it's nothing. So once you've mastered the Kismet rule of 8, game's easy mode. In normal mode, it is. And this really forced me to go out and also look for crashed ships and find resources, and then I can use those resources to progress, which is great, especially when you're trying to unlock stuff in the MAM. It really does a good job. Does a good job of it. We might want to get these screws converting at some point too. All right, we'll go with 40 for now. And these reinforced iron plates go way faster when you're doing it. At this stage, because of your belt speeds, it goes so slow. It produces like 2 or 3 a minute. And you can see here, I'm going to produce most of these in under half a minute. Yeah, it's crazy. So again, we need 16 modular frames. And I usually do a bunch and then I'll do it just to double check that my numbers are right. Just in case I make way too many and then I burned up all those resources I could have used on something else. Always a safe way to go to make a bit here, and then now you're closer and the numbers are smaller and it's easier to figure out, oh, okay, now I need to make this many more as well. I'm going to try to make just enough, as much as we can. Oh, right there with 14. Sweet. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good guess. We need 16. I'm making 14. So we need to basically make a few more here and we'll be good. Again, this is not something you want to let run right here. because it'll burn up all of your rods, and then you have no rods. Of course, I converted a lot of these rods when I was AFK last time. Now they're coming into play right now. And this is sometimes part of the game. This is what it is. Just sitting here processing. Yeah, Rob, if it was pre-recorded, I would have a thing that says up there at the top. It would say, you know, rerun. It would say rerun up there. Big time. Okay, what do we got? Oh, we got 2 more to go. I think we got this. We're going to have ourselves a buggy. And then we're going to have to make enough resources to actually make the buggy. We're going to unlock it. That doesn't mean we can use it yet. All right, come on, big bad buggy. Let's get you unlocked. Ada's got something to say about it.
Explorer unlocked. This personnel transport vehicle facilitates rapid traversal of difficult terrain and climbs like a mountain goat that has returned from extinction.
Ah, look what we need, everybody. Steel pipes. I can tell you already I don't got those. I can make more modular frames. We found some motors when we were running around over here, but those darn steel pipes are just blocking me. So we did all that, and we don't even have our vehicle. Oh, it's a bummer. But that's how it goes, everybody. But hopefully we'll run around. We'll find some pipes when we're out and about. More pipes there. That's plastic. We can't do any of that. How about up here? Experimental power generation. Let's see if we can maybe get into this. That's a lot of rotors, though. I don't think we have any of those, enough of those rotors. Got 41. Yeah, let's go ahead and clear this. We'll go to the MAM. We'll see what else we can get. Again, we're just trying to unlock our MAM for now. And we'll get into conversion of all of that stuff. Because if you got 5,000 to do, you might as well do all this first, because that's going to take a tremendous amount of time. We got our scanner, but we don't have enough of that. We don't have the production ability to do. We could probably do this radio signal scanning. We got to get our Nautilus. Got to get our Nautilus for that. We got to get this, and we can't get that. We can't get this, but we could get this and see what we got down here, because I forget. Don't tell me. We've got some sulfur, modular frames, and rotors. So yeah, we would need a massive amount of modular frames again. So we'd have to burn up all of this. So yeah, so we need reinforced plates, modular frames. Yeah. Yeah. More rods. How many rods did it make? Made 47 rods in the time we did that, and 54 plates. Obviously not at a high priority or a high amount. We do have a bunch of screws in here we could use, though. Let's go ahead and burn these screws up. Oh, yeah, there it is. Reinforced iron plates. All right, let's go. Got a bunch of extra screws sitting around. What is this? This is 2 each. So I need to keep those rods. So I need to keep some of my rods so I can then make the modular frames with the rods. And if we don't have enough, then it doesn't matter how many of these reinforced iron plates we make. We don't have the rods for it. So we're going to see how many modular frames we can make here. Not going to be a lot. We could probably run around and find some better than doing this, but we might as well use up our screws here anyway that we found. Then the other thing is rotors. Make 12 of them right now with those screws. It's going to be 100. That's a tremendous amount. Yeah, we should stop that. We should stop. Let that backlog first before we get into that, or we'll run out of resources at some point. Yeah, we'll just run out of resources and we'll be bumming. Let's put all this back where it goes. And again, we'll leave ourselves some plates in case we, some of this in case we need it. Reinforced iron plates. Wire. Black powder. I don't know why I'm hanging on to that. resources here. Not enough room. Put it up there. Okay. All right, still cranking that out. Oh, yeah. Still cranking that through. Okay, again, our resources run real slow, but they are running. And again, we're getting in this high tier stuff in the MAM. Keep going to the wrong thing. In the MAM, and it's tripping us up. In fact, I should probably just move this. So I stop doing that, or I'm going to keep doing it over and over. It's going to bug me. There we go. Put that there. Separate that out of the way. Okay, so what can we do? We don't have enough rotors. We don't have enough of those, though we do have some of those. Don't have that. Don't have that. Even we did have that. We don't need it. Don't need it. I would love to get this power switch. 50 AI limiters. What do you know? Copper sheets. 50, so I need 10, 40. Just 10 of them is like 400 of that. Yeah, not enough resources to make that happen. I mean, we could get enough to make them power switch going, because we have some of this over here we found. So we got like 387 over there that we found. So we could do it if we want to sit here long enough and just let it run and run and run. But I typically don't let it run on stream. I mean, I'll let it run a little bit when I'm sitting here chatting or whatever it is goes. But if I'm going to let it run for like 20 minutes, I'm going to just either do it when I'm AFK or do it when I'm offline. And we're definitely going to need to do some of this offline to just let it process so we can progress. And none of this is even worth my time. This is for sorting. So you can send a bunch of stuff down a line and you can say, okay, this is going here and this is going here. And also you can say, okay, well, this needs to go through more often than the rest of this stuff. You can do that with all of that. Radar tower. Again, we're blocked by resources we can't do yet. But this I really want to do, but the amount of resources it would take right now is not worth it. So, all right, I think we've hit the block of all of those that we can do. Yeah, we've hit the edge of where we can go with that. We can get a purple guy and do that one, but I think that is about where we want to be. But we do want to run around and see if we can find the buggy. So these are two things we could do. It just would take a while. So what I might do is just let that run off stream to get enough resources for those, and then just keep it running and running and running, because I could definitely do it. It just takes time. But what we really want to do is oh, look at the explorer path. Cool. Oh, there's our road things. Yeah, and it curves. Can't you do that with foundations? Huh? Why can't you do it with foundations, people? Get those curved foundations in there. Oh, we got some vehicle paths going on. That's new, everybody. We'll get to that eventually. All right, so crystal oscillator I can do. I got the motors. I can make the modular frames. I got to find some steel pipes. So here's what we want to do. And we need more rods. So we're going to hide this. We're going to run the wrong way, apparently. I love to see that, everybody. I love to see it just very steadily making me resources. Okay, now we got iron queued up over here, so we can just walk up, and this is 1600 iron every minute. This is more iron being produced than I can actually convert in the time in which it would gather more. Takes about 15-20 minutes to convert this much in real time. And in 1 minute, it will have enough to fill my inventory up again. That's the point, is to fill my entire inventory by just coming over here and spending a few seconds over here. Grabbing the stuff out of here. My inventory is getting nice and full. There we go. Then we'll let the rest of that run for a minute. And then we can run more. So what I can do is turn around and just go ahead and process all the iron ingots myself, right? Or I could take all of this and build another machine and put it in the machine and let it convert, but it would convert pretty slow because of the belt speed, the input speed, the output speeds, all of that stuff as well. So here's what we're doing. Since we're in the middle of stuff and we need more rods and all that other stuff, I think it's a good time to let this run for a minute. I'll take a break, then we'll come back, and then we'll go on a grand journey looking for more, of course, biofuel. We'll cut down a bunch of trees. We'll go to a different direction and cut down that trees. And then we will also go and look and see if we can find some crashed ships that might have some of our steel pipes. Now, normally, everybody, I just make it. I just already be steel pipes. I'd already be way further. But again, because it's such a huge thing, I can't progress yet. And I feel like it's fun to try to figure out how many things we can do in phase one, how many things we can get away with in phase one as well. Before you're just absolutely blocked, you can't go any further. But I know those resources are out there because I've run into them so many times. And normally I just run past them. Nah, no big deal. Don't need them. I already got plenty. But now they're very precious, and I love that kind of change in the game. Okay, so we're going to start this running. Oh, wait, I forgot to get the rest of it. Duh. Got to get the rest of my inventory filled here. Let's go. And I could put down enough to do it all in one move, but this is going to be a lot, everybody. That's not going to be that big of a deal. There we go. And I already got a spot for the ingots there. I'd probably take one of them and just throw one of them away as well. And then do that. Just so you make sure you have 2 slots available in case the way the numbers work out. All right, we'll let that run for just a little bit. We're going to go ahead and pull up some words on stream for you guys to enjoy. Remember, just descramble the words, work together, and I'll be back in just a bit. Here we go. I'm back, everybody. Let's get to it. Let's see how we're doing on these words here. I see you guys working together. Nuts. Exactly. We all nuts up in here. What? Can't think of any other words. Sant. Sunsets. Tons. There we go. I'm just throwing letters together. When you don't know, everybody just start typing words and throwing the letters together randomly. Some of these words I never even heard of before. Sutan. Oh, you already got it right there. Or suntan, even better. What? Sant. Tuna. Duh, right there in front of me. Tuna sitting right there. Oh, you guys got it too. Yeah. All right, come on, let's go. Tunas. Yes, the plural. I was about to type that. All right, nice. What other plural words can we do? Stuns, no. Tons, no. Ants. Yeah, see, ants is a plural word. Come on, we got this. Come on, chat. Five more. Let's go. Those are going to be S or T words over there. These two are going to be A words. A-U, what? A-U-N-N. A-U-S-N. A-U-N-S. Oh, there we go. Hey, that was a good job, everybody. Good job. We came in and made it happen right there. I got like one. Actually, I got to the top. Wow, how did that happen? Let me give you a bunch of kids cats. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Just make sure everything is working. We were processing a bunch of rods while we were AFK there. And we got a bunch done, man. We did like 1,000 rods right there in no time at all. And we let all that run. Now, most likely, when we took a break, what happened was we lost power. Yep, there we went because we weren't processing or collect. Oh! I forgot to stop the thing. That was my bad. My bad. Stop that. There we go. So what's going to happen is the power is going to go off because we're not out collecting resources to keep them going. So we're going to go ahead and get on up here and bring all of our rods that we need over this way. And of course, it's been running all of the resources over here for us. So we don't have to... Oh man, it made a bunch. And that's good. So it made a whole bunch of it and then ran out of resources that we're going to need. Now, what we want to do though is use some of these rods over here to make some ammo. Oh, back here. And then we'll use that ammo to run around and get into some trouble. Because what we want to do is go in a different direction to, again, try to find some resources like trees and things like that we can cut down for running our factory some more, as well as trying to find some of these iron pipes, which is the thing. Well, have a good day, K-Man Mox. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Thanks for chilling out. Have a good day at work, man. Hopefully you have a good time. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday kind of thing. Thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Appreciate you. We're having a good time, everybody. A good time up in here. All right, turn our game sounds back on. And we've got 113, so we'll probably burn up that 13 at some point. So we'll go ahead and keep that on us. We're going to need some plates and all of that this way. Let's get that going. Now, here's what I do is I just take the small one and put it back in there and then take a full stack out like this. This way, you know, you've got everything that you need while you're running around. And we're all good. All right, where do we want to go to chop down some more trees? Kind of feel like we might want to go back this way again, but way up high up there. That's a long way down right there. I love doing that. It never stops being fun. Doing that big long slide jump. All right, we got to get out here. We've got our and I forgot some stuff, but that's okay. We'll make some on en route. Forgot my biofuel. Just hold down E, grab a bunch of this up here. Then we'll go ahead and make ourselves a crafting bench. Make ourselves a little bit of biomass leaves. Oh, not enough to make some biofuel. All right. Just a little, not enough. All right, well, we'll keep on rocking. What's up, Lizard Doggo? Still not enough. All right. Keep on rocking. Taking down so much of this, there's not much left. Big boy! Gotcha! Whew! Big boy! Coming in and getting into our business. Kind of felt like we already came over here because we got this going on here, which means there was something here that we had that was going on. But let's get all of these other goodies while we're here. And we can cut down all these trees here, too, and get a bunch of stuff. Actually, a good spot. So let's see if we can make ourselves some biofuel now. Again, all what you want to do is just run around, grab yourself some leaves until you can make some solid biofuel. Then once you can make solid biofuel, you can AoE collect a bunch of resources, which really helps a lot. I go right for the chainsaw in the early game because it does help you massively with all of this. So here we go. And there we go. All gone now. Look at this forest over here that's about to get deforested here. Again, I'll grab some of this on the way, but we really just want to focus on collecting a lot of the stuff. Now, before you jump down, be careful because you could jump down into a hornet's nest of stuff. I kind of feel like we'll start over here with this big bad boy tree, and we'll work our way down that way. More biofuel. Again, I feel like I'm going to end up just cutting the whole entire thing down, everybody. And oh, thanks for the one, everybody. I'm going to put 1,000 kids caps in the chat for backing me up there. Appreciate it. More bad boys that way, but we're just going to cut down all of these. Go back this way. Oh, we missed some trees. We missed some. Speed that up a little bit by slide jumping. Slide with the C key. C like cat. Didn't get that one. There we go. Thought I saw something moving. Sounded like something blew up. Something blew up. Crafting bench. Okay, we're going to use some more of our leaves. Oh, we got some mycelia while we're out, too. I didn't even see it there. Sometimes the mycelia is on the trees itself. It's bacteria. So we want to make sure that we do get some of that. We're going to definitely use that later on. But we can just, instead of bringing it with us, we can just go ahead and collect a bunch of it. Convert all these leaves here and then convert it into solid biofuel. And usually I do about 40. 40 is more than enough to fill my entire inventory. And then, of course, I'm also collecting other stuff as I'm running around. We want to get up to the top part up here because it's a huge upper area of the world that we can just kind of build our way up there eventually. But if we got a whole bunch of trees, we'll just cut down the trees we can find on the low level first and then work our way up there. All right, that's probably good enough. And back to work. Try to get the one in the middle here. Try to get all this. Yeah, getting some mycelia in this area. Nice. Missed him. And that's how you wipe them all out. Now this one actually drops 3, by the way. And that's how you smoke each and every one of them. See if there's any loot laying around here. Now, there was a crash ship. You can see there's one out there in the water that we went and collected earlier. But we got it done. Now we're going to cut this whole forest out. Let's go. Fred's like, you forgot one. Now again, this is really extreme, everybody. You don't normally have to collect this much biofuel, all right? Just keep that in mind. This is the most biofuel I've ever collected in thousands of hours of playing the game. So if you're playing in normal mode, you won't do this long. You'll get your coal and then you won't have to worry about it. But if you are insane like me and you want to push it to its maximum limits, then you're going to do a lot of biofuel. Want to play the game in the hardest mode, the hardest way, this is what you're going to be doing. Getting some fuel the way you can get it. And it's really cool because it's like I'm going a whole bunch of directions which I don't ever remember going these directions because I never did need to. But now that I need all this wood, I definitely need to be chopping all these trees down. It always seems to fall in the direction in which I'm walking. It's kind of funny. Got some trees up there. I say we go get them. You never know, we might find something up there. Caterium over here. Again, just getting it to clear it. I don't even need the Caterium. I've got tons of it back. I got a node right by my base. But we're going to clear it because we're going to be thorough. This is how you get stuck, right here. That's how you get stuck. What we got up there? Let's do some exploring. Looking for baddies. Don't see any? Let's go for it. It's actually a good spot. We're going to do it. We might as well be thorough. Then you don't ever have to come up here again because you got every bit of resources that was up there. Basically like that. Look at this. Plenty of trees that way. Plenty of trees over there. Trees up there, trees up there, trees up there. So many trees in this way. Let's go. And I don't like to leave my foundations. I could probably use them later. All right, let's go. Fred's like, this way, Kismet. All right, I'm on it. I am on it. Let's do it. I was watching this Kismet guy, and he was basically deforestating the entire game. Gotta put in the work if you want the reward, everybody. You want the title of played it in the hardest mode, the hardest way, solo on a local playthrough. You gotta earn that title, everybody. You gotta earn it. We gonna get it done. You get stuck on these things, by the way. Look out for those. I've gotten stuck on those a few times. Give me one of those things where I can just come down and mow down all the trees at the same time. Need me a vehicle for cutting down trees. And why did it do that one way over there and not these two over here? Sometimes I think it picks kind of weird which ones come down and which ones don't. Missed a few. These mobs can't hide now. I love waterfalls. Yeah, Fred's down there. We could actually jump down and land on the back of Fred there and bounce if we wanted to. But we want to go over here and get all this wood. Go back this way. Again, I'm expecting to find some caves I've never seen before at some point. Getting some thick forest now. At least it was a thick forest. A cave over that way. I find this fascinating, everybody. It's like, what's this way? What's that way? Am I really out of fuel? I think I am. Okay. Out of fuel. Think we might have gathered a little bit. To enough to make some more fuel. Again, it takes some fuel to get fuel. But what I really want is the wood above the leaves, right? And the leaves we're just making ourselves into biofuel to try to reduce it. And since we got to create some leaves here or create some biofuel, we're just going to go ahead and convert all the leaves because we're getting pretty close to full inventory into biomass because it takes 20 leaves to make one biomass. So that means you're going to reduce it by 20 times. So basically going to cut it way down. And it's definitely worth it because you definitely get a bunch more slots, which means that you're going to end up with a bunch more inventory space that you can use to carry more loot. So it's just making your inventory space more effective. Now I could also convert it into biofuel, which would make it even more effective in my inventory, but that takes a lot longer, and we've got machines that are going to do that for our wood later on. We found a nice solid place over here, lots of trees. We're going to get this going. We already burned through 40 biofuel already. Hopefully we run into some of those things that we need. The steel pipes. Kind of holding out for some steel pipes here. Oh, I forgot to actually make the biofuel. That's why I usually leave a little extra. If I remember, I go into my startup thing and I grab a stack of 100. Or I can even grab a stack of 200, doesn't really matter. and then bring it with me so I don't have to make it when I'm out and about. Because this way it makes it. It's just faster. But we'll make about 40 more, and I think that should hold us over. And we'll sort out our resources down, and back to it. More trees must be destroyed. In the name of fix it. In the name of our corporate overlords. I'd probably say this is like 1,000 times more biofuel than I've ever collected. This might be more biofuel I've ever collected in all of the playthroughs I've ever played. Combined. There's a lot of biofuel. This is a massive amount. But we got to keep our power going. And then also we're exploring as well. Again, looking for some crashed ships. I haven't seen any yet. Well, we found a good spot here, though. Good, thick forest spot where we can cut down a lot of trees. I don't want any trees to feel left out. Got all those. We missed a tree. How could this happen? Missed a tree. Got to be up there in the most trees you've ever seen anyone ever cut down in this game. Got to be up in the top 5 at least. Oh, look out. Sneaky guys trying to get me. I don't know, they might have heard me chopping down every tree in the zone. That's just my guess, but you know how it goes. Again, I love taking those out because I've gotten stuck on those so many times. Little fallen logs. Makes me wonder if certain trees give, if you cut them down, you get more wood than if you cut other trees. I guess I could be looking, but I'm not really. I'm just cutting down as many trees as fast as I can. Until our inventory is full. Oh, getting there. Still going, man. You think my inventory would be full by now, right? This game gets you all wrapped up, everybody. Holy mackerel, 10-hour stream again. 10-hour stream and having a good time. Oh, yeah, we definitely full now. See how it, like, went, didn't grab all the leaves around me. That means that our inventory is full. But we can go ahead and try to run some biomass leaves and see if we make it. There we go. Cut down some of these leaves. And maybe get another stack or two that we can do. Again, just saves us from running back out. We got a lot of wood there. That's awesome. That's going to run our factory for a while. Again, I'm just going to cut my way through the entire game. Just keep cutting and finding all the secrets as we go. That's going to be fun. Gonna be fun. Oh, bug flying by me there. All right, get rid of this stump. Back to it. Yeah, 10 hours. No harm in having a fresh sip of fix-it bottled water. Good idea. 10 hours. Feels like 10 minutes. Oh, this is down here where the coal usually is. Oh, full. All right, I think that's enough. Back we go. At least for a moment. We'll run this stuff back. Maybe grab some leaves on the way. We want to go up this way. If we go to the left, we're going to fall off. We're going to go way down there. We're going to go this way across here. Might as well grab it while I'm going by. Oh, I can't pick up any more leaves. Maxed out. Time to slide and jump. What up, Fred? Don't mind me. It's going back to my base. One of these days, we're going to find some of those iron rods. Whoa, big jump. We're going to find some of those iron rods, and we're going to get ourselves a vehicle. See how the rest of those are red and this one's still green because that still has power. That's what we want. Okay. Put all that wood in there. Nope, that was biomass. My bad. My bad. No, that was wood. That was wood. What am I doing? I'm going crazy. All right. Let's see. Whole row we'll take out. And then one here, one there, half of this into there. There we go. That's a lot, everybody. Wow, that's a bunch for first run. Yeah, we got to go up here for all of this. And again, we'll put that down at the bottom, and then we'll stack these like this. We'll cut this in half. And we'll take half of these back out to balance it out on this side. There we go. Off it goes. So again, it's going to use the power that it already has over here, which is a whole bunch, 200, to produce a bunch more. And then it's going to put a few this way because it's already maxed out. And then all the rest of it's going to go this way and reinvigorate all of our power. Now, we also ended up with a bunch of extra stuff that we can put away. I didn't grab that much stuff in this particular run, but we did grab a little bit. And we can put that away where it goes. Over here, mycelia, bunch of that. What else? So we're just going to throw these things away now. We don't need to hang on to those. And we can convert a little bit more of our leaves. And so again, we're cutting down trees, but we're also exploring and looking around as well at the same time. I know, multitasking is awesome. Oh, it's 223, so I'll do this and that one. And then over here and that one, just to make those go faster. And we'll take a bit of the extra that we have here, throw it in there so it'll redistribute it. And we'll just backlog some of this in here until that fills up, and then we'll convert it. And we still have all of our original stuff. Nice. Which means we're just ready to turn right around and get it going again. We do need to get that to get in there and distribute all of that. Man, I just want to upgrade all of that. Let's see. A bunch of trees over that way, too, that we didn't cut down. Big trees. Over that way. I say we dip over there. Now, so here's a cool thing I can do now. Is we can just extend this over, and we just made ourselves a little bit of a bridge. Chop down some more trees. Oh, I forgot my stuff. I was going to get it out of the thing. Knew that was too easy. Too easy. Right here. I'm going to go to this one. I was going to take it out. Like this, cut it in half, put that back in there, and now we're ready. Whoa, look out. Let's go see what's this way. Watch out for the edge. I really go to town on these trees. Try to backlog a bunch of resources so we can let it run for quite a while. Again, you could be doing this while you're waiting for your stuff to process. Again, a lot of tree cutting. Again, I wonder if I'm getting more from these big trees than normal trees. Let's see. I won't know until I cut this one down. 397. $17 wood. So that's 17 wood there. 19 wood. 11 wood. So yeah, it does affect based on the size of the tree. 13 wood. Now we know. Missed a tree. Might be randomizing it too, and we just don't know. That was 42 right there because we got a whole bunch at the same time. And we need it all no matter what, so. Getting that down now. Missed a few trees. Gonna be easy to come back and pick these things up right here because there's no trees blocking your view. Look at them all up in the distance. Decisions. Go this way or go that way. I hear. That's a Mercer sphere.
The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
Use that to get that tree. Exploring while cutting down trees. I like to travel in different directions. Keeps it fresh. You're not just always going the same direction, being in the same biome. Highly recommend, mixing up the action. That's what I like to do. And again, it may not even be worth doing these smaller trees, just doing the bigger trees. Mercer sphere way up there. When it's time, when we need to grab it, we'll go over there. Right now, we need wood and tons of it. Got water over here. I'm going to use that water for my coal at some point, maybe. Look, he's hiding under that tree. Fred, you so crazy. Using it like an umbrella or something. Slide jump. Oh, gatekeepers there. Too close. Kind of feel like we already came over and cut a lot of this down. Let's go see about these purple trees. Can we cut those down? Ah, we can cut this down. Mycelia. Oh, yeah. Whoa! Bunch of little suckers. Whew! Suckers are fast, man. Suckers are fast, fast. Wait till I get my floating thing, everybody. I'm gonna rule. Get my floating thing. Alright, a bunch of scary spiders over this way. Well, that's not gonna stop us. That's not going to stop us from getting all this loot. I haven't found any crashed ships, though. We're going to cut this whole forest down. I got a ringing noise. Hey, get over there. It's making a like a ringing noise, like one of those guys. Maybe it's these things are making that noise. Man, a lot of mycelia here. Whoa. Those suckers always come out of nowhere. Sneaky bastards. These don't really count that much as wood. Like 12 wood. How about all these trees? 9. Kind of cool to cut them down, though. I don't think I've ever bothered. Yeah, we're not really getting much wood for these, but we are getting a little bit of mycelia. Cut this off. Not really a great wood spot. Go back the other way. I can cut those down all day and get a lot less than I was getting over this way. Well, now we know. I mean, we have to come back and get that wood. We can. But I feel like not really that great. Go this way. Yeah, much better. Also a bunch of annoying spiders over there too. Can't cut that one down. Ah, there's our sulfur. Oh, there we go. Might just leave this over here. All right. We maxed her out. What do we got? We got sulfur right here, and just throw that away. All right. Convert some of this biomass. Again, we're just out and about collecting some stuff. That wood I was cutting over there was really low. It wasn't giving me that much wood. Plus, there's a bunch of spiders there. I don't really mind the spiders. I can wipe them out over time. But we do want to efficiently work at collecting all this biomass. So we want to go where the getting is good. Definitely worth the time to clear our inventory. I have a lot of biomass or biofuel left. Took about, so far we've used about, how much? We took about 100, I think. So Around 47 we've used so far to collect what we're doing. Which is a good ratio of how much you use versus how much you're getting back. Because I'll get literally thousands of it back at some point here. And again, getting a lot of mycelia there too. So we know where to go for mycelia now too. I forgot that was even there. But now we know. We know where to go. We know what to do. I'm going to leave this here for, because that's where my sulfur is anyway. Leave it. Yeah, it's 33 wood right there. Nice. You can get it when they're all clustered together. That's when you get a whole bunch at the same time in a single move. Like that. I wonder if you get more if you go for the bushes more than the trees. And then you get the trees also. Maybe it's smarter to go for the bushes. Never even bothered to optimize my bio collection. Sometimes it doesn't seem to get the other trees, even though it seems like they should be in AoE range. Makes me wonder if the leaves have a bigger AoE range than the trees. These are the things you're wondering while you're going around cutting all the trees down. Look way up there. The arch. Always seem to lead me back to the arch there. Every time. Always be coming back this way. Didn't get it. There we go. Why is it not AoEing all these leaves? What is going on? Not AoEing this stuff. I think I broke it. I think it's confused. Alright. I'll run back. This way. Can't even pick up any leaves. Nope. Nope. Pressing the wrong buttons. Oh, look at them sticks there. Bunch of sticks, but we're just gonna dip. Oop. Really easy to see the nodes like this, though. Missed. Get up there. All right, still running. Oh, it still has some in there too. Awesome. Let's just take this concrete or limestone, throw that away. Let's see, move this over. Try to balance these. Wow, okay. Just happened to be that they was 5 and 5. Okay. More there. Rest in there. This just allows me to visualize the splitting of the resources. There we go. Okay, it's all good. It's getting packed. We're going to take all this mycelia. Put it all in this top one. There we go. Let's see. Oh, we got a Mercer too when we're out and about. Nice. Put all that in there, and this, and this. Various different random resources. Convert the rest of these leaves. And again, see, we took the time to go get more. So again, this is what we would have to do. We would have to sit and provide the power over and over and over again to make this happen. But I'm also kind of exploring while I'm running around. I'm looking for crash ships, which I'm not finding any because I think I got the ones that are nearby. But you do what you got to do. All right, we'll cut this in half. We'll cut that in half. We'll go 190 and 190. There we go. Into there. Into there. Found a bunch of silica when we're out and about too. That's odd. It's kind of an odd thing to find when you're running around. Bunch of silica there. And then a little bit of... Oh, the other way. A little bit of stuff left over. And we're good again. So again, very good. Let that process while we're out and about. Let's see. So we kind of went that way. Plenty more trees to cut down that way. But again, I like to mix it up. So let's go this way along this edge. Now, what we're going to do, since we have plenty of that there, we'll take a little break on cutting down our stuff. We're going to go up to that pink forest up there at the top of this waterfall. Grab some resources on the way. I was just going to keep it on the ground. I might as well grab it. Now the hard part, remember where that guy died. 3 wood. Yeah, we don't find it, oh well. Big bottomless pit. We gotta get up there. We gotta go this way. I think it's got the passage blocked. Sure does. Show you how to do this, everybody. And there we go. Yeah, there's another crashed ship there, too. Got it done. More trees. Seeing how much wood that gives, 25. Oh yeah, long way down. Long way down. Now I collect some more of this wood, but I think we did that enough. Time to wander around a bit. See if we can find some of these crashed ships. A lot of wood this way, though. Can hear something down below. Down in this cave. See spiders down there already. Yeah, not worth it. What you thinking, Fred? Thinking this way? That's a tough one. Nothing up here. Well, we'll have to look-see. No moss crash ships. Go that way or go back this way and see if we can find our way up. There's a way up at the end here. I mean, there's always a way up because I can build my way up there. There's always a way, but be interested to find an actual path that leads me up there. Be collecting all these leaves while I'm running by too. Yeah, I don't see any way this way. Go back here to this main path and see where that takes us. Pure node. Nice. How are we doing on time? Holy moly. Gonna max this stream out too. Gonna max it out. What do we got here? Little jump puzzle maybe? Oh. Takes us around the other side. I thought it was going to take us up there, but I'd say that's a no. Not quite. Still not quite. There's a node right there. Iron node. Oh, I didn't even see it was so much in the brush. Come on. Well, hello there. Definitely somebody up here. Where are you? No? Apparently no. Parkour action. Grabbing all the loot that I can find while I'm out and about. Really want to get up there. I say we just go for it. Nope. Nope. Yep. I'm sure there's a path that leads me up here through some cave somewhere, but I'm going to do it this way. Whew. Okay. That just happened. But I just learned something, everybody. You can just do the thing out from under them. Very useful. Very scary. Scary Spidey's in this area, I forgot. Mycelia, though. Ah. Look at this place. Come over here and cut this whole entire forest down. Don't see any crashed ships, though. But that didn't mean... Oh, there's one over there. Bet you there's a bunch of Spideys on the way. Well, let's do it anyway. Back down. Leave this here in case we need to make a giveaway. Probably should mark this spot though, so we can get back. And there's probably these spiders are going to be here when we come back. Because they'll respawn up here, even though they fell down there. Where is our hub? Our hub's back that way. Well, we can end up going that way to the west. Yeah, let's go for it. Didn't make it. Whoa. Big boy over there to the left. You know, it was... Oh, those are those guys. Run! Whoa, look out! Oh, God. Glad I brought in a bunch of these. Oh, big Spidey on the left. Your guy on the right. All right. We are not ready for this. We are so not ready for this area. I forgot how tough this area is. We're just going to have to dip. Yeah, some serious baddies over here. Those are radiated ranged mobs that throw stuff at you. Along with big spideys. Tons of them over here. Follow the water. Oh, not into that though. I always have a backup plan, like running away. Okay, we're going to head west. Head west, everybody. Getting exciting now. Oh my goodness, right next to him. Jump down. Do you follow me? No. Where are we going? West. Threw a rock at me. Ah, big Spidey. Go right. I don't think I've ever bothered to swim along the water. Going down the rapids. Oh, I feel like a big drop coming. Whoa. Jump right. Or left. Just following my instincts, everybody. That seems like a big waterfall right there. Oh yeah, big waterfall. Man, we went past a bunch of big stuff back there too. That was pretty scary, everybody, getting those mobs, and there's no way I can get them with my little pea shooter here. Whoa, speaking of. Nope. And there's those guys. Alright, we're going left. Oh, like I'm in the water from way up there. I was going to try to run him off there, but I tried to jump over him and it didn't work. Come on, big boy. Oh, no! It's going to have him fly off, but I fell off instead. Oh, no! Getting radiated. All right, going down. Eat him on the way down. Dead. Didn't get him. Didn't eat enough of him. He fell down too. Pushed my luck as far as I could push it, everybody. That was fun. Very fun. All right. We're back here. Let that stuff rock and roll. Now, I know right where to go, by the way, to get my stuff back. Look at this, everybody. Look how like there's no trees within a mile, but except for this one right here. All right. We got to go get our stuff. Grab some of this stuff on the way. Maybe we'll see some more downed ships. There's a ramp right here. Always a fun adventure. And again, I forget, everybody. I forget which zone. Oh, look. See? It's almost like fate told us there was a thing right there. We got to get that on the way back. We got to remember where that is. See? Death's trying to help us. I could have got my health all the way up there. I could have took that hit from that far. But he wasn't eating it fast enough. I had a feeling he wasn't going to make it. Just stun on me. I'm going to have to get up there. And I don't have the resources to do that. Because my thing is probably way up above. Yeah, nope, can't do that. Can't do that. Go back the other way. I can't get up there because I can't craft anything because I don't have my crafting thing. I should have either brought some resources or done my crafting thing. In fact, I'd probably just die. Be faster, but we'll just take the road. Do a little jump stuff here. We get our momentum going. So yeah, there we go. You would think it would be down on the ground, but let's go ahead and get some resources anyway, just in case. Oh, look, and there's a copper node. Speaking of in the ground. I feel like I go past a bunch of these nodes just because they're sunk in the ground like that. Yeah, it looks like our power went off again. Ran out of fuel, no doubt. Error on the side of caution. Whee. Okay. Let's bring our standard deal. So it looks like it's putting it in there. Do we just need to start it up again? I think we just need to start it up again. There we go. All right, off it goes. Make me more resources. I'll be over here. Chasing down my loot. Just run up this hill instead of going up that thing. Again, always holding down the E as I'm running to get those leaves. And then if I see these little berries, I might as well run by and grab them. Hit the E a bunch of times. Oops, sometimes it doesn't get them. There we go. Just might as well collect them on the way. You're going that way anyway. Now we got resources. We'll come back. We'll get that one up there. Here we go. Chomp those suckers. By shooting stuff at me back there. I got time for you, bro. I got stuff I gotta do. Probably know this place more than any other place around because this is like my favorite spot over here. It's pretty awesome. Surprise, sucker! Hit and run. There we go. Here we go now. Get that momentum going. Boink, right into the tree. Ah, uphill. Didn't get it. Blue guy up there. Long way over here. It's a long way to run. Be nice to have our vehicle, but can't seem to find what I'm looking for. But that does happen. Sometimes you hit like a point where your progress really slows. And that's when you got to tough it through. And I suggest to do something different. If you're getting stuck on something, just switch to something else. Hey, it actually did go on the ground. Awesome. Sometimes it's wherever you fell off, it'll be up there. But better safe than sorry, everybody. Bring some stuff with you. So if you do come over here and you realize, oh, God, it's up there, then you're standing here going, duh, and then you're running all the way back or killing yourself, go get some resources, bring it back over here. Doing all that. It's not worth it, I can tell you. Not worth it. For sure. Again, do we have anything like a Mercer Sphere or something? We had a little slimy guy. But I didn't even need to run back for that stuff. I could have just left it. Go this way. I could have just left it. If it doesn't have any uniques, uniques or one-of-a-kinds, which are like your Mercer Spheres, your Summer Sloops, there's only a finite amount of those. So if you leave them behind, you're actually losing out on those in the long run. What up there, fire guys? You mind if I stop here for a second and grab this? I don't think you like that, do you? Later. Let us get us. Hopping my way. Here we go. Momentum. Momentum. Get it going. Boom. So I stopped to get stuff too. See, I could keep the momentum going, which would make my character go faster and faster. But, if I'm going by, I might as well grab it. There's a one up there. The one on the side first. Really? Yeah. There's another one. Little bastards. Alright, just come over here and run into me already. Sneaky ones on the side there that I couldn't even see. What the heck was that? How'd I get damaged? Sneaky, sneaky. Where'd this one over here go? Right here. Alright, got that stuff. Let's not forget this crash ship on the way back. Guy behind me shooting at me, I can hear him. He's back there, I'm over here. What's up, home slice? I'm already gone. Sup, sup! Oh, I actually hit him. That was a good shot. Might as well kill him now. That was actually a good shot going by. Alright, I think it's up there. Yeah, can't jump there. What am I doing? I get in the habit of doing that jump, and then when I'm going up a hill, I'm doing it, and it doesn't work. Not quite. Slide jump, and you get much more of an oomph. Grab that while we're up here. I better just go down here. Power of building. Oop. Turned off zooping. One of my favorite things to do is to go up a little bit higher as well. So you can kind of survey it up here and see if there's any baddies and then shoot them from above if there are. I don't see any. But they could be hiding just underneath here. Nobody, huh? Alright. Oh, I think I see the thing I need right there. Oh, man. Let's get all this stuff first. Yeah, look at that. Getting some good stuff. Rotors and things. Ah, please be 100. Oh, it's 46. 46 of those bad boys. Is that what we needed? Oh, we needed 15. Oh, we found it. We got a vehicle. Ha ha. Ha ha. There we go. We got it. We got it going on. All right. What else we got here? Ah, this is my rotor. Worth it.
The hard drive contained both data and the soul of this freighter. Disconnecting it has destroyed the soul, but the data can be analyzed in the MAM, so everything is okay.
Well, thanks for letting me know, girl. Man, see, when I'm not looking for them, they're everywhere, those crash ships. Every single place I look, there they are. I don't think we brought any fuel. Did we bring any fuel? Oh, we did. Well, I'm up here. We'll chop some of this down. Sorry, Fred. Am I in your way? You got the whole world. You got the whole world, but somehow my ramp is in the way. I mean, my kids. There you go. Go ahead. Don't give me that. Don't give me that look. That's Fred. That's Fred. He's always giving me that look. Somehow my stuff, we got this big giant world, is in his way. All right, time to go make a ship. A vehicle. Man, we catch some air right here, man. Hey, my base is back up and running. Sweet. I like running along the belts. I don't know, it's just fun. Fun to run up the belts. Slide, jump. Slide, and whoop on the side. There we go, and down. Nice and up and over. Ready to go. All right, we actually survived most of that. All right, modular frames are on this side. Let's go ahead and get our modular frames because we spent a lot of time. Oh, we're out of modular frames. We're going to make 10 of those. We spent a lot of time running around, and we have found some various resources that we can use for all of this. And again, we don't even have any of this stuff unlocked, everybody. We have it unlocked through the MAM. And that's why we can make this stuff. Let's see. We need some more quartz crystal, and we need some cable. Quartz crystal, we probably got an absolute ton of that over here now. We sure do. And cable, we probably have a bunch of that as well. We do. Sweet. And let's make ourselves some crystal oscillators. 6. How many we need? We just need 5. Okay, well, we'll make it. By the way, you can just put just enough resources in your inventory to make the exact amount of item that you want to keep yourself from going over. But in this case, it makes 2 each time, so I'm just going to make 6 as well. Okay, and then we're going to make some modular frames. And we're going to need all of our screws for that. And, oh, man, we got a lot of rods in here. Sweet. Oh, let's put some of this stuff back away. Man, we got a lot of Mercer spheres in the Phase 1, everybody. It's probably the most Mercer spheres I've ever had in Phase 1. And that's because, again, we're running around trying to find some stuff. And that was just a lucky find. I didn't know that stuff was there. I had no idea. No idea. Why am I putting that in there? This does not belong in here. All of this stuff belongs in here. This belongs over here. There we go. Put all that in there. Anything else? Some ore there that we might want to use for the MAM later on. There we go. Clean that up a little bit. There we go. And again, making some modular frames. And modular frames take a lot of reinforced iron plates and a lot of iron rods. So we're going to have to make how many? 60? I think that's what I said last time, but it's not really 60 because I'm going to get 2 each time. So it's about 30. Oh, man, we're right about there. Okay, let's make some. Let's make a bunch. And again, whenever I'm in downtime, everybody, I just make a bunch of rods and things as well. And I'll probably do that today. I'll let it run for a bit off the stream and just make a bunch of rods. Because really, the only thing I need to make is rods. Plates is going to be fine. All the other stuff is going to be fine. But rods is the thing that I use a lot, especially for reinforced iron plates, for screws and things like that. It really is a lot. Okay, that's good enough. Good enough. And we'll make our 10 modular frames and we'll have ourselves a vehicle. Ha ha! Now we're really going to have some fun. Do some serious exploring. Yeah, we're going to do some crazy stuff now. So we've gone pretty far even without the vehicle. For sure. All right, there we go. Crystal oscillator. Get ourselves a vehicle here. Right over here. And beep, beep. Boom. We ready to rock and roll. Nice. Go over here and snag some of this biofuel. Come on. All right. Get over here and test her out. I'll just put it all in there. Whoa, whoa, I did a burnout. Yeah, right off the top. Boing. There we go. Man, it's touchy. Now you know why I left this gap. That was a lot of hard work to get to this part. All of that road. Man, it is touchy, man. It's sliding all over the place. What the heck? We can really see the road now because we cut down all the trees. Man, look at it with no trees, man. No trees for miles. What's up, Fred? Taking her for a victory ride. Watch this, everybody. What's up? How's it going? Doesn't bother you at all, everybody. Remember, those mobs won't bother you. Those ones won't bother you when you're in your vehicle. Second you get out of your vehicle, they'll be all up in your business. So it really makes it easier to traverse around the world if they're not up in your business all the time. Great to learn where all the paths are as well. And I can go up the path there. I'm just going to turn her around here. and head back. Or not. Maybe I'll go back that way. Maybe I'll go through these trees, apparently. But it's much easier to see where the path is, obviously, if you're like me and you just cut down 10 bazillion trees. It's very sliding all over the place. You'd think these tires would be pretty grippy. You turn a little too much, man, and it just goes full slide mode. There we go. And again, Icicle Killer, hope you're enjoying the stream. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We just did a big goal. I don't think I've ever unlocked a vehicle in Phase 1. I can guarantee you I never have. I never bothered to unlock it. But now we can get around fast, man. We can get from here to there and everywhere. We'll go ahead and just park right here and take a look. Beautiful shot of our base. Then in the back here, everybody, know that you do have a little bit of storage in the back of your vehicle there. So we have a little bit of a supplement to our thing there. Man, we burned up a lot of fuel, too. Big time. Just had a vision. One of the things, you can get very far away from your vehicle very fast, by the way. Happens to me quite often. God, it slides all over the place. Back up to the base. And now we can just, again, since we left ourselves a road here and a way just to kind of pull around the side of the base, we can just dip down like that. And that's why I left that room, so I can just drive that bad boy around wherever I want to go. Take my stuff out of there. For now, very fun. All right, cool. Got that done. That was a big milestone there. That was a big boy. All right, what other stuff we can do? Don't think we really have the ability to do anything else. We just don't have the stuff for it. Yep, don't have any other resources that we might have gotten. And again, we got 31 of our thing here. Anything else we can use these for? Could have sworn I'd seen something. This, our Nobilis. Yeah, we can make the black powder. That we did earlier. But we need more of those. And we found them in that direction, so we might want to go that way a little bit more. And not enough motors there. Not enough stuff. And again, most of the stuff we're doing is based on finding stuff, right? Instead of just making it in the factory, we're going around finding stuff. Yeah, if we had 200, we could do that. Still think I want to do this. I'll probably do that off stream, where I just go ahead and let the AI limiters run. Because if you're going to do AI limiters, you're going to be making a tremendous amount of copper sheets and quick wire. And we need 50 of them. That would make our job way easier. We could turn stuff on and off, though. Probably won't be turning much stuff off anyway, so using those resources on there, probably not that useful. Get that neural processor done, get that whole nutrients line done. Yeah, I don't know if that's really going to be all that useful. Where we're at, Caterium. Be all that useful right now. Might want to just work on our smart splitters, though. Put some AI limiters for our smart splitters. We're going to need our reinforced iron plates, so probably make a bunch of those and get our smart splitters in and work on that. Another thing that we can work on is our ability to make the smart platings up there. So we're going to run over here and we're going to tap into the side of this over here. And we're going to put this box right over here. Right there. Turn my light on. Getting dark. Okay, so we want to go ahead and get our assembler going. We're going to need some more of our reinforced iron plates. Do we got any left? That's a good question. Oh, we got some. All right, cool. Okay. Now we're going to use our assembler, which is going to use a massive amount of power, because again, it uses 5 times the normal power. We're going to run it right in there. Smart plating, reinforced rotors. This is what we're going to need. Okay, do we want to actually make the rotors, or do we want to make the rotors and the reinforced plates? Because if we do another one here, that's going to be 75 power as well. Reinforced iron plates, 60 and 120. Whoa, mama. See, that's why we need this right here. We need this right here so we can double that up. Double up our fuel, double up our iron plates and screws. We're definitely going to have to double up a whole bunch of stuff. Again, I would rather not even bother running it through here because of the power consumption, and just do it myself. And again, 5 per minute, so 5. We have a calculation of how much this is going to be, by the way. This is 120,000 plates and 240,000 screws just for the 10,000 reinforced iron plates that I need, and then 100,000 rotors and 500,000 screws just for the 10, or sorry, not rotors, rods. And for the 10,000 rotors I'm going to need. That's a lot on just biofuel. That's a lot. I don't think we've gotten even anywhere close to that many. Maybe 500 we've made so far. Maybe. But yeah, lots of plates, lots of screws, lots of rods, lots of screws. Kind of feel like we've progressed as far as we can in phase 1 and really need to go ahead and get this fired up. I'd love to get these AI limiters going first, though, because then I could do my sorter. We might do those first. All right, what can we do? AI limiters. Copper sheets and quick wire. We'll leave that over here for the long term when we'll get our smart plating eventually going. Okay, right over here, we're going to put ourselves an assembler. Actually, where is our actual AI limiters? Here. Time for a little spaghetti. Okay, and we're going to need AI limiters, we're going to need copper sheets and quick wire. Just so happens, I've got some right here. How convenient. Nope, I don't have enough plates though. Blocking my driveway, but it is what it is. Alright, now this is going to need its own power. And we're just going to run these as fast as we possibly can. So we're going to go ahead and just grab one of these. Kind of use the back of this here. And we probably want it this way. So we're going to manually feed these. These will be manually fed. Okay, how much do we got? 92. Go 23, 23. It's all going to be on separate power. Over here. And away it goes. There we go. All right, it's going to make me some AI limiters because I probably have a bunch of quick wire. Probably don't have that many copper sheets. But again, I have a ton of it, so I can just run it in there. And whatnot. If I had enough plates, how many plates I've got? 11. Maybe run it a little faster. Like this. Not enough there. Need one more. Grab one off the front. There we go. I'll get all those resources back later when I take these out. But that's going to run it in at 120, so it's just going a little bit faster over here. Now, again, the quick wire can only go at 120, so we might as well just downclock this to, let's say, 60%. Oh, wow. Guessed it on the first try. That was just a guess, everybody. So what I did is I clocked it down to 120, and the reason why I did that is so that it will match the input rate, and then it will keep the machine running if it can, right? It'll keep it running if it can, and it won't stop and start and stop and start. So it should be able to run that in at that rate. Because we probably have a bunch of quick wire in here. Look how much quick wire. Crazy. Again, this is going to just run for a little while because we don't have enough power to run that forever. But might go over here and snag a little bit of dish. Put that 23 back in again. Again, this is on its own separate circuit. And you can see that we're producing 90, but right now we only need 40 because it downscaled to about 40. Awesome. So we can actually take one of these out. And then this is going to be about 60, and then we can just take all this, combine it back together, cut it in half, put it in here. And that's why you underclock stuff. You underclock stuff so that, again, it's not burning the full amount of power. And then we can also help this along by just taking a bunch of quick wire. That's not quick wire. Taking a bunch of these resources and just putting them in there. So just take a full stack of this and a full stack of that. And then this and this. And again, this is what I call supercharging, where you just throw a bunch of stuff in there. And then it will go at its max capacity. So you're going to do 3 per minute, and we need an absolute ton of these. All right, let's go ahead and spend a little time figuring out how to do our sorter here. We're going to need a bunch of these all the way down. So we're going to need to go here. We're going to take that out for a minute, and we're going to switch to Smart Splitter. Yeah, I just need one each one. The rotors actually is going to be the problem, and the reinforced iron plates. Okay, and this is concrete, which is this one. Let that keep on running in there while we're getting the logistics done. So yeah, we can clear this. And what we want to do is go to our smart splitters. Again, I know I've never done smart splitters in this early. I know I've never even bothered. All right, let's go ahead and convert some of this screws that we already have. And we'll make a bunch of smart splitters. Make as many as we can to get it going. Okay. Then we'll grab some of these AI limiters that's already done. And we'll go ahead and start with our concrete over here. This is more of a convenience for me. This actually is not for the actual production. But it really does help a lot. Smart splitter, and we're going to input from this side. Actually, we can input from behind. Even better. This way I won't be on my road. From this way, and we'll put it nice and close. That's a splitter. Got to think that through. Gonna need a merger behind it. Yeah, merger behind. At least for right now. Put that in there. That's going to allow this to go through here. And then what it's going to do is it's going to cut left. And these are not running very fast. We could probably combine all these lines, but later they're going to be running faster. So we'll want to think forward. It should go into there. But what do I do if there's an overflow? I guess we send it this way if it's in overflow. Yeah, so we'll go center is going to only be again, just click on it here and then search. It's going to be concrete. And then if it's not, if it's anything else, it's going to go left. Any is left. And then right is none. So anything that's not concrete, go that way. Yeah, but we got a problem on the next one, though. So we don't have the dual boxes, so we can't merge that in. So we have to think about this differently. With the dual boxes, I could put one input at the top, the incoming ones, which I normally do, and then the sorting down below. But I guess I have to run it through the sorter, but it's going to backlog my belts, and I don't want to do that. Maybe just sort some of this in the short run. Just sort these ones here together. Yeah, we'll just merge what we got on these three. And then that'll make this easier to do in the early game. Again, we're not doing that much resources, so not that big a deal. All right, so we're going to go right is going to be concrete now because we just we rotated it, and then forward is any. So concrete there. This is going to go here. Then we can copy this, paste it here so it changes it to being any forward and then right. And then this is going to be plates. There, we're gonna have to revamp this lit because this is gonna be, it's gonna overwhelm our thing if we're not careful. It'll overwhelm our belts. And so this is gonna be rods. And really, going anything here is not gonna really go anywhere because I'm gonna stop it at some point. What do we got here? Screws and those things. Not enough. Not enough things. So we gotta make more screws. We'll get this. Now, again, setting up a sorter, everybody, so that when I have a bunch of stuff in my inventory, I can just throw it in there and it will automatically sort it. And again, I like to do this early game because you do a lot of that where you're manually sorting like you saw me doing earlier. That gets old pretty quick because it takes up a lot of your time, and your time is very valuable. All right, so we'll go ahead and do it this way now. And run this one into there. That should go in there and then end up in that first box. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Yep. And then it should go right into there. Oh, any went that way. Oh, boy. Not any. Boy. This should maybe be any undefined. Any undefined. Yes, there we go. What's going to happen if I do any is it's going to run one that way, one this way. So we don't want that to happen. We want any undefined ones to go that way. There we go. And we'll take all those out of there so that they don't end up on that thing. Actually, I should probably just leave it just to make sure when I'm doing these other ones. Okay, so nothing should end up at the end there. And this should all run in here. Oh my God, it's almost full too. Again, when it overflows, it should go out to a merger out here. And that overflow is going to run this way. And so the left output would be overflow. There we go. That's what we want. Let's go ahead and copy that. Paste that over here. And the only thing that we need to change is just change this to plates. And we can just then copy that over and over again all the way down. And then we can take this out of here and this out of here. And we'll take our plates here. And we'll run them. Actually, nope, right in the way. Okay, so plates there, rods here. Copy this, paste it there. Nope. Copy. Paste. There we go. Iron rod. Okay, and then we'll put our overflow out here. And all the overflow is running this. See how it's overflowing a few of those? If it can't get it in there fast enough, it'll overflow some off to the left. I like to run these a little faster, but we got it going. And see, there we go. It's doing all of that. And let's make sure it's not slowing itself down. Yeah, a little bit. But I think once it gets past this part here, that'll just flow in there and be just fine. So awesome. And then we are on screws and that, which we're not going to have too much of that. Then I think we have a gap. Yeah. Oh, I was checking to see if this is going to run out. Okay, now over here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take this out and this out. And we're going to make some more smart splitters. Like this. And a merger. And now you know why I made these gaps. Maybe this way. The right is going to be wire. There. And it's coming in this way. This is going the wrong way. Hate it when it doesn't pick up my orientation. Pick up the orientation of the way I'm running my stuff. And this is quick wire. Okay, so wire. quick wire. And then we'll have merger. There's some overflow. It'll overflow out to there. And there we go. Quick wire going there, that going there. Both of them kind of mixing together. Again, there's a bit of a backlog now, but because they're going so slow, everybody, eventually they'll that backlog will be relieved when it runs enough of them. You can also fix it, by the way, if you want to make it go faster. You can just kind of pull all these out of here, or go up here on this and then pull some of these, so it creates a bit of a gap. Or I can fall all the way over, or whatever, like this. Create a bit of a gap so that it has more time to mix it with the wire down below. Again, this isn't fast, but it is consistent, and that's the thing you want. There we go. Now we got a bit of a gap in there. Give it a minute to catch up. I'll manually take the quick wire and put it in there. There we go. And now it'll do its thing. Okay, and then if we want to, we can build a overflow box for any of this stuff that does overflow. We can also run it in the awesome sink if we want, but we'll just put that in there in case, like our concrete's probably going to max out over here eventually, but then it will backlog back there as well. We just don't want it to get, we don't want it to block the rest of our resources getting in there. So basically that's the sorter. Now what we want to do is be able to put a box here like this. Merger here. Put a box here and then put those resources in there. Like this, and what was the other thing? Concrete. Infuse those in there ourselves, and it just does the sorting for me where I don't have to. And again, eventually this will run out of power, so that'll do that. But what you really want to do is have it going all the way down so that it just sorts it all the way down. As well. But what I need is a double stacking would be great right now. Again, it might almost be faster at this stage because I don't have the double inputs to just do it manually. Good question. Maybe sometimes I won't feel like doing it manually, and I'll just have this do it instead. Yeah, again, very tricky without the double inputs. My rod's away. Just diverting one of these so I can then infuse my stuff into there. So I can say this, what else? Wire, cable. Put all that in there and then let it sort. Did I do cable yet? I don't think I did. Cable over here. That's going to be a problem. That cable gets on the line. It's already on the line. All right. Not enough stuff. Make some more screws. Okay. Be wire. No, cable. Yeah. Hey, running stuff through stuff, but do what we gotta do. Totally gonna revamp all of this. Says that's going overflow. See, some of that stuff went overflow because it was waiting for me to get that cable going. But no worries. We can go, and anything that makes its way into the overflow, we can just turn back around and put it right back in here for it to work later. All right, well, we got a little bit of it going. Again, not the optimal way I would want to do that. What's another way I can do the sorter and then end it back in the box? So maybe put the merger next to it. But they can't be right next to each other because they'll be blocking the inputs. Yeah, you'd have to be able to do multiple inputs in the merger. That's going to do the sorting. So you have the regular one coming through, and that's just going to go straight through. Then you got to have the one that you sorted be able to go through. But if it sees that one that's already there, it's going to think it's an overflow and just block. It's doing it, just not at the level at which I want it done. These are good questions, everybody. These are good questions here. Oh my God, we're about to run out of time, too. We're about to hit another 12-hour stream. Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Not gonna do it. Gotta be a better way. Better way. We're gonna figure out this logistics here, everybody. I hate when it takes out the thing. I don't like any of this. Gotta go. What I need is an everything but function. Everything but the foundations. Why don't they have it? I don't know. Suggested it forever ago, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. Okay, we got to think about this in a different way. We've got to get two inputs to go into the same thing. So we could just back this up the way this inputs. Okay, first thing we're going to do is we're going to put a belt that goes back to there. Then we're going to put a merger on here. Huh? Put it close or far away. See, this one works, but the next one will not, because they'll be in the way. Because how close our boxes are together. That was completely unnecessary. Unnecessary angle there. Okay, so that's going to come down. That's going to merge there. And then we put in our smart splitter. Our smart splitter comes in. Starts from the left at first. And if it's concrete, it'll go into there. See if it remembers. It does. Except for the concrete, it's actually the center one. Concrete there. Like that. Left is going to be undefined. Any undefined. Oh, and then we got an overflow problem. Let's just feed it from this way. Feed it the way we were feeding it. All right, then we'll paste it in there. And so concrete right, undefined there, left is going to be overflow. And we're going to put a box over here. Put our concrete in there and see if it goes. Okay, so that's that. Now we got to put a merger here, except we probably... Why does that not match up? There's something weird there. Out of wire. Really use that double input right now. Okay, so we want to take this, we want to move it closer. So that we can merge. Yeah, right in the way. The problem is space. Yeah, if these were further apart, then I could have enough space to merge those. I'd have to space all these out, which I don't want to do. We can also bring it up higher. And we just have to push these out further. So one down, one up. Let's try that. Again, why is this one so weirdly aligned? This one's so weirdly aligned to the deal here. So merger. This is too weird. Get off of there. I don't like it. So sometimes you go one low and one high. So we're going to go there. We're going to go here. And do this again. One low, one high. Man, that biofuel is really running for a while, isn't it? It's really running. We made a bunch of that. Okay, so one low, one high, but you'd have to move this back because how do we get it down into here? It's too close. Okay, then you'd want your rods here. These plates, the plates. This one's plates. Spaghetti it up a little bit there. Into the top one here. No. Nope. I mean, I can do it when it's clipping, but I could do it there if I wanted to, but I don't like it. Want my double input boxes. This is what I want. Okay. How to do this? More of a space problem than anything else. Okay. Trying to figure this out. Okay. See, on this one I have a bit of a gap, so I could go this way. This needs to be further back so that I can see that happening. Let's just put it way back there. So this is coming in this way.